Chapter 4039. Killing an 8th heavenly layer winged person with a single strike, Zhou Xian had displayed his might. He was like an unparalleled god of war, giving the disciples of the martial pavilion confidence. With Zhou Xian present, the disciples of the martial pavilion had the belief that they were invincible. Can't even withstand a single blow. Zhou Xian took the initiative to attack with his sword. He executed the limitless sword to the limit. This was the peak of swordsmanship. The essence of the sword and the profoundness of the sword were all perfectly manifested in a single strike. To sword cultivators, Zhou Xian was the ancestor of swordsmanship. A casual strike from him was enough for countless people to study for a lifetime. Arg! A miserable shriek rang out once again. Another 8th heavenly layer winged person died under Zhou Xian's sword. Facing the limitless sword, the winged person could not fight back at all. Although their wings were fast, they were not on the same level as Zhou Xian's dragon wings. With the dragon wings, Zhou Xian's speed, lethality and swordsmanship were all superior. He was almost invincible below the Unity Origin realm. Xiaoying, watch my sword. Zhou Xian's aura changed once again. The sword in his hand flickered, and a dazzling sword shadow shot towards another winged person in an extremely gorgeous manner. Xiaoying hurriedly looked over and was dumbfounded. She was shocked to discover that the swordsmanship that Zhou Xian had executed this time was actually her own swordsmanship, and it was a perfect and improved version. So this is what the real startling sword style looks like. Xiaoying's eyes lit up. She had cultivated the startling sword style for many years and had encountered many bottlenecks, but what Zhou Xian had executed was almost perfect. Xiaoying was both excited and shocked. She was excited because her swordsmanship was perfect. Zhou Xian's swordsmanship was enough for her to comprehend for many years. If she could comprehend it herself, it would not be a problem for her to immediately reach the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. She was shocked because Zhou Xian had only seen her swordsmanship in the battle with the winged person leader, and he could directly copy it. Such a shocking ability could no longer be described as monstrous or abnormal. He couldn't find any adjectives to describe it. It was simply too strong. Xiaoying believed that in terms of cultivation attainments, even the head of the martial pavilion, Wuxia, would have to call Zhou Xian teacher, in the entire Qidong region and the entire martial pavilion. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Xiaoying's face was filled with excitement. At this moment she looked at Zhou Xian with adoration and respect, but there was also a hint of adoration. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. A man like Zhou Xian's charisma was simply too great. Not to mention Xiaoying, just think about Zhou Xian's wives in the lower realm. Which one of them wasn't a goddess? After being guided by Zhou Xian, Xiaoying's movement technique and swordsmanship began to become extremely sharp. He turned around and fought fiercely with the leader of the winged people, instantly gaining the upper hand. Damn it, when did such a powerful person appear in the human race? The leader of the winged people was about to vomit blood. Xiaoying was already very powerful and it was quite difficult for him to fight against him. Now that he had received guidance from Zhou Xian, he seemed to have become a completely different person. He was no longer a match for him. What if Xiaoying advanced to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm during the battle? In this Star Lord space, the strongest person was only at the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. If a genius at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm appeared, it would be enough to change the entire situation. And all of this was caused by the war godlike young man in white. The winged people actually didn't know that such a terrifying person had appeared in the human race. This was simply a huge mistake. You killed my 9th brother. The 8th Gongzi felt the 9th Gongzi's aura from Zhou Xian, and immediately became furious. That's right, I killed your 9th Gongzi and all the winged people in the broken feel you. However, I'm afraid you don't have the strength to take revenge. But I can help you with one thing, and that is to kill you so that you can reunite with your brother. Zhou Xian looked at the 8th Gongzi and said indifferently. He had already killed the 9th Gongzi, so he didn't care about killing another one. No, not just one. Zhou Xian didn't plan to let any of the winged people in the Star Lord space go. Since the winged people had made such a big plot to kill the human race, Zhou Xian naturally wouldn't be polite. He would give them a taste of their own medicine. In the Crimson East region, there would be a life-and-death battle between the human race and the winged people sooner or later. Zhou Xian wasn't the only one who had the idea of killing all the winged people here. All the geniuses of the human race were thinking the same thing. They wouldn't forget the 8 doors maze formation, and they wouldn't forget the disciples who were ambushed by the winged people in the formation. They could imagine that if Xianxia hadn't come here and broken the 8 doors maze formation, there would only be one ending for them: annihilation. When the enemy deliberately wanted to kill you, there was no need to be polite. The only thing to do was to fight back with your life. You're quite arrogant. I'd like to see how powerful you are. I'll kill you myself to avenge my 9th brother. As long as you're dead, all the disciples of the martial pavilion will be finished. The 8th young master was full of vigor and killing intent. He was ready to take action personally. He could already tell that he had to kill Xianxia in order to gain the upper hand in this battle. Regardless of whether it was to avenge his 9th brother, as long as he killed Xianxia, the belief of the human race would be destroyed. Even without the help of the 8 doors maze formation, the winged people would still win. More importantly, the 8 young masters had seen the true threat of Xianxia. If they didn't get rid of such a heaven-defying genius in the human race as soon as possible, he would become a great threat to the feather race. In other words, Xianxia was already a great threat. As the 8th young master of the winged people, he had 10,000 reasons to get rid of Xianxia. The strength that Xianxia had displayed was too powerful. The winged people at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm were not his opponent at all. They couldn't even get close to him. In the entire winged people's camp, there were probably only 2 people who could kill Xianxia. One was himself and the other was the leader of the winged people. However, the leader of the winged people already had a hard time dealing with Xiaoying, let alone dealing with Xianxia. Xiaoying would not allow the leader of the winged people to deal with Xianxia. Since that was the case, the difficult task of killing Xianxia fell on the shoulders of the 8th young master. The 8th young master let out a loud shout and unleashed a palm strike. A gigantic palm strike was launched towards Xianxia like a giant barrier. Master, be careful. The 8th young master of the winged people is not easy to deal with. Chapter 40. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. The more powerful the 8th prince was, the more excited he was. If the 8th prince was just like Xianxia, it would be meaningless. Since the 8th prince wanted to kill him, Xianxia would give him a chance. He wanted to see if the 8th prince had the strength to do so. Xianxia's target was the 3 princes of the feather race who had entered the Star Lord's ruins this time. He wanted all of them dead. Xianxia's aura surged. He waved his hand and struck out with the true dragon palm. The violent dragon seal was not any weaker than the 8th prince's palm seal, be it in might or laughter. The dragon seal and the palm seal collided with an unparalleled momentum, causing the entire battlefield to darken. Some people who were closer to the 2 were affected by the violent energy and were sent flying on the spot. The others quickly retreated, leaving a larger battlefield for Xianxia and the 8th prince. The battle between Xianxia and the 8th prince was not any weaker than the battle between Xiaoying and the leader of the winged men. Although he was only at the Unity Origin realm, he had the aura of the Earth Origin realm. Ding ding. The energy waves surged. Under the impact of the violent energy, Xianxia couldn't help but take a few steps back. It had to be said that the 8th prince was truly powerful. He was not someone an ordinary 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm expert could be compared to. Although Xianxia was at the 6th heavenly layer, his battle strength was still slightly weaker. According to the current situation, Xianxia would only be able to kill the 8th prince if he reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm or used the dragon transformation. Of course, this was not a problem for Xianxia. It might not be possible for him to reach the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm immediately, but using the dragon transformation was a piece of cake. What a powerful guy. He's only at the 5th heavenly layer of Unity Origin, yet he's able to take my palm strike head-on and emerge unscathed. Since when has such a deviant appeared among the humans? Fortunately, he's not my opponent. I have absolute confidence in killing him. The 8th master was shocked, but he did not become complacent just because he had gained the upper hand. He understood his own strength just too well, and he knew even better just how powerful the palm strike from before was. Let alone a 5th heavenly layer Unity Origin expert, even an 8th heavenly layer Unity Origin expert would die on the spot. There would be no chance of survival at all. Even an ordinary 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin expert wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. However, Xianxia, a 5th heavenly layer Unity Origin expert, had only been pushed back. He hadn't even scratched a hair on his opponent's body. However, he was still quite relieved. No matter what, the other party was not a match for him. He still had enough strength to kill him. The eighth master's victory in a single strike made the expressions of the disciples of the martial pavilion even uglier. Right now Xianxia was a legend in their hearts. If the legend fell, their faith would be gone. It's over. Teacher is not the eighth master's opponent. Don't worry. Teacher has many tricks up his sleeve. Let's continue watching. Do you still remember the Colosseum? It won't be easy to kill Teacher Xianxia. That's right. We have to have confidence in Teacher. Teacher has endless tricks up his sleeve. It's not something we can imagine at all. That was just a probing attack. Countless people were paying attention to Xianxia's situation. Whether it was the disciples of the martial pavilion or the disciples of the Feather Clan, there was no exception. Clearly, Xianxia had become the focus of the entire battlefield due to his previous performance. In the eyes of the Feather Clan, as long as they killed Xianxia, victory would still belong to them. However, in the eyes of the disciples of the martial pavilion, if Xianxia was killed, they would completely lose their backbone and their will to fight. Xianxia, you're finished. You're not a match for me at all. The eighth master's aura was arrogant. The wings on his back were flapping constantly. The seven-colored spear in his hand was glowing brightly. After winning in a single strike, he was extremely confident in himself. Let's try. Xianxia smiled. From his face, one could not see the slightest bit of panic. Whoosh! The spear in the eighth master's hand whistled like a poisonous dragon. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Xianxia. 26 swords. Xianxia's sword aura rampaged. 26 swords were launched. His entire person disappeared and became one with the sword. Becoming one with the sword, invincible swordsmanship. To countless disciples of the martial pavilion, this sword was a magnificent display. It was enough for them to comprehend in their lifetime. Even if they were given 8 lifetimes, they would not be able to comprehend it. Many disciples who cultivated in swordsmanship were dumbfounded when they saw this sword. Some of them had already seen Xianxia perform it in the beast fighting arena when he fought against the three-eyed panther. Now that they saw it again, they were dumbfounded. They could not believe that there was such a magical swordsmanship in the world. Rumble. The sky dragon's sword and the eighth master's spear collided again. Endless waves of air began to ripple and the entire sky was covered by the sword aura. 26 swords was just too terrifying. With a cultivation of the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, Xianxia performed the 26 swords and blocked the 8th master's spear. It seemed that they were on par. What? The 8th master exclaimed. His eyes were about to bleed. Xianxia, what swordsmanship is that? The 8th master could not help but be shocked. The sword attack from Xianxia was just too terrifying. It could only be described as world-shaking. The sword that will kill you. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. The sword in his hand emitted a chilling aura. Kill me. Xianxia, you're too confident. I admit that you're powerful, but I'm afraid that you can't kill me. The 8th master laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. He naturally admitted that Xianxia was powerful, but he was still confident in his own strength. I'm done playing with you. Xianxia did not want to waste any more time. After all, the battle here had to end soon. He still had to help Li Long and Ji Tian. After all, the two teams did not have an expert like De Huang Dog to cast a defensive formation. Their losses would definitely be more severe than here. The roar of a dragon spread out. A primordial force was released from Xianxia's body. In the next moment, with the dragon transformation, Xianxia was like a real dragon that had descended from the heavens. His combat strength instantly increased by 10 times. What? Countless exclamations sounded out again. Everyone stared at Xianxia in shock. The sudden transformation and the eye-catching half-human half-dragon image had a great impact on everyone's vision. Damn it, what the hell is this? How can there be such a person in the human race? The 8th master almost vomited blood. It was his first time seeing such a troublesome opponent. What a powerful chi of the real dragon. Is that a real dragon? Teacher is clearly a human. This should be a powerful transformation skill. Perhaps he has the bloodline of a real dragon. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. His combat strength has skyrocketed. The 8th master is done for. Chapter 40-41. 8th young master, hand over your life. Xianxia took a step forward and appeared in front of the 8th young master in the blink of an eye. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying true dragon palm rippled out once again. The terrifying dragon claw was like a huge barrier, pressing down on the eighth young master. Impossible. The eighth young master felt an unparalleled pressure, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He could even feel the aura of death. This aura was so foreign to him, yet so real at the same time. Without any hesitation, the eighth young master immediately used his wings, turned around and ran. He was not a fool. He knew that if he did not run now, he would not have another chance. Jiang Chen's battle strength had increased by 10 times after his dragon transformation. He was no match for him at all. In the entire Yu clan, no one was a match for Jiang Chen other than the leader of the winged people, who was at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. In this state, Jiang Chen was invincible under the Earth Source realm. He was truly invincible. Trying to run now? It's too late. The speed of your Yu clan is nothing in front of me. Jiang Chen's cold voice was like the king of hell, pronouncing a death sentence on the eighth young master. Just when the eighth young master was about to run, Jiang Chen was even faster. The terrifying true dragon palm pressed down on him. Rumble. The giant palm pressed down like a mountain, causing the void to explode. Ah! A miserable shriek was heard. The terrifying palm smashed on the eighth young master's body. Feathers flew in the air along with streams of blood. In the next moment, the eighth young master appeared in front of them. He was not dead yet, but he was not far from it. His body was covered in blood and all his feathers had fallen off. Only his bloodied wings were barely supporting him from falling from the sky. Pretty tenacious. Jiang Chen snorted. The heavenly dragon sword appeared above the eighth young master's head. The eighth young master would not be able to dodge this sword no matter what. Stop! Don't kill our young master. The leader of the winged men, who was fighting against Nie Xiaoying, was horrified when he saw this. If the eighth young master was killed in front of him, he would be punished by the clan leader even if he could walk out of this place alive. The eighth prince was an important member of the Harpies. He could not die. Your opponent is me. Nie Xiaoying was in high spirits, and her startling sword technique was getting more and more powerful. How could she allow the leader of the feather people to deal with Jiang Chen? Now that the martial pavilion had the absolute upper hand, as long as Jiang Chen killed the 8 young masters, the entire feather race would be in chaos. When that happened, they would lose all will to fight, and that would be the time for them to win. How could Nie Xiaoying miss such a great opportunity? At this time, it all depended on her cooperation with Jiang Chen. Chua. The winged people team leader was unable to save their young master in time, and the pitiful 8th young master was cut in half by Jiang Chen's sword. His blood sprayed through the sky and he could not be more dead. 8th young master. The winged people team leader's eyes were wide open and he roared loudly. However, the more he did so, the more chaotic his mind became. Under Nie Xiaoying's powerful attack, he became even more inferior and pathetic. The 8th young master has been killed. The 8th young master is dead. What should we do? The disciples of the martial pavilion are too strong. Even the 8th young master is dead. We are doomed. We don't have the advantage in numbers either. These people from the martial pavilion are all like they are on steroids. They don't care about their lives. How are we going to fight them? The feather race was in chaos. They had completely lost their formation and even their last bit of will to fight had disappeared. All the winged people had the intention to retreat. The 8th young master had been killed and this was a huge blow to them. They had lost their backbone in an instant. This was the same with the martial pavilion. Although both parties had captains, the real backbone of the martial pavilion was Jiang Chen, and the real backbone of the feather race was the 8th young master, not the winged people team leader. This was determined by identity and status. Everyone listen up. Retreat and regroup with the other 2 teams. The winged people team leader shouted loudly. He had no choice but to give the order to retreat. He could already tell that the feather race had lost their will to fight, while the martial pavilion was full of fighting spirit like ferocious tigers. Under such circumstances, the feather race would be wiped out sooner or later if they continued to fight. Putting aside the fact that he couldn't even deal with Nie Xiaoying, and the disciples of the martial pavilion were as ferocious as tigers, Jiang Chen, a monster in human form, was enough to wipe out most of the winged people. All in all, there was no way to fight this battle. Hearing the winged people team leader's order to retreat, the disciples of the winged people acted as if they had heard a special pardon. They immediately abandoned their opponents and turned to run. Although they couldn't win, it wasn't a problem to escape. The feather race was confident in this aspect. If they wanted to run, even if the disciples of the martial pavilion used 100 flight talismans, they wouldn't be able to catch up to them. "Wow, Birdman, you want to run now? It's over. I, Master Dog, have already set up the sky-concealing formation. None of you can escape." At this moment, a burst of wild laughter suddenly sounded. De Huang Dog, who hadn't appeared in the battle previously, suddenly appeared. "Haha, awesome." Xieting laughed out loud. The moment he saw De Huang Dog, he knew that all the winged people here were finished. De Huang Dog was a true formation expert. Xieting had already experienced this before he entered the Qiliang Mountain. "I was wondering why I didn't see De Huang just now. It turns out that he's using the same trick again. This time the winged people are finished." Zhang Qing said. "That's right. Although the experts of the feather race can break the formation set up by De Huang, we won't give them the chance to do so. As long as the formation obstructs them slightly, we'll kill them all." Han Dong was also full of vigor. Almost at the moment they saw De Huang Dog, they had already predicted the outcome of the feather race. It was the same as when they dealt with the group of winged people previously. "Damn it, it's that dog again. This place has been set up with a formation. We're trapped here. Everyone attack with all your might and break the formation." The feather race was in a complete mess. Now that they couldn't even escape, all that was left was endless panic. "Kill, don't give them the chance to break the formation." The disciples of the martial pavilion charged forward in a frenzy. At this moment, the disciples of the martial pavilion were extremely excited. At the very beginning, they were trapped by the feather race's big plot and fell into the 8 Gates maze formation. They had tasted the suffering of the formation. Now the harpies felt like they had been trapped for a very long time and they could feel true despair. "Damn it, it's Master Dog's turn now." Chapter 40-42. Ah ah ah. Incomparably mournful cries filled the air. It was simply too miserable. The people of the Yu clan had already lost their will to fight. They only wanted to break the formation and escape, but there were too many people from the martial pavilion, and they were not given the chance. De Huang Dog was too terrifying. As he rampaged, there were corpses everywhere. Flesh, blood, and feathers flew everywhere. He was simply an ancient beast. De Huang Dog, who was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, was an invincible existence in such a large-scale battle. With a body of flesh and a head of iron, one would be injured, one would be killed, one could not escape, and one could not defeat. The doomsday of the Feather Clan was truly tragic. At this moment, in the hinterland of the Feather Clan on Rising Feather Mountain, the higher-ups of the Feather Clan were still complacent, even drinking. They had already predicted that the 8 Gates maze formation was invincible, at least in the Red East region. Unfortunately, they would never have thought that Jiangqin and Big Yellow would appear in the martial pavilion. They were 2 old ancestors from another world, the originators of the formation world. Their existence was a nightmare for the feather race, a grievous piece of news. "Ah, clan leader, I think at least 1/3 of the disciples of the martial pavilion have died, or even half. Clan leader's move is too brilliant. Those who entered the Star Lord's ruins are all genius disciples of the Unity Origin realm. With their abilities, no one can break the 8 Gates maze formation. We have the advantage, and the disciples of the martial pavilion can only wait to be slaughtered. When the ruins open again in 3 days, there will be a good show." That's right. When the time comes, none of the disciples of the human race will come out. Wu Changtian and the others will have no evidence to say that we set up a conspiracy. They can only blame the disciples of the martial pavilion for not being strong enough and destroying the hope of the younger generation of the human race. In less than 100 years, no 50 years at most, it will be the doomsday of the human race. At that time, the Feather Clan will completely inform the Red East region and become the absolute ruler of the Red East region. Just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. After so many years, our wish is finally going to come true. Unfortunately, this Star Lord's remains are only a dilapidated existence. Apart from a space attached to Qiliang Mountain, there are no other treasures inside. What a pity. Oh, it's a pity. Although there aren't any treasures inside, it has helped us a lot. Without the Star Lord's ruins, how could our plan be realized? If our plan is successful, it would be more valuable than any treasures. The Yu clan's Heavenly Source Realm experts were still in a state of extreme excitement. The 8 gates maze formation was laid by them together, so they were extremely confident because they could not think of any other accidents that could happen. According to their estimations, the ruins of the Star Lord were already in chaos. Who knew how many people of the human race had died? Furthermore, in the next 2.5 days, all the disciples of the human race would be killed. Not a single one of them would be able to walk out alive. Unfortunately, the massacre that was happening in the Star Lord's ruins was the exact opposite of what they had expected. Not only did the disciples of the Feather Clan not use the formation to trap the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, but they were trapped in the formation and were being massacred. Even the 8th young master, who was a leader, had perished on the spot. Screams could be heard continuously. The formation laid by De Huang Dog might not be indestructible. If the Feather Clan worked together, they could easily break it. Unfortunately, they had no chance to break the formation. Kill all these birdmen. The disciples of the Martial Pavilion were completely in a state of madness. Every one of them was full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. Every one of them waved the weapons in their hands and killed the people of the Feather Clan in a frenzy. The most important thing in a war was momentum and morale. The disciples of the Martial Pavilion were originally at a disadvantage. Even without the 8 gates maze formation, the human race at the Unity Origin realm did not have the slightest advantage against the Feather Clan. However, this disadvantage was completely reversed by Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. Under the leadership of the two of them, the morale of the disciples of the Martial Pavilion could not be lower. Under the fierce leadership of Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog, the remaining disciples of the Feather Clan did not have much power to resist. In just an hour, all the Feather Clan except for the leader of the Feather Clan had died tragically. Not a single one of them was left alive. Too excited. All the disciples of the Martial Pavilion were in a frenzy. They felt that the blood in their bodies had been boiling. At this moment it was completely boiling. In the Red East region, the human race and the Feather Clan had been fighting for countless years. Among them, the most intense battle was between the Feather Clan and the Martial Pavilion. All along, the disciples of the Martial Pavilion had never experienced such a great victory. This was a complete victory. The Feather Clan was completely annihilated. Such a scene was something that countless disciples of the Martial Pavilion had never dreamed of. At this moment, in the eyes of all the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog were already inhuman existences. They were true gods that could do anything. Even if the peak earthly source experts of the Martial Pavilion were here, they would not be able to deal with the situation today. Just the 8 gates maze formation alone, the only person in the entire Martial Pavilion who had the ability to break this formation was probably the Pavilion Master of the Everlasting Pavilion, Xianxia, and it was only a possibility. However, it was impossible for a heavenly source expert like Xianxia to participate in this kind of training. Apart from Xianxia, no one in the Everlasting Pavilion could break the 8 gates maze formation that was jointly set up by a dozen heavenly source experts. In other words, without the existence of Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog, the Martial Pavilion would definitely be destroyed. It's over. It's completely over. The long-term plan of our Feather Clan has been destroyed in a day. In less than 50 years, the Feather Clan will be destroyed. With Zhou Xian here, we won't even need 50 years. We won't even need 10 years. The leader of the winged people looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Under Nie Xiaoying's crazy attacks, he had suffered many injuries. Coupled with the despair that had already surfaced in his heart, he basically had no will to fight anymore. Now that the 8 young masters had been killed, along with the entire team of hundreds of Feather Clan geniuses, even if he was an earthly source expert, it would be difficult for him to survive under such circumstances. Zhou Xian would not give him a chance. A desolate feeling emerged in the heart of the leader of the winged people. This was originally a huge plot against the human clan, with the aim of cutting off the future of the human clan. However, he did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. In the end, the ones who would be destroyed would be the Feather Clan. The Feather Clan had dug a pit for themselves to jump into. This was a grave that they had dug for themselves. Teacher Zhou Xian, bring some people to assist Ji Tian and Li Long. Leave this person to me. I will definitely deal with him. Chapter 40-43. All right. Zhou Xian nodded. He had a lot of trust in Nie Xiaoying. After receiving his guidance, Nie Xiaoying's startling sword art had become more and more skillful. Given the current state of the wingman captain, He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long under Nie Xiaoying's powerful attacks. This battle was extremely important to Nie Xiaoying. She was currently in a state where she was about to break through. After killing the winged clan leader, her cultivation might break through directly. Once Nie Xiaoying broke through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would be the doomsday for the disciples of the Feather Clan. In fact, even if Nie Xiaoying did not break through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would still be the doomsday for the Feather Clan. De Huang Dog grabbed at the void with his paw and tore a hole in the defensive formation. All the disciples of the martial pavilion left the place at an unparalleled speed, leaving Nie Xiaoying and the winged clan leader alone. Jiang Qin flapped his dragon wings and flew at the front of the team. He was now the absolute ruler of the entire martial pavilion. All the disciples of the martial pavilion did not dare to defy Jiang Qin. Without Nie Xiaoying, experts of the ninth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm like Zhang Qing were all obedient to Jiang Qin. Not to mention that Jiang Qin's ability was enough for them to call him teacher. Just Jiang Qin's strength alone was enough for them to worship him. There were probably only one or two experts of the ninth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm in the entire martial pavilion who could kill the 8 young masters of the Feather Clan. More importantly, the disciples of the martial pavilion were now following behind Jiang Qin. Every one of them felt like they were gods of war, invincible and invincible. Killing the Feather Clan was too satisfying. They had never felt so happy when fighting against the Feather Clan. On Li Long's side, the situation was not very good, but this was also expected. Although the 8 Gates maze formation had been broken, they had already suffered huge losses before the formation was broken. This was because without the help of the defensive formation, this large team had lost at least 100 disciples. In addition to the fact that they did not have the upper hand in the battle against the Feather Race, the martial pavilion had already lost more than 300 disciples since the start of the battle. Although the remaining disciples were still relatively ferocious, their morale had already fallen, and they were at a disadvantage for the entire day. Li Long and Zhao Qingquan, the 6th young master, were fighting fiercely. The two of them were enemies and it was hard to tell who would win. In fact, Li Long had already begun to fall into a disadvantageous position. After all, he had to pay attention to the losses on the martial pavilion's side, and it was inevitable that he would be distracted. This was a real massacre. The battlefield here was much more brutal than the one where Jiang Qin and the others were. The disciples of the martial pavilion here did not have the same imposing manner as Jiang Qin and the others. However, this momentum was about to be reversed. The people who were in the midst of the fierce battle suddenly saw an overwhelming number of people flying towards them. Look, someone is coming over there. They're from the martial pavilion. They're from our martial pavilion. They're from Senior Sister Nie's team. Why are they here? He must be here to help us. When the disciples of the martial pavilion here saw a large group of fellow disciples running over, they were all excited and surprised. They were excited because they had helpers, a large number of helpers. However, they were surprised because they were supposed to be in the same situation as them. How could they get rid of the siege of the Feather Race and run here? However, these were not important. The important thing was that they had come because the situation here was about to collapse. De Huang, you stay here to help and the others follow me, Jiang Qin said. Now, in order to minimize the loss of the martial pavilion, they had to split up, because the battle here seemed to be more troublesome than what they had encountered before. If they waited until the battle here was over and then went to the other side, the loss on Jition's side would be immeasurable. Okay. De Huang Dog shook his big head. His body was taller than a small hill. With De Huang Dog here, Jiang Qin was relieved. De Huang Dog's destructive power alone could defeat thousands of troops. More importantly, Jiang Qin did not intend to let a single Feather Race go. De Huang could quietly set up a big formation to trap all the Feather Race here. With the help of hundreds of disciples with great momentum, the morale of the disciples of the martial pavilion was bound to be reversed, and the situation was quickly reversed. All Feather Race, listen up. Our senior brother Jiang Qin has broken your 8 Gates maze formation. Your 8 young masters have died under the sword of senior brother Jiang Qin. The hundreds of Feather Race have all been killed by us. Your doomsday has arrived. Xie Ting stood beside De Huang Dog and shouted towards the battlefield. He was full of momentum. His voice was like thunder, rolling and resonating in the hearts of everyone on the battlefield. What? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The 8 young masters are dead. The team of hundreds of people are all killed. How is this possible? How did they do it? Why do they have the ability to break the 8 gates maze formation? What the hell is Xianxia doing? It seems to be true. Otherwise, why would the disciples of the martial pavilion come here? This is too scary. In just an instant, the feather race, whose morale was originally high, was completely in chaos. They had no idea what to do. Xiating's words were undoubtedly like thunder to them. It was simply unimaginable. On the other hand, the disciples of the martial pavilion began to shout. Ah, senior brother Xianxia is really awesome. I was wondering who broke the formation of the bird race. So it was senior brother Xianxia who did it. Senior brother Xianxia is really amazing. He broke the formation, killed the 8 young masters, and annihilated a team of the feather race. If it wasn't from senior brother Xiating, I wouldn't have believed it. Go. Brothers, it's time for our counterattack. Our helpers are here to avenge our fallen brothers. The morale of the martial pavilion was completely mobilized by Xiating in just an instant. Roar. The next moment, De Huang Dog roared to the sky and rushed into the enemy's camp. Screams filled the air. Just one collision had killed at least 5 or 6 disciples of the feather race. This scene was so shocking that the disciples of the martial pavilion could not help but be excited. While De Huang Dog was charging and killing the enemies, he secretly set up a formation and circled around the entire sky. Ah, Zhao Qingquan, your feather race is finished. Li Long suddenly laughed. He never dreamed that the martial pavilion would have a chance to turn things around, and a great one at that. He did not know what had happened to Nye Xiaoying, but he could imagine it. In his heart he had begun to worship Xianxia infinitely. Damn, how could this be? Chapter 40-44. Zhao Qingquan, you didn't expect it, did you? Our martial pavilion has a genius who is invincible. The sky-concealing formation set up by your feather clan has been completely broken by us. You've shot yourself in the foot. Just wait for your doom. Li Long's whole person changed. He changed from his previous state of defense to a crazy attack. Zhao Qingquan, who was in a mess, was in a completely different state. Mentality and momentum were especially important in a fight between evenly matched experts. Ah ah ah, shrill screams began to be heard. The disciples of the martial pavilion who came with De Huang Dog were all more ferocious than the last. They all regarded themselves as unparalleled gods of war, killing the Feather Clan's disciples without any resistance. Moreover, with the assistance of an ancient beast like De Huang Dog, how could the disciples of the Feather Clan bear it? The number of disciples of the martial pavilion was almost double that of the Feather Clan. Moreover, they were all more ferocious than the last. If this battle continued, there would only be one result. All the Feather Clan would die tragically just like before. It had to be said that Xiating was very good at inspiring people's morale. With just a few words, he completely reversed the situation and allowed the martial pavilion to launch an ultimate counterattack. Although Xianxia was not here, the situation here was basically stable with De Huang Dog. On the other side, Ji Tian's team was even more miserable. The disciples of the martial pavilion were completely suppressed. If it were not for the fact that there were more disciples of the martial pavilion at the beginning, they would have been defeated long ago. However, if this trend continued, the disciples of the martial pavilion would face destruction almost inevitably. Even if they wanted to escape, it was basically impossible. The Feather Clan had a natural advantage in speed. God wants the human race to die. The disciples of the martial pavilion were heartbroken. A disciple was pierced through the chest by a Feather Clan's spear, and his eyes were full of unwillingness before he died. The state of mind of all the disciples of the martial pavilion was changing dramatically. Before coming in, it was supposed to be an opportunity. Everyone dreamed of a big opportunity, but the reality was so cruel. Ji Tian waved the broadsword in his hand, fighting with the leader of the Feather Clan. However, Ji Tian was obviously at a disadvantage. There were many wounds on his body and he was spurting blood wildly. If this continued, he would be killed sooner or later. The 7th prince of the Feather race was at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He dominated the battlefield and had already killed 2 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm disciples of the martial pavilion. They were forced to retreat step by step. There was nowhere to retreat and nowhere to escape. This was a hopeless situation. It was a true hopeless situation that the disciples of the martial pavilion had to face. It was unprecedented. Just when everyone thought that this hopeless situation could not be changed, a miracle happened. Huff huff. A strong wind blew as a strong murderous aura surged toward them from afar, immediately attracting the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Look, it's one of us. Isn't that Zhou Xian? How can he fly? I remember that Zhou Xian is in the same team as senior sister Nia. Why are they here? I don't know what happened, but our help is here. Just like the Martial Pavilion disciples from Li Long's team, the Martial Pavilion disciples on this side were instantly excited. No matter what happened, nothing could make them more excited than seeing the Martial Pavilion disciples at this moment. What's going on? Where did so many Martial Pavilion disciples come from? The seventh young master frowned. A bad feeling began to spread in his heart. Very soon, Zhou Xian arrived at the edge of the battlefield with the hot-blooded Martial Pavilion disciples. Zhang Qing's aura was like a rainbow. He took a step forward and imitated Xie Ting's tone from before. He yelled, "The eighth young master is dead, and the entire team of the feather race has been annihilated. Our senior Zhang Qian has destroyed the 8 gates maze formation of the feather race and killed the 8th young master. Birdman, your end is here. Hurry up and surrender." With that, there was an uproar. Whether it was the feather people or the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, they all became restless. In just a moment, Zhang Qian had become the focus of everyone's attention. Holy shit, that's awesome. Senior Zhang Qian is actually so powerful. So he was the one who destroyed the 8 gates maze formation. I was wondering why the formation suddenly disappeared. I think Zhang Qian's current cultivation should only be at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. With such a cultivation, he was actually able to kill the 8th young master who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the feather race. This is admirable. This person's potential is just too great. I saw him kill the 3-eyed panther earlier. He was extremely brave. Zhang Qian had already become a legend in the Martial Pavilion, especially after this incident. Who's Zhang Qian? The 7th young master stood out, furious. Me. Zhang Qian flapped his dragon wings as he smiled faintly. You killed my 8th brother. The 7th young master's face was filled with killing intent. Not just that. I killed the 9th young master as well. You can go down and accompany your brother. Zhang Qian said indifferently. Meeting here had already sentenced this arrogant 7th young master to death. Zhang Qian was very interested in killing these young masters of the feather race. Bastard, I'm going to avenge my brother today. I'd like to see how strong a 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm like you can be. I'd also like to see how you're going to break the 8 gates maze formation. The 7th young master was currently in a berserk state. He hated Zhang Qian to the core. Putting aside the fact that Zhang Qian had killed 2 of his brothers, if it weren't for Zhang Qian, the feather race's grand plan wouldn't have gone down the drain. The 7th young master was filled with killing intent as he charged towards Zhang Qian in a frenzy. Zhang Qing and the others had smiles on their faces as if they already knew the outcome. They had personally witnessed the battle prowess of Zhang Qian's dragon transformation. The 8th young master, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, couldn't even take a single move from Zhang Qian. The 7th young master's cultivation base was the same as the 8th young master's, and he couldn't be much stronger than the 8th young master. Fighting Zhang Qian would only result in death. There was no way he could survive. A violent force suddenly erupted from Zhang Qian's body as the dragon transformation emerged. A terrifying qi wave rippled out. Zhang Qian's battle prowess instantly increased. Zhang Qian didn't want to waste time with the 7th young master. He wanted to kill the 7th young master with lightning speed to build up the morale of the disciples of the Martial Pavilion. What? The 7th young master, who was initially brimming with vigor, instantly felt the terrifying pressure from Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian didn't care about this. The true dragon palm pressed down on the 7th young master's body. Arg! The 7th young master let out a miserable shriek. He couldn't resist it at all. The power was too strong. With just a single palm, the 7th young master was killed on the spot. He didn't even give Zhang Qian a chance to strike again. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Countless people stared at the mighty and domineering Zhang Qian in a daze as if they had seen a ghost. How could there be such a domineering person who could kill the 7th young master in a second? Chapter 40-45. Strong, super strong, really too strong. At this moment, All the disciples of the martial pavilion were in awe of Jiang Qin. Even Zhang Qing and the others who had seen Jiang Qin kill the 8th young master were still overwhelmed with emotions when they saw Jiang Qin kill the 7th young master. Such a scene had indeed boosted the morale of the disciples. In just an instant, the disciples of the martial pavilion who were previously completely dispirited had become full of vigor and vigor. Their silent battle blood had also begun to boil at this moment. Bastard! The leader of the winged clan was furious. The 7th young master was killed in front of him. Even if he could get out of here alive, he would be punished. All the people of the Feather Clan at this moment had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. The situation had turned around too quickly. The surging excitement just now was instantly smashed to the bottom. The death of the 7th young master had caused an irreversible blow to the morale of the Feather Clan. Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin. Someone in the crowd shouted. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with the shouting of Jiang Qin's name. It was earth-shattering and shook the heavens. The sound was like rolling thunder. The morale of the disciples of the martial pavilion had become unprecedentedly high. Kill, leave no one alive. Jiang Qin returned to his human form and raised the sky dragon sword high. He waved his arm and shouted, his voice like thunder. At this moment, Jiang Qin was the master of this battlefield. He was the only one on this battlefield. He was the invincible god of war. His words could ignite the fighting blood in the hearts of countless disciples of the martial pavilion. Kill. In the next moment, the disciples of the martial pavilion began to counterattack in a frenzy. Their previous state was completely different. Each of their eyes were bloodshot, and their killing intent soared to the sky. They were too depressed and aggrieved from the previous battle. Now they wanted to release all of their previous grievances. They wanted to use the blood of the winged men to wash away their humiliation. They wanted to use the blood of the winged men to avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. Screams filled the sky. The life and death battlefield was instantly boiling again. However, this time the ones who had the upper hand were no longer the winged humans, but the people from the martial pavilion. This large group of disciples from the martial pavilion, after receiving the help of Jiang Qin and the rest, was like a tiger that had grown wings, and they were extremely ferocious. As for the people that Jiang Qin had brought, most of them had received pointers from Jiang Qin. Each and every one of them was eager to break through in battle. They were now very confident in their own strength. They were completely following Jiang Qin's pointers and constantly improving. It could be said that they were constantly improving. Jiang Qin stood in the sky above the battlefield, flapping his dragon wings like a controller. Jiang Qin looked at the battlefield. This battle was basically settled, and the martial pavilion would definitely obtain the final victory. However, what Jiang Qin wanted was not just a simple victory. The victory he wanted was the big conspiracy that the winged race had against the human race. As the saying went, a taste of their own medicine. Whatever the winged race wanted to do to the human race would have to do the same to the winged race. Moreover, Jiang Qin was very clear that in the Red East region, the human race and the winged race would have a life and death battle sooner or later. Of these two major races, one would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, what Jiang Qin wanted to do now was to make all the geniuses of the winged race stay here, so that none of the people who entered the Star-Lord's ruins would be able to leave. He wanted to make the leader of the winged race regret doing this. Because there were many disciples from the martial pavilion, there were no winged humans who had the opportunity to fight against Jiang Qin. Moreover, Jiang Qin had even killed the 7th young master in a second. Ordinary winged humans would be sending themselves to their deaths if they came. In the entire winged race, only the leader of the winged humans could fight against Jiang Qin. However, Jitian was not someone to be trifled with. How could he give him the chance to fight against Jiang Qin? Jitian was not a fool. He could naturally see that Jiang Qin had completely become the backbone of the human race. With Jiang Qin around, the morale of the martial pavilion would only get stronger and stronger. Jiang Qin was relaxed, but he was not idle either. He repeated his old tricks and began to set up layers of restrictions in the sky above the entire battlefield. He set up a huge trapping formation to trap all the winged humans here, not giving them a chance to escape. Escape had always been the strength of the winged race. If hundreds of winged humans wanted to escape, the martial pavilion would not be able to stop them no matter how big the formation was. Their speed was too fast. Therefore, at this time the formation played its most crucial role. It was not to completely trap them here but only to prevent them from escaping. Xianxia was proficient in the no-beginning formation. 108,000 formations that could evolve endlessly. Any formation in the world was at his fingertips. His attainments in formations far surpassed that of De Huang Dog. To put it bluntly, if Xianxia were to personally set up the formation, it would be the end of the world for the winged race. A true doomsday. All the winged humans were immersed in the battle and had no time to pay attention to anything else. They did not know that their fates were undergoing a huge change. Xianxia was silently cutting off all their escape routes. Xianxia scanned the battlefield as he set up the formation. Finally, his gaze landed on Zhou. At this moment, Zhou was being suppressed by the leader of the winged humans. It was obvious that he was losing. Zhou was wielding an oversized hammer in his hand. It was extremely sharp, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. However, after watching it, Xianxia could not help but shake his head. Zhou, your hammering technique is too complicated. There should be 5 forms in your hammering technique, but you haven't mastered the essence of it. Why don't you focus on one type of hammering technique and combine them into one? Focus on one and use the thunderclap hammer technique. Xianxia said like a teacher guiding his disciple. Hearing this, Zhou, who was in the middle of the battle, was stunned. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Zhou was too shocked. Xianxia could see the essence of his hammering technique with a single glance. He could even tell that there was a total of 5 forms in his hammering technique and give the most precise guidance. This was too ridiculous. Senior brother Zhou, teacher Xianxia has already guided us. After receiving his guidance, our strength has been improving. Senior sister Nye's cultivation is about to break through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Zhang Qing said. In fact, there was no need for Zhang Qing to remind him. Zhou was not stupid. Jiang Chen's words had already made him feel enlightened. Thank you for your guidance. Zhou shouted at Jiang Chen before shouting, Thunderclap hammer. The hammer smashed down like a mountain. This time, Zhou followed Jiang Chen's instructions and concentrated his strength. The hammer actually released a thunderous sound. The hammering technique that Zhou was using was the thunderclap hammer technique. However, after so many years of cultivation, Zhou had never produced a thunderous sound. After receiving guidance from Jiang Chen, the thunderous sound immediately appeared. Chapter 40-46. Ha! Zhou laughed wildly. After fighting for so long, he had never felt so carefree. Looking at the dazzling war hammer in his hand and the flickering lightning, Zhou had a feeling that he was about to make a breakthrough. When he looked at Jiang Chen again, Zhou's gaze had completely changed. He was simply an extraordinary person who could do anything. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Zhou cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. Just those few words of guidance were enough for Zhou to respectfully call him teacher. Just like Xia Ting in the Qingyuan Thunder Pool. That's impossible. Who are you? Reincarnation of an almighty? The leader of the feathered squad was shocked and said while gritting his teeth. After fighting with Zhou for so long, he already knew Zhou's moves like the back of his hand. His strength was definitely above Zhou's, but after this Jiang Chen came, Zhou became a completely different person with just a few words, and the war hammer in his hand became extremely fierce. What the fuck, is senior brother Jiang Chen really that amazing? Just a few words of guidance and he actually made senior brother Zhou so powerful that he immediately turned the situation around. Yeah, this is too magical. I wonder if he can give us some guidance. He is even more powerful than the elders of our martial pavilion. The disciples who followed Zhou were all shocked. Of course, teacher is almighty. I won't hide it from you guys. It is because we have received teacher's guidance that we have improved and our combat strength has soared. That is why we have eliminated the entire feathered squad in such a short period of time. That's right, if you guys can receive teacher's guidance, you will definitely be the same as us. I am confident that after this battle with the feathered squad, my cultivation will immediately improve. Teacher is a divine person. I guess that teacher might really be the reincarnation of an almighty. Otherwise, he would not be so proficient in so many things. Alchemy, setting up formations, breaking formations, he is omnipotent. Previously, he even had a lesson in our everlasting pavilion. Even our great elder had to call him teacher. The disciples who had been taught by Jiang Chen all had proud expressions on their faces as they started to brag. Of course, they weren't bragging. What they said was the truth. The truth had indeed allowed them to improve, a huge improvement. Teacher, could you give me some pointers? Teacher, please guide me. Brothers, let's fight against these birdmen. Let's use everything we've learned and let our teachers guide us. The disciples of the martial pavilion were in an uproar once again. Each and every one of them was shouting loudly, especially those disciples who had not been guided by Zhou Xian. Each one of them was more excited than the other. They had witnessed Zhou Xian's capabilities with their own eyes. Even Ji Tian had called him teacher, let alone them. Moreover, the disciples who had just arrived had all received pointers from Zhou Xian. They had also clearly seen the battle just now. Those who had received pointers from Zhou Xian were indeed much more brilliant than before. There were many people here who lived together on a daily basis. Some of them were even friends or brothers. They understood each other quite well. Whether or not each other's strength had improved, they were naturally very clear. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity to improve themselves. Zhou Xian had a sharp eye for pointers in battle. No one was willing to miss such a great opportunity. The path of cultivation itself was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the process of cultivation, everyone would encounter all kinds of problems. In this process, if there was an expert to guide them, they would be able to avoid many detours. The roars were endless. The disciples of the martial pavilion had completely erupted. Each and every one of them was unprecedentedly hot-blooded. Zhou Xian did not disappoint them. He stood high up in the sky and waved his hand to point out the situation. His powerful soul power spread out. Almost every move of the disciples of the martial pavilion on the battlefield was within the scope of Zhou Xian's control. Zhou Xian pointed them out one by one. Everyone's weaknesses were all pointed out in one go, and his pointers were straight to the point. More importantly, every disciple who had received pointers from Zhou Xian was abnormally excited. This kind of pointers were really on point. It was completely enlightening. The battlefield was burning. The Feather Clan was beaten back again and again. They were completely outmatched. On the battlefield there were flying feathers and flesh and blood everywhere. Such a battlefield was completely a war. In this place, death pervaded everywhere. This was the real Azura hell. There was only real killing here. It was either you die or I live. For the disciples of the martial pavilion, this battle was extremely important. To put it bluntly, those who participated in this battle and walked out alive would have great achievements in the future. Only a life and death experience could truly test a person and truly improve a person. Shrill screams filled the air. The Feather Clan was killed without any trace of anger. Their previous arrogance was completely suppressed. The disciples of the martial pavilion were like hungry tigers, crazily plundering their prey. On the other side, the greatest hope of the Feather Clan was also being suppressed by Ji Tian. The rushing thunderhammer technique was getting stronger and stronger. Ji Tian's attacks were getting smoother and smoother. The leader of the Feather Clan had already been beaten to the point where the spear in his hand had already been shattered. Leader, we can't fight anymore. Let's retreat. A ninth Heaven Feather Clan member of the Unity Origin realm who was covered in blood shouted. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. The leader of the Winged Men clan shouted in an extremely unwilling voice. He was indeed unwilling. This was originally a huge conspiracy set up by the Winged Men clan, and it was specifically targeted at the disciples of the martial pavilion. However, the situation in front of him was completely different from what he had expected. Retreat? I'm afraid it's too late to retreat now. Zhou Xian's voice sounded again. It was like the voice of the god of death, pronouncing judgment on the Feather Clan. What did you say? The leader of the Feather Clan looked at Zhou Xian and shouted. I've already set up a sky concealing formation here. None of you will be able to escape today. Zhou Xian said. Impossible. The leader of the Feather Clan was shocked, but his expression had already begun to panic. The sky concealing formation. If this was said by someone else, he would definitely treat it as a joke. However, this Zhou Xian was too mystical. When he was guiding the disciples of the martial pavilion, he had heard it clearly. Even if he was an enemy, he had to worship Zhou Xian as a god. You'll know once you try. The Feather Clan wants to use the formation to destroy the future of the human clan. We can do it too. I'll let the Feather Clan know what it means to shoot yourself in the foot. Zhou Xian's aura was incomparably strong. He was like a supreme being who could make the enemy tremble and raise the morale of the entire human clan just by standing there. There's really a formation. Some of the Feather Clan members tried but couldn't break through the formless formation. Chapter 40-47. For the Feather Race, when escaping had become an extravagant hope, that was the true despair. At this moment, everyone's heart was in a state of panic. The martial pavilion was too powerful. For the Feather Race, death had already begun to envelop them. It's over. It's completely over. Damn it. When did the martial pavilion have such a freak? Is he really proficient in everything? We're going to be trapped to death. The disciples of the Feather Clan were in complete despair. They had no fighting spirit at all. If they continued to fight, they would only be met with death. Brothers, what are you waiting for? The birdmen have nowhere to escape. Kill them all. Tian shouted and took the lead to attack the leader of the Feather Clan again. They were very confident in Jiang Chen's formation. A person who could break the 8 doors maze formation with his own strength could easily set up a trapping formation. Moreover, they would not give the Feather Clan any chance to break the formation. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not need them as his teammates. Kill. The disciples of the martial pavilion swarmed up again. With such a huge disparity in strength and numbers, the Feather Clan had no chance at all. As for the disciples of the martial pavilion, they wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. This was because they knew very well how the Feather Race had treated them previously, especially when they were trapped in the 8 gates maze formation. They were their prey. Now that they had a chance to turn things around, the disciples of the martial pavilion would not be polite. Moreover, they had to avenge the death of hundreds of disciples of the martial pavilion. A blood feud could only be washed away with the blood of the enemy. Killing a hellish killing. The battle was very crazy. It was the same here and on Li Long's side. They had an overwhelming advantage. De Huang Dog also set up the concealing formation, leaving no way for the Feather Clan to survive. The battle lasted for 2 hours. Not a single feather managed to escape and all of them were killed. Until now, Zhao Qianquan was still fighting with the Feather Clan. Nie Xiaoying had already killed the leader of the Feather Clan and was about to break through to the second heaven of the Earth Source realm. The disciples of the martial pavilion had achieved an unprecedented victory. Every single one of them had a glorious glow on their faces. They had never participated in such a large-scale battle in their entire lives. This was something that they did not even dare to dream about. De Huang Dog and Nie Xiaoying came to Jiang Chen's side at the same time. They glanced at the Winged People captain who was still struggling and smiled knowingly. The Winged People captain was a general without an army. It was only a matter of time before Ji Tian killed him. Teacher, I've already killed my opponent. It's all thanks to your guidance that we were able to achieve such a great victory. Nie Xiaoying said as she looked at Jiang Chen's handsome face. She couldn't help but be infatuated with him. It's not bad. Your cultivation is already infinitely close to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. You'll be able to break through after this. Jiang Chen smiled at Nie Xiaoying. There were still many geniuses in the martial pavilion. Little Chenzi, there are treasures in the Starlord dimension. De Huang Dog's voice suddenly came to Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered and a trace of joy emerged in the depths of his eyes. De Huang Dog had an extraordinary sense of finding treasures. This ability was unique. Since De Huang Dog said there were treasures, it must be true. Jiang Chen was very interested in the treasures left by a Star Lord. In fact, since entering the Eternal World, Jiang Chen had never obtained any useful trump cards or treasures. The treasures left by a Star Lord would certainly not be bad. How about Li Long? Jiang Chen asked. They've all been killed. Only the 6th young master is struggling. De Huang Dog said. Can Li Long handle it? Jiang Chen said. Teacher, don't worry. Li Long and Zhao Qingquan are sworn enemies. I'm afraid he doesn't want others to help him. Anyway, we have the upper hand now and Zhao Qingquan can't escape. Let Li Long solve the grievances with Zhao Qingquan for many years. Nie Xiaoying said. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. This result was also what he wanted to see. Geniuses like Li Long and Ji Tian were proud in their bones. This was also a great opportunity for them. If they could kill their opponents by themselves, it would be a good growth for them. Nie Xiaoying, I'll leave the situation here to you. I'll go to the Starlord's relics. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen didn't care about the winged man captain who was fighting with Ji Tian at all. Not to mention that this guy couldn't even deal with Ji Tian. He was already like a crossbow struggling to hold on. Nye Xiaoying alone wouldn't give the winged man captain a chance to escape. Teacher, don't worry. When the Star-Lord's relics open again, I promise I won't let a winged man go out. Nye Xiaoying's momentum shook. She had a kind of domineering spirit that was not inferior to men. De Huang, let's go. Jiang Chen said. With a flap of his dragon wings he left the battlefield with De Huang Dog. The war with the winged men was basically over. Zhao Qinkuan, the winged man captain, was the only one left. It was meaningless for Jiang Chen to continue to stay here. He could take this opportunity to find treasures with De Huang Dog. Teacher, what are they doing? I don't know. They should go to the Star-Lord's relics. However, we don't need to ask what teacher is going to do. We don't need to worry about his ability. This time, our martial pavilion could win a complete victory all because of teacher and that dog. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, the winged men are so treacherous. They used this kind of conspiracy to deal with us. It seems that the real war between us and the winged men will not be far away. Why do you think teacher is so powerful? His combat strength is terrifying, his alchemy skills are superb, and his formation is unparalleled in the world. It's really shocking. I guess he must be the reincarnation of a powerful person. Otherwise he can't be so powerful. Stop guessing. Anyway, in my opinion, it's our human race's luck to have a person like teacher. In the future, whether we can win the war with the winged men and become the real master of the Red East territory, teacher will definitely play a vital role. This battle had completely established Jiang Chen's prestige. From now on he would become the teacher of the whole martial pavilion in a real sense. Everyone in the martial pavilion would probably regard him as the center. Don't speculate about teacher. It's a great disrespect to teacher. Do you understand? Nye Xiaoying turned around and scolded. Yes, senior sister Nye. We know we're wrong. Teacher has helped us so much. He's our savior. This is a great favor. From now on, teacher will be the person I respect the most. Chapter 40-48. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog left. One man and one dog, they headed towards the deeper regions of the Star-Lord's ruins. De Huang, did you really feel that there's any treasure here? This Star-Lord's ruins are obviously an empty shell that was discovered by the Feather Clan. Furthermore, their heavenly source experts have already entered this place. Even if there were treasures inside, they would have long been looted by the Feather Clan. Don't tell me that there are still some superior treasures left for us? Jiang Chen said that he had always been inferior to De Huang Dog in terms of finding treasures. He admired De Huang Dog very much for this point. You probably don't know about this. From what I can see, this Star-Lord space is built on the Qiliang Mountain. It's originally an empty shell, but it's not an empty shell either. That's because the Star-Lord who built this space is pretty awesome. Even if the Feather Clan's heavenly source experts have entered this place, they wouldn't have the ability to find the true treasures here. De Huang Dog said in an incomparably arrogant manner. So you're saying that there really are treasures here? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up once again. It seemed that this trip to the Star-Lord's space wasn't in vain. Of course. Listen to my instructions. De Huang Dog shook his head. The light wings on his back flapped and he moved at an incomparably fast speed. This Star-Lord's space wasn't small. In fact, a Star-Lord didn't have the ability to create such a large space. The reason why this space was so large was because of the topography of the Qiliang Mountain. Without the Qiliang Mountain, this space would most likely be extremely thin. Under De Huang Dog's lead, they searched for half a day before finally stopping in a valley. The desolate valley was too desolate. There was nothing here. In fact, there was nothing in the entire Star-Lord space. Just as Jiang Chen had predicted, this place was an empty shell. However, when they arrived at the top of the valley, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Little Chenzi, you've noticed it too, haven't you? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. There is a formation floating here. This valley is merely an illusion that has appeared in front of us. It is not the real scene. As for the real scene, we will only be able to discover it after we break this illusion formation. Said Jiang Chen. He could clearly sense the chi of the formation here. His attainments in the field of formation were just too high. His senses were incomparably sharp. He could tell whether there was a formation in the void with just a glance. That's right. No matter how real the illusion was, it couldn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes and perception. That's right, it's a psychedelic formation. However, we don't have to break this formation. If we do that, the real scene will be completely exposed. It wouldn't be good if the disciples of the martial pavilion were to discover it. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Qin nodded. Although De Huang Dog had his own selfish motives, what he said was not unreasonable. After all, they still didn't know what kind of treasure the Real Star Lord had left behind. Moreover, if they wanted to obtain the treasure, they couldn't let too many people know about it. If they knew, it would no longer be a secret. Once they knew, it would spread to everyone. Even if Jiang Qin took the treasure away now, there would still be a lot of trouble in the future. Let alone others, just the experts of the martial pavilion would most likely have their eyes on it. The treasure left behind by the Star Lord was no small matter. There had never been a Star Lord in the entire Scarlet East region. Not even a high-level heavenly source expert had appeared. The influence of a Star Lord was just too great. Hence, it was best for him to obtain the treasure silently now. No one would know about it. After he left, the disciples of the martial pavilion could even testify for him and prove that this was indeed an empty shell, and there was no treasure at all. Moreover, this psychedelic formation was set up by a Star Lord expert. With our strength, even if we can break it, we'll still need some time. By then the 3 days will have long passed. The Star Lord's space will open again and the Scarlet Mountain will fall into chaos. De Huang Dog said. Once the 3 days were up, the Scarlet Mountain would definitely fall into chaos. Everyone in the Yu clan would die. How could the higher-ups of the Yu clan let it go so easily? That's right. If it's just finding a way to enter the psychedelic formation, it'll be very simple for us. We'll be able to enter in 2 hours without anyone noticing. Jiang Qin patted De Huang Dog's head. When this dog was smart, he was quite smart. Since that's the case, let's begin. It should be very easy to enter after some research. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. Thinking that there would be treasures left behind by a Star Lord expert, the dog could not help but be excited. At this time, in another wilderness, the war between the human clan and the Yu clan had completely ended. Without any surprise, the 6th young master Zhou Xian and the leader of the Yu clan who fought against Jitian were both killed. One was killed by Li Long and the other by Jitian. So far, all the genius disciples of the Yu clan who entered this time, all the experts of the Unity realm, including the 3 captains of the first heaven of the Earth Source realm, had died tragically. None of them walked out alive. Tragic, it was really tragic. This war was a fatal blow to the Yu clan. The Yu clan suffered such a great loss that it was impossible to recover. The martial pavilion also suffered a loss of at least 700 or 800 disciples. However, compared to the loss of the Yu clan, it was not even worth mentioning. More than 2,000 disciples of the martial pavilion who were still alive had been baptized by life and death. Every one of them had undergone a great transformation. With such a transformation, their future achievements would be much higher than before. At this moment, more than 2,000 disciples of the martial pavilion gathered together. All of their faces were filled with excitement. They had won a great victory. Such a great victory was unimaginable even in their dreams. We must thank Teacher Jiang Qin for this battle. If it wasn't for him, the ones who would be buried here would be us instead of the winged men. That's right. That's right. The so-called Star Lord's ruins were originally a trap set by the Yu clan. It was a big conspiracy. Fortunately, Teacher Jiang Qin broke it directly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The end of the Yu clan would be our end. This war was really exciting. After being guided by Teacher Jiang Qin, my cultivation has also improved a lot. Now I have a vague feeling that I'm going to break through. This feeling is really nostalgic. Chapter 40-49. Sigh, it's a pity. It's really a pity that I couldn't team up with Teacher Jiang Qin. I couldn't get Teacher Jiang Qin's guidance. It's really a big loss this time. That's right. You guys are really lucky to be in the same team as Teacher Jiang Qin. The other team has also received Teacher Jiang Qin's guidance. We haven't seen Teacher Jiang Qin's face yet. This won't do. When we get back, I must personally pay a visit to ask for guidance. I also want to be guided by Teacher Jiang Qin. Some people were happy while others were sad. The disciples of Li Long's team were full of regret. Although they were also very excited because of the great victory of this battle, they saw that the disciples of the other 2 teams had received guidance from Jiang Qin and thus obtained great benefits. Some of them had even begun to break through, but they had missed such a great opportunity. How could they not be disappointed? They did not believe it at first, but the result forced them to believe it. With so many people saying it, they had no reason to not believe it. Now that the battle was over, they could only wait until they returned to the martial pavilion to ask for guidance from Zhou Xian. However, they did not know if Zhou Xian would be willing to specially guide them. You two guys are really lucky. After receiving guidance from Zhou Xian, you actually made such great progress. Li Long looked at the proud Nie Xiaoying and Ji Tian and said with incomparable envy. He could feel the changes in Nie Xiaoying and Ji Tian, especially Nie Xiaoying, who was about to break through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Li Long, how can you call teacher by his name? Do you still want teacher to guide you? Ji Tian's eyes widened. I was wrong. I should call him teacher. Sai, I don't know what teacher is doing now. If he was here, I would ask teacher to guide me no matter what. Li Long hurriedly admitted his mistake. Although Zhou Xian was not here, his attitude was very good. He did not dare to show any disrespect to Zhou Xian. Teacher said to go to this space to see if there is anything strange in this Star-Lord space. What should we do now? Ji Tian asked. It's only been a day. According to the agreement, there are still 2 more days before we can leave this place. We can't just stand here and stare at each other for 2 days. Nie Xiaoying said. In my opinion, we should also take a look around. It's not easy to come to the Star-Lord space, so we should at least take a look around. Even if it's an empty shell, we can at least gain some experience. If we're lucky enough to come across some treasures, that would be a real fortune. Xieting said. In a faction like the Martial Pavilion, Xieting was probably the only one who could stand together with Nie Xiaoying and the other 2 and even dare to give guidance. The young city lord of the divine martial city had an esteemed status. Let alone Nie Xiaoying and the others, even peak Earth Source experts would have to give Xieting some face. Junior brother Xie is right. In any case, all the winged people have been killed by us. There are no more threats in this space. Why don't we take a stroll around here and see if we can obtain any benefits? That will depend on our luck. Li Long said. Alright, let's do that. You don't have to gather together, just wander around. Just treat these 2 days as fun. After a life and death battle, everyone is a little tired. Let's relax. Nie Xiaoying said. More than 2,000 disciples of the martial pavilion began to disperse. They all kept their flight talismans and chose to go on foot. After all, treasures like flight talismans were specially made to deal with the winged race. It would be a great waste to use them when they were not fighting the winged race. The disciples of the martial pavilion began to have fun. The intense battle was over. It was rare to relax in the Star-Lord space. This was also a kind of experience, and at this time they could play however they wanted. There was no need to worry about what kind of enemies they would encounter. All the genius disciples of the winged race had been killed. Late at night, rising Feather Mountain, the hinterland of the winged race. Zhao Lingxiao paced back and forth in the main hall, frowning from time to time. Patriarch, why are you sighing? A heavenly source realm elder asked. I don't know why, but I feel uneasy, as if something bad has happened. Zhao Lingxiao said. Patriarch, you're worrying too much. Our plan is flawless, and we saw the disciples of the 2 races enter with our own eyes. Nothing bad will happen. Let alone the 8 gates maze formation. Even without the formation, the human race is no match for us in the competition of the Unity Origin realm. The elder said with a smile. He was extremely confident. There won't be any problems with the 8 gates maze formation, right? Zhao Lingxiao was still a little annoyed. This kind of annoyance was very rare for a patriarch like him. It was personally designed by me. I led a dozen heavenly source experts to set it up. In the entire martial pavilion, only Xingyang of the everlasting pavilion has the strength to break the formation. Unfortunately, Xingyang doesn't know our plan. As a heavenly source expert, Xingyang can't enter the ruins of the Star Lord. The elder became even more confident. Yes, by the way, closely monitor the movements of the Qiling Mountain. If any heavenly source experts of the martial pavilion want to enter the ruins of the Star Lord, report immediately. Zhao Lingxiao said. Don't worry. The martial pavilion is quiet. They're all in the divine martial city. There's not even a single demonic beast in the Qiling Mountain, so no one will mess up our chance. In 2 days, the Star Lord's ruins will reopen. At that time, we'll just have to wait and see the bitter faces of the upper echelons of the human race. Another heavenly source expert laughed. He really could not think of any accidents that could happen to such a flawless opportunity. He also did not know where Zhao Lingxiao's worries and annoyance came from. Yes. Zhao Lingxiao nodded firmly, feeling a little relieved. However, the annoyance in the depths of his heart had not completely disappeared. Zhao Lingxiao really could not think of any accidents that could happen to the plan. Looks like I'm worrying for nothing. There are still 2 days left. I really hope time passes faster. My son Qinkuan, don't let your father down, Zhao Lingxiao thought. Zhao Qinkuan was one of the sons he was proud of. He had reached the Earth Source stage at such a young age. This time he had asked Zhao Qinkuan to personally lead the team, which was a form of trust for him. Unfortunately, Zhao Lingxiao would never have thought that the flawless plan of the Yu clan had long been destroyed by Jiang Chen. Let alone Zhao Qinkuan, all 3 of his sons had died tragically. Not a single one of the 2,000 Yu clan members had survived. If Zhao Lingxiao knew about this, he would probably vomit blood in anger. However, it was not only the Yu clan that was worried. The martial pavilion was also worried. Chapter 40-50. I wonder what's going on in the Star Lord's remains. The disciples of the martial pavilion might not have any advantage against the disciples of the feather race. Wu Changtian sighed. As the master of the martial pavilion, he had a lot of responsibilities. He was responsible for the lives of many people. In fact, Wu Changtian was already regretting his bet with Zhao Lingxiao. Brother Wu, don't think too much. The disciples of the human race also need real training. If we keep cultivating in the martial pavilion like flowers in a greenhouse, what kind of future can we have? Xie Yunping said. Brother Xie is right. Only by experiencing real life and death battles can we truly grow. I feel that this is a great opportunity for the disciples of the human race. All the fusion origin disciples of the Yun Manor should participate. Yun Xinan said. He and Xie Yunping were of the same mind in this regard. That's right. In the Red East region, we and the Feather race have always been enemies. There will be a battle sooner or later. Zhao Lingxiao is ambitious and has not given up on destroying the human race. If our disciples don't grow, they will only be suppressed by the Feather race disciples in the future. Jin Yang said. There are still 2 days. I hope there won't be too many losses this time. Wu Changtian said. He and Zhao Lingxiao had completely different thoughts. Zhao Lingxiao felt that the plan was flawless, but his hidden sixth sense made him feel irritated. He felt that something bad was about to happen. On the other hand, Wu Changtian was worried about the strength of the disciples of the martial pavilion. Unfortunately, they did not know what was happening in the Star-Lord space. Everything had already been settled. If the results of the Star-Lord space were to spread, the entire Divine Martial City would be in an uproar. At this moment in the Star-Lord space, above the desolated valley, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow had finished studying the hallucinatory Grand Formation. They had successfully entered the formation. Sure enough, the scene inside had changed greatly. It was a completely different world compared to the valley before. It was an incomparably dark cave dwelling, filled with a gloomy aura. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog stood in a corridor that was like a black hole. There was a faint light in front of them, like a dot of light in the darkness, guiding them forward. It was gloomy, decaying, and filled with negative energy. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog couldn't help but frown. Woo woo. In front of the long corridor, cries could be heard. That's right, it was the sound of sobbing. In such an environment, it was truly like a ghost, causing one's hair to stand on end. What great resentment. The Huang dog said. That's right. There's resentment everywhere. It seems that the Star Lord died with a grievance. Even though he's dead, his resentment is still there. Jiang Chen said. We seem to have entered the tomb of the Master of the Stars, so it's best to be careful. With such a strong aura of resentment, it's very easy for it to be guided by the weak consciousness of the Master of the Stars and form a vengeful spirit in this environment. The Huang dog said. Just as the Huang dog finished speaking, an illusory white shadow suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. It was extremely fast and silent. Suddenly, it stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at Jiang Chen. A vengeful spirit. Jiang Chen's body flashed and dodged the claw. The Huang dog had guessed correctly. There really was a vengeful spirit here. A vengeful spirit formed from the thick aura of resentment of a Star Lord was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, this kind of vengeful spirit was extremely frightening. Not only did it have a strong attack power, but it could also affect a person's subconscious. Once the person's subconscious was attacked by the vengeful spirit, they would become an existence similar to the vengeful spirit and lose their consciousness. It was extremely terrifying. Be careful. The vengeful spirit here is probably at the Earth Source realm. De Huang Dog warned. It's fine. Vengeful spirits are formless. No matter how strong their attack power is, their origin won't change. My green lotus clear starfire is their greatest weapon. Formless vengeful spirits, even if they're at the Earth Source realm, can't withstand a single blow from my green lotus clear starfire. Jiang Chen said. He understood the characteristics of these vengeful spirits too well. In front of the green lotus clear starfire, no matter how strong the vengeful spirit was, it would be useless. There was only one outcome. Ooh. With a mournful cry, the vengeful spirit launched another attack. However, this time Jiang Chen did not dodge. The vengeful spirit was fast, but he was even faster. He flicked a flame from his finger, hitting the incoming vengeful spirit. Ah! The vengeful spirit was ignited by the flames. It let out a mournful cry before being burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The flames on Jiang Chen's body were formed from the fusion of several types of divine flames. It was the nemesis of all evil beings in the world. How could a mere formless vengeful spirit resist Jiang Chen's flames? Awesome. De Huang Dog praised. Fighting by Jiang Chen's side was always so refreshing. Jiang Chen had just too many tricks up his sleeve. He could deal with any unpredictable situation. Ooh. Facing the cries, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog continued walking along the dark corridor. Such an environment was too frightening. If it were any other disciple of the martial pavilion, they would be scared to death. In such a long corridor, they might not even have the strength to walk, let alone fight with the vengeful spirit. Only Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were brave enough to do so. They had experienced too many dangerous places in their life. This small tomb of a Star Lord was nothing to them. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. As for these vengeful spirits, they could not even cause a ripple of fear in their hearts, let alone frighten them. The aura of resentment was too strong, and there was definitely more than one vengeful spirit. This long corridor seemed to have no end. From time to time, vengeful spirits would rush out and attack Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. The vengeful spirits here had never come into contact with the outside world, but they had the instinct to eat humans. Once a vengeful spirit ate a human and drank their blood, they would absorb the true yang energy and begin to transform. Once they transformed, they would become more powerful. It would not be easy for Jiang Chen's flames to burn the vengeful spirits to death as easily as before. Unfortunately, these vengeful spirits did not have the opportunity to transform. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were the only humans they encountered. It was undoubtedly a pipe dream for them to want to drink Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's blood. Mournful screams continuously sounded. In the entire long corridor, all the vengeful spirits were eliminated by Jiang Chen. After eliminating these vengeful spirits, the aura of resentment in this place weakened by a lot. It was at least half of what it was before. As for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, after endless efforts, they finally reached the end of the long corridor and entered the real cave dwelling. The sealed cave dwelling was surrounded by cold stone walls. At this point, the aura was no longer gloomy, but the incomparably evil aura of resentment was even stronger. Chapter 40-51. The huge copper coffin was at least 10 times the size of an ordinary coffin. What did 10 times the size mean? It was almost the size of a house. What was noteworthy was that there was no lid on the bronze coffin. What a huge copper coffin. Could it be the corpse of the Celestial Lord? De Huang Dog said. Such a scene really made people shudder. Why don't we climb up and see? Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, not the slightest bit of fear. This cave is empty. If there are really treasures, they should be in this copper coffin, De Huang Dog said. Big Yellow said. After that, the two brothers leapt up and landed on top of the bronze coffin. There was nothing special about this copper coffin. There were no arrays or runes on it. In fact, there was no need for them at all. For the owner of this place, being able to pass through layers of obstacles to reach this place had already proved his ability. It was meaningless to continue to set up arrays and runes around the copper coffin. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stood on both sides of the copper coffin. The two looked at each other and then looked inside the copper coffin. In this huge copper coffin, a beautiful and charming woman lay quietly. This woman looked to be about 30 years old. Although it was unknown how long she had been dead, her corpse did not decay in the slightest. Of course, it was normal for the corpse to be preserved in good condition. After all, this woman was a celestial lord. A powerful celestial lord's body was as solid as diamond. It was not that easy to decay. What really attracted Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's attention was the pair of white wings on the woman's back. These wings were too familiar. A winged person. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog looked at each other again. The one who left this celestial lord's relic turned out to be a winged person, a powerful celestial lord of the Feather Clan. I heard from the elders of the Everlasting Pavilion that the Feather Clan is a big clan in the Eternal World. They not only exist in the Red East Domain, but also in the entire Red Cloud Star boundary. The Red East Domain is just one of them. It seems that this should be the celestial lord of the Red Middle Domain. I wonder why she was buried here. De Huang Dog said. Humph. Since it was left behind by a harpy expert, there's no need to hold back. Let's see if there are any other treasures here. We've already searched through everything. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Plundering the treasures left behind by the harpies was a wonderful idea. He didn't feel any guilt at all. That's the 10-winged feather man. It's said that they have the highest bloodline of the feather race. Their wings can reach up to 100, and they are known as the 100-winged feather man. What a terrifying race. De Huang Dog sighed. The 100-winged feathered man. I'm afraid such an existence will only exist when we reach the true peak of the eternal world. It's not something we should consider for now. Let's deal with the feathered race in the Crimson East region first. Jiang Qin said. Look, there is a brocade box. De Huang Dog's eyes were sharp, and he saw a golden brocade box placed under one of the woman's wings. The brocade box wasn't big and it was only the size of 2 palms. It was covered by the wings and only a corner of it was revealed. If one didn't look carefully, it would really be difficult to notice. The treasures should be in here. Jiang Qin didn't stand on ceremony at all. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the brocade box automatically flew up and fell into Jiang Qin's hand. There was no restriction placed on the brocade box. Jiang Qin flicked his finger and opened the brocade box. Within the brocade box there was a green cosmos ring. Apart from that, there was also a piece of paper. The paper looked somewhat new. It could be seen that the Star Lord had not died for a long time. Even the Star Lord domain had only existed for a few years. Open it and take a look. It should be the last words of this bird woman. Maybe she had some last wishes for you to help her complete. De Huang Dog chuckled. The last wish of a feathered man fell into the hands of a human. It's also a kind of irony. If this person knew, I'm afraid she would be so angry that she would die again. Jiang Qin also couldn't help laughing. He wondered if the last wish was for the person who received her inheritance to help her complete the great plan of destroying the human clan. If that was the case, it was destined to be a regret. Jiang Qin took out the paper and opened it casually. Lines of black words immediately appeared in front of him. For a Star Lord to leave a will, she had to write it on a piece of paper instead of leaving a divine sense. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the person who left the will was not allowed to leave a divine sense in the situation at that time. If it was a seriously injured person, their divine sense would also be damaged. Even if they managed to leave their divine sense behind, the divine sense would only last for a limited amount of time. It wouldn't last as long as it was written on a piece of paper. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog moved closer at the same time and looked at the content with great interest. However, when they saw the first line, their expressions changed instantly. The teasing look in their eyes became serious. Wrong. They were all wrong. I hope that the person who can see this is a descendant of the human clan, not a feathered man. With just this sentence, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were instantly dumbfounded. This person was obviously a 10-winged feathered man, but why did she say that the person was a descendant of the human clan? There must be a hidden story behind this. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog stopped joking and continued to read. I'm not a feathered person. I am Queen Lin of the Lin Kingdom of the Red Central region. This body is what I hate the most in this world because this is the body of a feathered person. My own body was occupied by a feathered person, and they snuck into the Lin Kingdom to confuse the people. Back then, a feathered person's spy snuck into the Lin Kingdom and bewitched my master. Later, my master bestowed her as a concubine. Unfortunately, no one in the Lin Kingdom saw through her lies. Even I was blinded and treated her as a sister. Finally, one day her ambition exploded and she used the soul transfer technique to frame me. She took my body and left this feathered person's body to me. No one in the Lin Kingdom believed me and wanted to kill me. I didn't even have a chance to explain. I desperately escaped to save my life, but I was already an arrow at the end of its flight. I hope that one day, I will meet a fated person who can fulfill my last wish and return to the country of Lin to clear my name and expose the bitch's face. Otherwise, the human clan of the country of Lin will be destroyed by the bitch, and the people of the country of Lin will be plunged into misery and suffering. The remnants of my cultivation are sealed in the blood spirit pearl and sealed in my mouth. After you get it, you can absorb the energy in it. Also, the things left in this interspatial ring are an opportunity for you. My name is Lin Chaofeng. There is a jade pendant in the interspatial ring that can identify my real body. Chapter 4052. Little Qinzi, do you think it's true or not? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin and asked. Jiang Qin understood the meaning of De Huang Dog's words. After all, a piece of last words couldn't prove anything, because what they saw was a winged person without the slightest aura of the human race. Empress Lin might be true, or it might be a lie left behind by the winged person. If the current empress of the Lin Kingdom was real, then Jiang Qin would be helping the winged person if he fulfilled the last words. Of course, Jiang Qin wasn't a fool. He had his own judgment. In this world there was no lie that could confuse him. I have my own judgment. Jiang Qin picked up the storage ring from the brocade box. With a thought he opened the storage ring. When he saw the treasures in the storage ring, even Jiang Qin couldn't help but be shocked. Inside the huge interspatial ring was a mountain of origin stones. 10,000 grade 5 origin stones, which was equivalent to at least a month's worth of grade 4 origin stones. Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel a little dizzy at the sight of such a huge amount of wealth. Damn, Little Qinzi, you're rich. So many grade 4 origin stones. That's for heavenly source experts to cultivate. Grade 5 origin stones are for star lords. With so much wealth, you're definitely the richest person in the entire Crimson East region. Even if all the heavenly source experts in the Crimson East region were added up, they wouldn't be as rich as you. De Huang Dog jumped up. Such a huge amount of wealth was really a little scary. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, was beaming. With so many origin stones, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivating to the late heavenly source realm. So, do you think a winged person would leave so much wealth to the descendants of the human race? Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog. Impossible. This wealth is too shocking. If he took it out, it could help the human race raise a sect. Unless the winged person is crazy, why would he leave such wealth to the enemy? De Huang Dog shook his head. He didn't need to think too much about this. It was impossible. There was also a battle sword in the interspatial ring. On the hilt of the sword there was a Lin character. This was a Star Lord battle weapon. In terms of Genesis weapons, it was a grade 5 origin weapon. To put it bluntly, this sword alone was priceless. In the Crimson East region or even the Crimson Middle region, if news of this spread, it would cause endless panic. It was unknown how much power a Star Lord soldier could unleash. Jiang Qin held the sword in his hand and looked at it casually. These are human weapons. I've studied the Harpy's weapons before and they are fundamentally different. After Jiang Qin said that, he picked up the jade pendant again. The turquoise jade pendant was very exquisite. One side of the jade pendant was still engraved with the Lin character, and the other side was engraved with a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It says that this jade pendant can prove its identity, which shows that this jade pendant is Empress Lin's personal belongings. In fact, jade pendants are also personal belongings. De Huang, let me ask you, it's not easy for others to take away a Star Lord's personal belongings. Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog. In other words, this is the real Empress Lin. The one in the Lin Kingdom is fake. It's a winged person. De Huang Dog said. That's right. An evil technique like the soul-shifting technique isn't rare, but it's extremely difficult to execute. Empress Lin must have been deceived, which was why she was attacked by this technique and had her soul and body replaced. I can basically conclude that everything written in the letter is true, but we'll have to wait until we go to the Red Mid-region and the Lin Kingdom before we can be sure. Jiang Qin said that if he had a chance to meet Empress Lin in person with his eyesight, Jiang Qin would be able to see the truth at a glance. That's right, it's not a good idea to discuss the truth now. With our current strength, even if we go to the Crimson Middle region, we won't be of much help. We can only be beaten. Let's solve the matter in the Crimson East region first and then go to the Crimson Middle region. I believe it won't take too long. With our foundation we can improve our cultivation very quickly. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Qin nodded. He would naturally take Empress Lin's matter to heart. If it was true, he would definitely help her fulfill her last wish. After all, he had obtained such a great opportunity from Empress Lin. If he couldn't fulfill her last wish, it would be a little unfair. Look at that blood spirit bead. De Huang Dog reminded. Jiang Qin nodded, then looked at the woman's face. Sorry. Jiang Qin flicked his finger and shot out a ray of light, which fell into the woman's mouth. The woman's mouth opened automatically and a blood-red bead jumped out instantly. Jiang Qin grabbed it in his hand. A bead left behind by a Star Lord after exhausting his entire cultivation. The energy in this bead is definitely extraordinary. This is a real treasure. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up and he began to lick his mouth. It's a pity that Empress Lin's final state was too weak. There isn't much energy in this bead. However, if you and I refine it, it won't be a problem for us to increase our cultivation by 2 levels. Jiang Qin looked at the blood spirit bead and said. 2 levels is not bad. Then what are we waiting for? This Lord Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog shook his head. All right, then let's refine this blood spirit bead before we leave. There are still about 2 days left. It's enough for us to refine it. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog jumped down from the bronze coffin and sat down cross-legged. The blood spirit bead floated between them and the man and dog began to refine it. Strands of energy flew out from the blood spirit bead and entered Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's bodies. These two were super freaks. Their foundations were too deep, and they could increase their cultivation as long as they had energy. There was no bottleneck at all. Although Empress Lin left the blood spirit bead in an extremely poor state, she was a Star Lord after all. Even a little bit of energy left behind could greatly benefit a Unity Origin expert. Not long after they started refining the energy, Jiang Qin broke through and successfully reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Soon after, De Huang Dog also advanced to the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. However, the 2 brothers didn't stop. With their foundations they could definitely continue to make breakthroughs. It wouldn't be a problem for both of them to advance another level. However, the 2 brothers had to slow down a little. After all, the impact of the energy was too fast and it would more or less affect their bodies. If nothing unexpected happened, after the blood spirit bead was completely refined, Jiang Qin's cultivation would reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, and De Huang Dog's cultivation would reach the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Chapter 4053. All the disciples of the Martial Pavilion had appeared. They all remembered that when the Star-Lord's space reopened, no one would be late. After all, if they couldn't get out they might have to stay here forever. A space left behind by the Star-Lord, it was undoubtedly a delusion for them to walk out with their own abilities. Motherfucker, there's no Star-Lord ruins at all. I'm so disappointed. I didn't have any illusions. The Star-Lord ruins is just an empty shell. It's a trap set by the Feather Race to trap us here. Unfortunately, they went for wool and came home shorn. In the end, they were the ones who suffered. That's right. That's right. Let's not think about the treasures. We're lucky to be able to keep our lives and walk out of here alive. We can imagine that if it wasn't for Teacher Jiang Qin, we would all be dead. We'll end up like the winged men. Furthermore, we didn't come here in vain. After the battle of life and death with the winged men, we've all experienced the baptism of life and death. We've all undergone a fundamental transformation. Moreover, most of us have been guided by Teacher Jiang Qin. For the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, it was not a pity that they couldn't get any treasures here. After all, after knowing that it was a trap of the Feather Race, they didn't have any illusions about this place. Since the experts of the Feather Race could set up the 8 Gates maze formation here, they must have entered here before. If there were treasures here, they wouldn't have had a chance to get their hands on them. They would have been plundered by the experts of the Feather Race long ago. Just as some people had said, they didn't gain nothing. Instead, they gained a lot. Growth in a battle of life and death was often the rarest thing. Moreover, many of them had been guided by Jiang Qin. Some of them had already broken through in these 2 days. For example, Nie Xiaoying had successfully broken through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Ji Tian was not far from breaking through, which made Li Long drool with envy. Xiating was extremely talented. After this battle he had broken through again, becoming a 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. The speed of his growth was astonishing. Why hasn't teacher Xianxia appeared yet? The space gate will open soon, said Li Long said. Many people looked into the distance but they still did not see Xianxia's shadow. They had been wandering in this Star-Lord space for 2 days, and no one had seen the slightest trace of Xianxia. That's right. Teacher Xianxia wouldn't be unaware of the time. Logically speaking, he should have returned by now. He wouldn't have encountered any trouble, right? Ji Tian said. That won't happen. Teacher is omnipotent. Even if he encounters any difficulties, he will be able to resolve them. We don't have to worry too much. Teacher will definitely be fine. Nie Xiaoying said. She had seen Xianxia's power with her own eyes. Xianxia's omnipotent image had been deeply rooted in her heart. His image was so lofty that she even blindly believed that there was no trouble or difficulty in this world that could make Xianxia helpless. At this moment, the upper echelons of the human race and feather race appeared once again above the river at the center of Qiling Mountain. However, there were a lot more people this time compared to 3 days ago. A few of the upper echelons of the earthly origin realm had also appeared. According to what had been said before, the deep layer of the Star-Lord's ruins would be opened once the Unity Realm disciples finished their training. They all wanted to go in and have a look. Whether it was the upper echelons of the earthly origin realm or the heavenly origin realm, the Star-Lord's ruins held a fatal attraction to them. "Ha, Brother Wu, Brother Xia, how have you been?" Zhao Lingxiao clasped his fists at Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping as he spoke with great joy. "Zhao Lingxiao, why are you so happy? Or do you think that your feather race disciples will definitely win?" Xie Yunping said in a bad mood. "Definitely win? Of course they'll win. If I'm not wrong, your human disciples have probably all been wiped out. Not a single one of them will be able to come out alive," Zhao Lingxiao said proudly. There was no longer a need to hide anything at this point in time because when the spatial door opened, not a single human disciple would be able to come out. Wu Changtian naturally wanted to know the outcome. "What did you say?" Wu Changtian's expression changed. He had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. He was extremely worried about the disciples that had entered the Star-Lord ruins. He immediately knew that something bad must have happened when he saw Zhao Lingxiao's expression. "Zhao Lingxiao, what do you mean? Did you do something behind the scenes?" Xie Yunpeng frowned. "Something behind the scenes? That's right, it was indeed my doing. Now that things have come to this, I don't mind telling you that this Star-Lord's relic is just an empty shell. There's nothing inside and there's no so-called deep space. Letting the disciples go in to train is just a plot of the feather race against the human race." Zhao Lingxiao loudly said, "Humph. Our feather race has already set up the 8 gates maze formation inside and chased away all the demonic beasts to make the opening of the Star-Lord ruins more realistic. Your 3,000 disciples have already fallen into the 8 gates maze formation the moment they entered the Star-Lord space. They can only wait to be slaughtered, becoming lambs waiting to be slaughtered." Hearing this, the experts of the human race felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Wu Changtian in particular staggered and almost fell from the sky. The 8 gates maze formation is a peerless trapping formation. Those who are trapped inside can't see the people outside and can only wait to be killed. If a dozen heavenly source experts had set up this formation together, even I wouldn't be able to break it. The pavilion master of the everlasting pavilion, Zhen Yang's face was extremely gloomy. Others might not know how powerful the 8 gates maze formation was, but he knew it very well. If the U race had really set up the 8 gates maze formation in the Star Master space, then Zhao Lingxiao's words were definitely not an exaggeration. The 3,000 human geniuses might really be wiped out. "Zhao Lingxiao, I'm going to kill you." Xie Yunpeng was enraged. A terrifying aura rushed out from his body and charged towards Zhao Lingxiao without saying a word. He couldn't help but be angry. His precious son was also among them. If Xie Ting died, Xie Yunpeng would definitely fight to the death with the feather race. "Xie Yunpeng, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Zhao Lingxiao coldly snorted and charged towards Xie Yunpeng in a flash. At this moment, Zhao Lingxiao's aura was soaring. His words were meant to infuriate Wu Changtian, Xie Yunpeng and the others. When people were enraged, they would often lose their rationality just like Xie Yunpeng. Chapter 4054. The two heavenly source experts collided with each other in an extremely ferocious manner. With just a single collision, the sky darkened. The river below rippled with waves, and a ray of sword light descended from the sky, directly splitting the river in half. In the void, Xie Yunping and Zhao Lingxiao fought back and forth passionately. Their murderous intent soared to the sky. Without exception, both of them wanted to kill each other. Both of them were the top representatives of their respective camps. Once they died, the loss would be unimaginable and irreparable. Zhao Lingxiao, give me back my son's life. Xie Yunping went crazy. He only had one son and he regarded his life as important. Now that Xie Ting had been framed by the Feather Clan and died in the Starlord's space, Xie Yunping had lost his rationality and attacked recklessly. The experts of the Martial Pavilion and the Feather Clan were facing each other, and it seemed like they would fight to the death if there was any disagreement. However, both sides did not move. The Feather Clan naturally did not want to fight to the death with the Human Clan, because they had just completed their grand scheme, and the outcome of their grand scheme was about to be revealed. As long as the geniuses of the Human Clan died in there, the Feather Clan could slowly fight with the Human Clan. As for Wu Changtian's side, they still had a glimmer of hope. Without seeing the Starlord space open again, they still did not believe that the 3,000 genius disciples of the Martial Pavilion would all die tragically. This was an unbearable pain. At this moment, in the void above the river, a space portal gradually formed and a shadow appeared. The 3 days that the Feather Clan experts had planned had already passed, and the sealed Starlord space was about to open again. At this moment, Xie Yunping and Zhao Lingxiao also temporarily stopped what they were doing. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the space portal above the river. On the Human Clan's side, everyone's expression was ugly and they gritted their teeth. After knowing about the 8 Gates maze formation, they did not have much hope. However, even if it was the only hope, they still had to have it, especially for Wu Changtian, the sect master of the Martial Pavilion. He was the supreme ruler of the Martial Pavilion as well as the representative of the human race. It was his decision that caused the 3,000 disciples of the Martial Pavilion to be trapped. If the result was as Zhao Lingxiao had said, that all the disciples of the human race could not make it out alive, he, Wu Changtian, would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. From then on, he would spend the rest of his life in endless regret. On the other hand, the people of the Feather race all had smiles on their faces. They did not even need to guess what would happen in the Star-Lord's ruins. In their eyes, the outcome was already fixed and there was no suspense. They were well aware of the situation in the Star Master space. It was an empty shell with nothing inside, so there was no way anything could go wrong. In other words, with the help of the 8 Gates maze formation, unless the sun rose from the west, the human disciples would not have any chance of survival. At this moment, within the Star-Lord space, over 2,000 disciples of the Martial Pavilion, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the space door, had their eyes light up once again. Every single one of them had the feeling of being able to see the light of day again. Previously, when they were trapped in the 8 Gates maze formation, everyone was in complete despair. They did not believe that they would have the chance to see the sun outside and return to the Martial Pavilion that they were familiar with. The space door has opened. Let's go. Someone said. Teacher Jiang Qin and a Huang dog are not back yet. Could they have met with an accident? Yeah, why aren't they back yet? Did they forget the time? I don't think so. This place is an empty shell. There isn't even a single demonic beast. Even we have been wandering around here for so long without encountering any danger. With Teacher Jiang Chen's ability, it is even more impossible for him to meet with any trouble. All the disciples of the Martial Pavilion were worried about Jiang Chen. After all, the space door was right in front of them and it was about to open. Moreover, the opening of the space door would not take too long. Don't worry, everyone. We are very clear about Teacher Jiang Chen's ability. He will definitely be fine. The appearance of the space door will cause quite a commotion and Teacher will be able to see it. When the time comes, he will return. Don't forget, Teacher can fly. His speed is far faster than us. Nye Xiaoying said loudly, Now, everyone follow me and leave this place. We will wait for Teacher to return to Chiling Mountain. Nye Xiaoying was currently at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. She had the highest cultivation among those present, surpassing Li Long and Ji Tian. Her words were naturally the leader. To put it bluntly, Nye Xiaoying was now the leader of this place. Everyone would definitely listen to her words unconditionally. Alright, let's go first. Xie Ting's aura fluctuated and he was the first to leap into the space door. Afterwards, a large number of disciples of the martial pavilion began to follow Xiating into the space door. At the center of Chilling Mountain above the river, the experts of the human race and the feather race stared unblinkingly at the space door that had completely formed, waiting for the people inside to come out. The outcome of this shocking conspiracy, and whether it had developed according to the experts of the feather race's expectations, would soon be revealed. Xie Yunping, just wait and see. Your son is already dead. Those who come out will all be members of the feather race. Not a single one of your human race will come out alive. How pitiful, how lamentable, huh? Zhao Lingxiao laughed loudly. He was incomparably arrogant and pleased. Seeing Xie Yunping's and Wu Chongtian's ashen faces, Zhao Lingxiao's inner joy could not be contained. Xie Yunping clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He had already made sufficient preparations. As long as all those who came out were feather race, he would definitely kill Zhao Lingxiao at all costs. Even if he lost his life, he would not hesitate. Bang! With a loud sound, a figure rushed out from the space door. The first person to come out was none other than Xiating. Father. Xiating happened to see Xie Yunping, who was the closest to him after appearing. He immediately shouted, "Ting!" Xie Yunping's eyes widened, and then he rubbed them forcefully, wondering if there was something wrong with his eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xie Yunping flashed through the air and arrived before Xiating like a bolt of lightning. He grabbed Xiating's shoulders with both hands and constantly examined him. Unknowingly, his eyes became a little moist. "Father, what's wrong with you? Aren't I fine?" Xiating chuckled. In front of his father, he laughed like a child. "Ting, it's really you. You're not dead. That's great, that's great. Your cultivation has actually improved to such a level. You've already reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. That's beyond my expectations." Chapter 40-55. The great joys and sorrows of life came too suddenly, and it was too exciting. Previously, Xie Yunping had fallen into a bottomless abyss, a bottomless swamp, and was unable to extricate himself. At this moment, seeing his son appear before him unscathed, Xie Yunping simply couldn't describe his feelings. "It's Xiating." Wuxia came out alive. Wu Chongtian pointed at Xiating and said excitedly. His heart, which was originally in despair, became extremely agitated the moment he saw Xiating. At least this meant that the situation in the Star-Lord space wasn't like what Zhao Lingxiao had said. What's going on? Zhao Lingxiao's originally arrogant face turned cold in an instant. The first person to come out of the Star-Lord space was actually not a member of the U race but a human. This outcome stunned all the experts of the U race. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon groups of human geniuses came out of the void gate. They descended from the sky and landed on the side of the human race. "Ah, look, that's Zhongqing and Han Dong. They're all alive. They're all alive. Feng Wei is also alive. Who said that the human race will be destroyed? Aren't they all our people? Look at them, all of them are in high spirits, and some of them even have a breakthrough in their cultivation. It's obvious that they've obtained great benefits." The upper echelons of the martial pavilion began to get excited, especially Wu Chongtian. This heavenly source expert, the dignified sect master of the martial pavilion, actually had tears in his eyes. He was feeling the same as Xie Yunping. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Is it someone from the U race? Zhao Lingxiao was going crazy. This outcome was worlds apart from what he had expected. What happened to the 8 gates disorientating formation? Didn't they say that not a single human would be able to come out alive? What the hell is going on? Impossible, this is impossible. The 8 gates maze formation was clearly set up by us. It's impossible for those Unity Origin Realm disciples of the human race to break the 8 gates maze formation. What's going on? What happened in the Star-Lord space? Where are our people? Why haven't any of our disciples come out? Seeing the human disciples come out one by one, the upper echelons of the feather race panicked. Their expressions changed drastically. Up until now, not a single feather race disciple had come out. This gave the feather race an ominous feeling. At the center of the Star-Lord space, Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog had completely refined the energy in the blood spirit orb. As expected, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, while De Huang Dog's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. They were only a step away from the Earth Source realm, and with their strength, It would not be difficult for them to reach the Earth Source realm. The spatial gate has reopened. Let's hurry up and leave, De Huang Dog said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. He looked at the copper coffin and made a decision. I want to take this coffin away and exchange it for the truth. Jiang Qin said. Yes. Although it's the body of a feather person, it was brought here by the soul of Empress Lin. It's not appropriate to leave her here on the Chilling Mountain. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Qin stretched out the true dragon palm and grabbed the copper coffin. He put it into his interspatial ring, then flew towards the spatial gate with De Huang Dog. With their speed, it was extremely fast to reach the spatial gate. This was different from when they were looking for the copper coffin. Back then it would naturally take them a long time to find it. Now there was no need to look for it. With their speed, the distance was nothing. Not to mention with Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's speed, it would not be a problem for them to reach the spatial gate before it closed. Above the river, more than 2,000 disciples of the human race had all walked out of the spatial gate. Wu Changtian's face was full of joy. Although there were losses, they were within his expectations. Compared to what Zhao Lingxiao had said, it was much better. The faces of the experts of the feather race were pale. They were still staring at the spatial gate. However, after the disciples of the human race had come out, the spatial gate became strangely quiet. There was no sign of anyone coming out. Zhao Lingxiao, stop looking. The disciples of the feather race have all been annihilated. Your 3 sons are all dead. Xie Ting stood in front of Xie Yunping and said to Zhao Lingxiao. Boom. These words were like thunder to the feather race, especially Zhao Lingxiao. He had lost 3 sons at once. He felt the world was spinning and his head was filled with blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Bastard, what did you say? Zhao Lingxiao shouted angrily. His expression was about to tear. You heard what I said very clearly, right? Zhao Lingxiao, your Yu clan set up the 8 Gates maze formation to trap us, but you went for wool and came home shorn. In the end you harmed yourself instead. This is karma. Xie Ting was not afraid of Zhao Lingxiao at all. He was very happy. Ting, what's going on? Xie Yunping asked. Xiaoying Li Long Jitian, what happened in the Star Lord's ruins? Wu Changtian asked Nye Xiaoying and the other 2. Whoosh. Zhao Lingxiao and the other senior officials of the feather race looked over at the same time. Obviously they were also eager to know what had happened inside. They wanted to know who had broken the 8 Gates maze formation. Even if they had broken the formation, how could they have wiped out the 2,000 disciples of the feather race? The feather race had no other advantages, but compared to the human race, speed was definitely their biggest advantage. Even if they could not defeat the human race, they could definitely escape. Even if it was difficult for them to escape, they should not have been completely wiped out. Even Zhao Qinkuan, who was at the Earth Source realm, could not escape. Father, sect leader, there's something you don't know. The Star Lord's remains are just an empty shell. It's a trap set up by the Yu clan. They entered in advance and set up the 8 Gates maze formation. It's an inescapable net. After our 3 teams entered, we were immediately trapped in the 8 Gates maze formation. The disciples of the Yu clan launched a sneak attack outside, causing us to lose many disciples. It's really hateful, Xie Ting said. He could not help gnashing his teeth at the thought of the 8 Gates maze formation. How did you break the 8 Gates maze formation? A heavenly source realm expert of the feather race could not help asking. It was Master Jiang Qin. Nye Xiaoying said. Jiang Qin? The Jiang Qin who made a name for himself in the Colosseum? An elder of the martial pavilion asked. Yes, it was Master Jiang Qin. He is very powerful. With the help of De Huang Dog, we soon broke the 8 Gates maze formation. Chapter 4056. It's Jiang Qin from our Purple Pill Pavilion, Dan Qingzi said. He had some impression of this person. After all, the matter of the beast dueling arena had caused quite a commotion, and he had happened to be in the martial pavilion, so he had more or less heard of this name. I remember now. Wan Shan told me before that Jiang Qin went to the Everlasting Pavilion and gave them pointers on formations. Even Wan Shan admires him greatly. The Everlasting Pavilion's pavilion master, Zhen Yang, also thought of such a person. That's right. Jiang Qin is a heavenly man. His attainments in formations are far beyond our reach. With his guidance, my cultivation base will soon be able to break through to the heavenly source realm. The questions and bottlenecks that I have been suppressing for so many years have all been solved by Jiang Qin. Even I have no choice but to call him my teacher for life. If you say that Xianxia was the one who broke the 8 gates maze formation, I believe it. The Grand Elder of the Everlasting Pavilion, Cheng Wanshan, happened to be here. When he thought of Xianxia's attainments in formations, he was filled with admiration. Our martial pavilion actually has such a capable person? Wu Changtian sighed. He was usually too busy and rarely managed the martial pavilion, so he did not even know that an amazing person like Xianxia had appeared in the martial pavilion. Damn it, there's actually a formation genius among the humans. We've overlooked this. Just who is this person? Even a formation genius at the Unity Source stage would find it difficult to break the 8 gates maze formation. After all, this formation was created by over a dozen Heavenly Source experts. There's no point in saying anything now that it's like this. But I want to know, even if you guys broke the 8 gates maze formation, how did you manage to wipe out all the geniuses of the feather race? The experts of the feather race had too many questions in their hearts. Without seeing the scene with their own eyes, they could not imagine just what method the humans had used to prevent a single feather race member from escaping. This was too ridiculous. Humph, Master's methods are not something you can imagine. Not only did he break your 8 gates maze formation, he even secretly set up a sky-concealing formation to cut off the feather tribe's escape route, leaving them nowhere to run. Xie Ting snorted coldly, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Furthermore, Master's methods are unfathomable, and there's nothing he doesn't know. When we were fighting, he gave us pointers that hit the nail on the head, resolving many of our doubts and bottlenecks. My cultivation base broke through under Master's guidance, and so did many other disciples. How could the harpies be a match for them? Nie Xiaoying said arrogantly. When she mentioned Xianxia, her eyes were filled with worship. Following that, the disciples of the martial pavilion took turns to describe the bloody battle that took place in the Starlord's ruins without hiding anything. Especially the battle results of Xianxia and a Huang Dog, they did not dare to hide anything at all. Xianxia and a Huang Dog were their saviors. Without Xianxia and a Huang Dog, they would not hesitate to say that none of the 3,000 people would have survived. In the end, they would all end up like the disciples of the feather race. And these words shocked the upper echelons of the martial pavilion. Even Cheng Wanshan, who knew Xianxia's capabilities, was stunned when he heard it. To be able to point out the world from a high and mighty position, what kind of heroic feeling was that? There was actually such a peerless figure in the human clan. He was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. I didn't expect that there would be such a heaven-defying person in the human clan. He must be extraordinary. Jin Yang sighed. Where's Xianxia? Where's Xianxia? Wu Changtian just remembered that they had been talking about Xianxia for half a day, but they had not seen Xianxia's shadow yet. Xianxia is here. Before Nie Xiaoying could speak, a shocking sound wave directly came from the space gate. In the next moment, 2 figures rushed out from the space gate. One was a man and one was a dog with a pair of wings on their backs. They floated in the sky like gods of war. As soon as they appeared, they were full of heroic spirit, attracting everyone's attention. The dazzling light on their bodies made people not dare to look at them directly. Even Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping, who were Heavenly Source experts, felt that Xianxia was a true king when they looked at him. A supreme king. The pride and nobility in his bones could crush everyone else. It's teacher. I told you that teacher would definitely come out. Teacher's cultivation seems to have increased again. It's really amazing. I can't imagine it. Teacher is not someone that we can compare to. Anything that happens to him is normal. Teacher must be the reincarnation of a mighty figure. The disciples of the martial pavilion were like a great hero who had returned triumphantly. Every gaze that looked at Xianxia was filled with infatuation and worship. Xianxia, you killed my son and destroyed the disciples of the Yu clan. Hand over your life. At this moment, a loud roar rang out. Zhao Lingxiao was the first to charge at Xianxia. Not good. Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping shouted at the same time. They almost instantly rushed out to stop him. However, Zhao Lingxiao's movements were too fast. It was too difficult to save someone in the hands of such an expert. In that instant, Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping's hearts sank to the bottom. They could not stop him at all. If Xianxia died at Zhao Lingxiao's hands, it would be an irreparable loss to the human race. The reason why Zhao Lingxiao had acted so decisively was very simple. Firstly, he wanted to avenge his son. Secondly, he wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate Zhou Xian at all costs. This person was just too amazing. If he was not eliminated as soon as possible, the battlefield would not be as simple as Chilling Mountain, but their Sky Feather Mountain. Even Zhou Xian had not expected Zhao Lingxiao to act so decisively. However, Zhou Xian did not panic in the face of the sudden attack of a heavenly source expert. There was not the slightest trace of nervousness or fear on his face. He was not nervous because he had the confidence and means to not be nervous. Just as Zhao Lingxiao's attack was about to reach him, Zhou Xian suddenly roared in his heart. Stairway to Heaven. The invisible stairway to heaven instantly floated beneath Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog's feet. Zhao Lingxiao only saw a flash of light before Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog suddenly vanished into thin air. They had vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. Zhao Lingxiao's powerful attack landed in the air, causing ripples to appear. However, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog's figures were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Zhao Lingxiao's expression changed. He could clearly sense that his attack, which was enough to blast Zhou Xian to smithereens, had completely missed. Zhou Xian had vanished just like that. In the next moment, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog's figures reappeared, standing at the front of the human race's camp. Zhao Lingxiao, it won't be so easy for you to kill me. Chapter 4057. The Stairway to Heaven was a bridge that connected Duan Fei Lu and the Scarlet East region. Zhou Xian had already discovered its use when he put it away. The Stairway to Heaven was definitely a peerless treasure that contained the true space mysteries. Once he grasped the Stairway to Heaven, he would be able to borrow the space profundity of the Stairway to Heaven to travel through the void. This was similar to the Great Void teleportation. It was the best choice for escaping. It was precisely because of the Stairway to Heaven that Zhou Xian was not afraid of Zhao Lingxiao. Zhao Lingxiao was only a heavenly source expert, not a Star Lord, and knew nothing about space mysteries. With the Stairway to Heaven, it would be extremely difficult for Zhao Lingxiao to kill him. To put it bluntly, as long as Zhou Xian could skillfully use the Stairway to Heaven, no one in the Scarlet East region could kill him. Only a true Star Lord could seal a space and harm him. Unfortunately, the Scarlet East region didn't have a Star Lord, nor did the Feather race. Zhou Xian was fearless in the Scarlet East region. What? Zhao Lingxiao exclaimed. Not only him but everyone present also stared at Zhou Xian in shock. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. The shock in their eyes was indescribable. Oh my God, how did he do it? Xie Yunpeng felt his mouth go dry. He couldn't believe it was true. To be able to dodge the attack of a heavenly source expert so easily, this guy really has a lot of trump cards. Wu Changtian sighed. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Zhou Xian wasn't dead, which was the best thing for the human race. Moreover, he had seen Zhou Xian dodging Zhao Lingxiao's attack with his own eyes. This made Wu Changtian pay more attention to Zhou Xian. Just like what someone had said, such a peerless figure might be the reincarnation of a mighty figure. If that was the case, it would be the fortune of the human race in the Red East region. In the Scarlet East region, the human race and the Feather race had been fighting for countless years. They had always wanted to get rid of each other, but it wasn't easy to get rid of each other. Otherwise, Zhao Lingxiao would not have used such a despicable method to deal with the young geniuses of the human race. He was trying to use this method to destroy the human race. If Zhou Xian had not appeared in the human clan, the Feather clan's plan would have worked, and the human clan would have been gradually eliminated in the years to come. But now the tables had turned. Not only were there no gaps in the human race's prodigies, but they had also grown a lot because of this battle. On the other hand, the Feather race had been completely wiped out. In the next few years, the Feather race would be the ones facing extinction. Wu Changtian was no fool, and neither were the heavenly source experts of the human race. They all saw hope in Zhou Xian. The fate of the Crimson East region, the fate of the human race and the Feather race, would most likely be changed by Zhou Xian. This was a person who could overturn the entire situation all by himself. He had destroyed Zhao Lingxiao's shocking scheme all by himself. He had destroyed the 8 gates disorientating formation set up by over a dozen heavenly source experts all by himself. Did you see what happened just now? How did teacher dodge that attack so easily? Li Long was dumbfounded. He looked at Nye Xiaoying and Ji Tian, only to discover that they were equally shocked. Ji Tian shook his head mechanically. How could we have seen that kind of ability? It was a full-powered attack from a heavenly source expert. If it had landed on us, we wouldn't have had a chance to react at all. We would have been crushed to pieces by Zhao Lingxiao. Teacher's ability is far beyond our imagination. Let alone us, even the sect master and the others couldn't see it clearly. I don't know how teacher dodged that attack, but one thing is certain. The feather race is truly afraid now that someone like teacher has appeared in our human race, said Nie Xiaoying. Son, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the situation in the Crimson East region changes dramatically. When you go back, you must invite your teacher to my mansion. I want to treat him well. Xie Yunping patted Xie Ting's shoulder as he spoke in an extremely solemn voice. All right, I'll do my best to invite him. Whether he gives me face or not will depend on teacher. Xie Ting shrugged his shoulders. Xie Yunping was taken aback. Was there anyone in the entire Crimson East region who dared to disrespect him, the city lord of Divine Martial City? However, Xie Yunping also knew that a person like Jiang Qin would definitely be very arrogant. He definitely could not act high and mighty before Jiang Qin. Don't worry, father. Teacher is a very nice person. Xie Ting smiled. He had some understanding of Jiang Qin. There was no need to talk about power in front of his teacher because power was useless in his eyes. However, Xie Ting knew that Jiang Qin did not dislike him. Jiang Qin, how did you do it? You're clearly only at the Unity Origin stage. It's impossible for you to control spatial force. Zhao Lingxiao yelled. His emotions were extremely complicated at the moment, because even with his strength he could not tell how Jiang Qin had avoided his attack. However, Zhao Lingxiao clearly felt a slight ripple of spatial force the moment Jiang Qin disappeared, which made him even more shocked. Spatial force was something that only Star Lords could do. Jiang Qin's cultivation was only at the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin stage. Even if he was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, he was still worlds apart from Star Lords. They were not on the same level at all. I have my own methods. Zhao Lingxiao, with me, Jiang Qin, the end of your Yu clan is not far away. Jiang Qin said heroically. He did not give Zhao Lingxiao any face at all. Countless disciples of the martial pavilion looked at Jiang Qin with endless admiration. To them, let alone dodging an attack from a heavenly origin expert, even Jiang Qin's confidence and composure when facing a heavenly origin expert was not something they could achieve. The aura of a heavenly source expert was like a breeze in front of Jiang Qin, as if it didn't exist at all. Just the patriarch of the Yu family, Zhao Lingxiao, gave off an illusion that Jiang Qin was the king, the true superior. Zhao Lingxiao, on the other hand, seemed to be the weaker one. This invisible bearing made people feel like they were looking up to him. Even Zhao Lingxiao could feel this, and it was precisely because of this feeling that Zhao Lingxiao truly began to feel afraid. He had a feeling that if the Yu clan did not make a decision soon, the Yu clan would not be far from destruction. Zhao Lingxiao, your Yu clan is insane. You've schemed such a great scheme to harm a disciple of my human race. The Martial Pavilion will definitely settle this with you. Chapter 4058. Wu Changtian, my feather race has lost over 2,000 talented disciples, and I, Zhao Lingxiao, have lost 3 sons. Now you want to settle the score with me? Fine, even if you don't come looking for me, I will come looking for you. From now on, the real war between the feather race and the human race will begin. Prepare yourselves, let's go. Zhao Lingxiao was exasperated. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Then he turned around and left with the people of the feather race. Patriarch, are we going to go back just like that? An elder of the feather race said gloomily. What else do you want? Do you want to fight the human race? We won't be able to gain any advantage in this situation. Let's go back and think about it. We have to get rid of this Jiang Qin as soon as possible. Zhao Lingxiao said fiercely. His stomach was filled with anger. He even had a premonition that the real crisis of the feather race wasn't far away. Currently, the biggest threat to the human race wasn't Wu Changtian or Xie Yunping. He couldn't care less about these old enemies who had been entangled with him for so many years. The one he really cared about was Jiang Qin. This person was too terrifying. Although he only had the cultivation of the Unity Origin realm, the strength he displayed was too worrying. He could break the 8 Gates maze formation with his own strength. This was unimaginable. Moreover, Jiang Qin was able to dodge his powerful strike with his own strength. This made Zhao Lingxiao feel uneasy. Once such a terrifying figure was allowed to grow, the Yu race wouldn't be far from being annihilated if he was given enough time to grow. Today, Zhao Lingxiao had acted decisively. He originally wanted to get rid of Jiang Qin and get rid of a great source of trouble. However, he had never thought that Jiang Qin could dodge his attack. Now that Wu Changtian and Xie Yunpeng were blocking him, he had already lost the opportunity to attack Jiang Chen. If he attacked again, Wu Changtian and Xie Yunpeng would definitely stop him. Otherwise, Zhao Lingxiao could continue to attack and find out how Jiang Chen was able to dodge his attack. Furthermore, it was not the right time to start a war with the upper echelons of the human race. To put it bluntly, if they fought now, they would not be able to gain any advantage. The feather race had just lost more than 2,000 disciples, and their morale was at an all-time low. If they wanted to take revenge, they would have to go back and think about it at length. Grievance, endless grievance. The higher-ups of the feather race had come in high spirits, but in the end, they had to go back with their tails between their legs. Everyone felt disgusted, as though they had swallowed a fly. There was no one who wouldn't be enraged because many of those 2,000 harpy disciples were their descendants. Sect leader, are we just going to watch them leave? On the martial pavilion's side, a heavenly source stage elder said unwillingly. Let them leave. Even if we fight, we might not be able to keep them here. If it was just us old heavenly source fellows, we might be able to put up a fight against them. Even if we can't kill them, we can at least take some of their pride down a notch. However, we have over 2,000 human disciples here. Once we start fighting, it's very likely that they'll be caught in the crossfire. Wu Changtian shook his head. Brother Wu is right. This is indeed not the right time to fight the winged race. We are not confident that we can win. Yun Sinan said. However, the winged race has suffered a great loss this time. There's almost a shortage of Unity Origin stage geniuses, which will greatly restrict the development of the winged race. Zhao Lingxiao will definitely not let this matter rest. He will definitely intensify the fight with us. After we return, we have to make more preparations. Jin Yang said. Yes, especially Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's performance in the Star Lord's ruins was too outstanding, and he has attracted the attention of the winged race. The winged race will definitely focus their attention on Jiang Chen and eliminate Jiang Chen at all costs. Dan Qingzi, the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, said. The master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, Dan Qingzi said. The others nodded in agreement. What Dan Qingzi said was right. If they were in Jiang Chen's shoes, they would also eliminate him at all costs. This was the real threat. It's fine. The winged race can do whatever they want. It won't be easy for them to kill me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. His face was full of confidence which came from his bones. It could be seen that he did not take the winged race seriously at all. Jiang Chen, you have made a great contribution to the martial pavilion and the human race this time. The martial pavilion will do its best to satisfy you, Wu Changtian said as he looked at Jiang Chen. Wu Changtian looked at Jiang Chen and said. The others also looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's contribution this time was too great. No matter what request he made, no one would think that it was too much. This is what Jiang Chen should do. I don't ask for much. However, when we return to the martial pavilion, I will be cultivating in seclusion for some time. I hope that the Purple Pill Pavilion can open the medicinal ingredients to me. Jiang Chen said that if it was before, he might have asked for some origin stones. After all, origin stones were essential for his cultivation. The more the better. However, he had obtained a large number of origin stones from Empress Lin's tomb. The amount of origin stones had already made him the richest person in the Scarlet East region, so there was no need for him to ask for origin stones. However, Jiang Chen had gained a lot this time, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, he and De Huang Dog had a deep foundation, so there was even more room for improvement. He could use this opportunity to return to the Purple Pill Pavilion and study pills. Jiang Chen planned to create 2 pills according to his and De Huang Dog's conditions. They could help him reach the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, or even the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, and help De Huang Dog reach the Earth Source Realm. The Martial Pavilion was the highest stronghold of the human race, and the Purple Pill Pavilion was dedicated to alchemy. They did not lack medicinal ingredients, so if the Purple Pill Pavilion could open the medicinal ingredients to him, it would be perfect. Alright, I promise you this. When we return to the Purple Pill Pavilion, I will tell them that you can use any medicinal ingredients you need as long as the Purple Pill Pavilion has them. Before Wu Changtian could say anything, Dan Qingzi spoke first. As a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion, Jiang Chen was his pride. As the pavilion master, he also had glory, so what did a few pills count for? Dan Qingzi knew about Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities and guessed that he might be the reincarnation of a powerful expert. How could he miss such a great opportunity to befriend Zhou Xian? Perhaps he, as the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, would have to ask for guidance from Zhou Xian in the future. In that case, thank you, Pavilion Master. Zhou Xian clasped his fist towards Dan Qingzi. He had already become the focus of the entire Scarlet East region, but he knew that his cultivation was far from enough to deal with everything in the Scarlet East region. He had to continuously increase his cultivation. As a member of the Martial Pavilion, he naturally had to use the excellent conditions of the Martial Pavilion. If he did not use it, it would be a waste. Chapter 4059. The experts of the Martial Pavilion led more than 2,000 disciples back from the Scarlet Ridge Mountain in high spirits. Every disciple's face was filled with joy. This trip to the Star Lord's ruins could be said to be a complete victory. If there was any regret, it would be that they had lost several hundred disciples. However, everyone knew that this was how war was, especially a war between cultivators. In fact, everyone knew that this kind of loss was much better than what they had expected. More importantly, it depended on how much the opponent had lost. The feather race was completely annihilated. If this was not a complete victory for the human race, then what was? A true triumphant return. In this battle, Zhou Xian had become the center of attention. Everyone in the Martial Pavilion admired him. Even Wu Changtian and the others had to give Zhou Xian a thumbs up. They even believed that Zhou Xian was the reincarnation of a powerful being. When they returned, they would ask Zhou Xian for advice. It should be known that even if they were at the heavenly source stage, they would still encounter many bottlenecks on the path of cultivation. Some of these bottlenecks had been obstructing them for many years. If Zhou Xian could give them some pointers, they would have the opportunity to break through and reach a higher cultivation base. After Zhou Xian returned, he immediately returned to his residence in the Purple Pill Pavilion. He was not in a hurry to search for medicinal herbs, because he knew that someone would come looking for him very soon. When that time came, he could just ask for whatever he needed. When the disciples of the Martial Pavilion returned to the Martial Pavilion, everything that had happened in the Star Lord's ruins began to spread like wildfire. It was like a tornado had swept through the ears of everyone in the Martial Pavilion. Damn, this is too awesome. He killed the entire feather race. What a pity that I couldn't participate in this training. What a pity. Senior brother Zhou Xian is actually so terrifying. When he displayed his prowess in the beast battle arena, I thought that he was only strong in battle. I didn't expect him to know formations too. Brother, senior brother Zhang doesn't just know formations. There's nothing he doesn't know. He's simply omnipotent. Now everyone is guessing that senior brother Zhang is the reincarnation of a mighty figure. That's right. Many people have made breakthroughs in their cultivation after receiving guidance from senior brother Zhang. Furthermore, I heard that senior brother Zhang once went to the Everlasting Pavilion to talk about arrays. Even the Grand Elder of the Everlasting Pavilion, Tong Wanshan, admired him very much and even addressed him as a teacher. Isn't this the reincarnation of a great expert? Otherwise, how could a young man at the Unity Origin realm be so proficient in so many things? I'm so envious of those who received pointers from senior brother Zhou Xian. They're so lucky. I wonder if I'll have the chance to receive pointers from senior brother Zhou Xian. I've encountered many problems in my cultivation. The entire Martial Pavilion was talking about Zhou Xian. Countless people expressed their admiration towards him. Those disciples who hadn't received any guidance from Zhou Xian now had another dream, and that was to receive guidance from Zhou Xian. They had all heard from the other disciples that Zhou Xian's guidance was always sharp and accurate, straight to the point of the vital parts of the body. Purple Pill Pavilion, where Zhou Xian resided. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog were leisurely sitting in the courtyard, ignoring the clamor outside. It could be said that they were enjoying a rare moment of leisure. De Huang, how's your current state? Zhou Xian asked. My cultivation is infinitely close to the Earth Origin realm. I need to nourish my blood qi. If I have enough blood qi, I'll be able to break through to the Earth Origin realm. De Huang Dog said. It's easy to nourish your blood qi. I'll just refine a dragon qi pill for you. My current state is similar to yours. If I have the help of a dragon qi pill, breaking through to the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm won't be a problem. Zhou Xian said. I'm afraid the ingredients for the dragon qi pill won't be easy to find, right? De Huang Dog said. He naturally knew the powerful effects of the dragon qi pill. If he could obtain a perfect dragon qi pill, breaking through would be a piece of cake. It's not hard to find. 81 kinds of ingredients are needed to refine the dragon chi pill. The rarest is the dragon sungrass. Although the dragon sungrass is precious, the Scarlet East region won't lack it. If there's a dragon sungrass in the Scarlet East region, it must be in the Purple Pill Pavilion, Zhou Xian said. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for the Purple Pill Pavilion to take out 2 or 3 dragon sungrass. Not long after that, 3 figures arrived at Zhou Xian's side in a flurry. When Zhou Xian heard the commotion, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't need to think to know that his 3 disciples must have arrived. Zhou Xian was also waiting for them to come. Master, you're so awesome now. Before they arrived, they had already heard Feng Tianhua's voice. The door of the courtyard was violently opened and Feng Tianhua and the other 2 barged in. The 3 old guys were smiling so widely that flowers were about to bloom on their faces. Master, you're awesome, Master. We've already heard about the Star Lord's ruins. Master, tell me yourself. Are you the legendary reincarnation of a mighty figure? Aren't you a little too powerful? That's right, Master. Why are you so awesome? You're simply omnipotent. Do you know that even the pavilion master of our Purple Pill Pavilion plans to ask you for advice? Master is about to become a teacher of the human race. The 3 of us have good taste. We came to acknowledge you as our master without hesitation. The 3 of them took turns to flatter him. Zhou Xian couldn't help but laugh. The Huang dog who was at the side couldn't stop laughing. However, Feng Tianhua and the other 2 didn't care about this and continued to flatter him. In fact, the 3 of them weren't just flattering him. They were using this method to express their admiration and respect for Zhou Xian. They really admired him too much. After they heard about the Star Lord's ruins, they were shocked by their master. They felt that their understanding of their master was far from enough. Right, the 3 of you. The 3 of you came at the right time. I have something to talk to you about. Zhou Xian waved his hand and planned to interrupt these 3 old guys. He was afraid that if he didn't interrupt them now, he didn't know how long these 3 people would continue flattering him. Master, feel free to tell us what you need. Zhou Xian said. I'm going to refine pills now. I need you to help me find some medicinal ingredients. I believe you already know the pavilion master's instructions. Zhou Xian said. On Mount Chiling, Dan Qingzi had promised him in front of everyone. It was impossible that these 3 old guys didn't know about it. I know. The pavilion master said that all the medicinal ingredients in the Purple Pill Pavilion are open to you, Master. If you need any medicinal ingredients, just tell us. The 3 of us will help you prepare them, Feng Tianhua said. The 3 of them were extremely enthusiastic. For them, it was their blessing to be able to do something for Zhou Xian. They were especially willing to serve him. I want these medicinal ingredients. Chapter 40-60. Feng Tianhua quickly took the pill recipe. As soon as he put it in front of his face, Wang Dongxue and Zhou Ku quickly gathered around him. You 2 bastards, why are you in such a hurry? Feng Tianhua said in a bad mood. This is Master's pill recipe. It's priceless, Zhou Ku said in a bad mood. Zhou Ku said impatiently. To an alchemist, a pill formula was undoubtedly extremely precious. A good pill formula itself was priceless. They had already witnessed Zhou Qian's alchemy skills. On the paper in front of them was the pill formula written by Zhou Qian. Now that he had passed the pill formula to them, it was an incomparably great opportunity. How could they miss it? Zhou Ku said impatiently. Dragon energy pill. Feng Tianhua's eyes lit up. The 3 of them had completely memorized the pill recipe. They felt that refining this pill was extremely complicated. Even with their current strength, it was a little difficult to refine this dragon energy pill. What a good dragon energy pill. This pill nourishes qi and blood. It's truly priceless. If we can refine this pill, even if we refine it ourselves, the benefits will be endless. It will be very easy for our cultivation to improve. Wang Dongxue sighed. Yes, how can the pill recipe given by Master be bad? Zhou Ku did not forget to flatter him. The dragon energy pill is admittedly a superior pill and has unimaginable benefits for any cultivator. However, to perfectly concoct this pill is also very difficult. It requires an extremely brilliant concoction method. In my opinion, in the entire Purple Pill Pavilion, I'm afraid only Master can concoct 100% dragon energy pill. Moreover, this dragon yang grass is incomparably precious. It is destined that it is impossible to concoct a large amount of dragon energy pills. Feng Tianhua said. The 3 of you stop nagging here. hurry up and prepare the medicinal ingredients. If you prepare more medicinal ingredients, I will give each of you a dragon energy pill. Jiang Chen said in a bad mood. Hearing this, Fang Tianhua and the other two almost jumped up from the ground. Their eyes were filled with passion. They were waiting for their master to say this. They did not expect that Jiang Chen would really promise them. This was simply a big meat pie that fell from the sky, smashing them until they were a little dizzy. Although the recipe of the dragon chi pill was precious, it was not as precious as the dragon chi pill itself. With their level of alchemy, even if they could barely refine a dragon chi pill, it would only be a 50% or 60% pill. Moreover, there was a great risk of failure. Once it failed, the loss would be great. It should be known that the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the dragon chi pill were not cheap. Even the purple pill pavilion did not have much stock of the dragon sungrass. Thank you, master. You are blessed with good fortune. Wang Dongxue was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. Damn it, you bunch of old fellows are shamelessly flattering him. No matter what, he is still an elder of the purple pill pavilion. De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, Wang Dongxue and the other two just chuckled. In front of their master, they didn't need to be shameless. As long as their master was happy, they would all get benefits. Compared to the dragon chi pill, being an elder was nothing. Alright, Fang Tianhua, go and prepare the medicinal ingredients. Wang Dongxue, Zhou, the two of you don't let anyone disturb me for the next 3 days. Even if the pavilion master and the sect leader come, let them wait. Jiang Chen said. The three of them looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Master, if the sect leader and the pavilion master come, are we really going to let them wait? Zhou said with uncertainty. In the entire martial pavilion or even the entire Crimson East region, Jiang Chen was probably the only person who dared to say that he would let Wu Changtian and Dan Qingzi wait. If it were anyone else, if they encountered the sect leader of the martial pavilion and the pavilion master of the purple pill pavilion, it would already be good if they didn't kneel down to welcome them. You are questioning my words. Jiang Chen frowned. I wouldn't dare. Whatever master says is true. Don't worry, master. You just have to focus on refining pills and cultivating in seclusion. Even if the heavenly king comes, you have to wait outside the door, let alone the sect leader. Wang Dongxue saw that Jiang Chen was angry and hurriedly patted her chest as a guarantee. At this moment, the three of them suddenly became extremely firm. That was because they had a firm master who wouldn't even give face to the sect leader. In fact, the three of them also knew in their hearts that Jiang Chen might really be the reincarnation of an almighty. In front of an absolute almighty, a mere martial pavilion master in the heavenly source realm was nothing. Even if a Star Lord came, he would probably have to kneel down and lick Jiang Chen's boots. The three of them were overjoyed. Fang Tianhua went to the purple pill pavilion to look for the medicinal ingredients for the dragon energy pill. With Dan Qingzi's special permission, he had the right to enter the purple pill pavilion for the first time and wantonly take medicinal ingredients. He had to find at least 5 sets of medicinal ingredients for the dragon energy pill because he had to ensure that Jiang Chen could refine 5 dragon energy pills. Otherwise, there would be no share for them. Wang Dongxue and Zhou stood guard outside Jiang Chen's courtyard. They were dignified Earth Source Realm elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion and alchemists who were respected by everyone. At this moment, they were willing to act as doormen for Jiang Chen. For the first time, they didn't care about their reputation and wanted to announce to the public that they were Jiang Chen's disciples. At this time, becoming Jiang Chen's disciple had become an extremely proud thing. After the news of the Star Lord's ruins spread, there were countless people in the entire martial pavilion who dreamed of worshipping Jiang Chen as their master. Among them, there were probably many whose status and cultivation were above theirs. Fang Tianhua left quickly and returned quickly as well. From the time he left to the time he returned, it only took him an hour to bring back 5 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the dragon energy pill. Master, the medicinal ingredients are here. There are exactly 5 sets. Fang Tianhua placed a large pile of medicinal ingredients in front of Jiang Chen. Well, leave them here. You go out and guard the door. When the pill is refined, I will give it to you. Jiang Chen waved his hand at Fang Tianhua. Yes, master. Fang Tianhua was immensely proud of himself as he strode out of the door. Together with Wang Dongxue and Zhou, he became the most loyal doormen. They only had one task now, and that was to guard this place and not let a fly in to disturb Jiang Chen's alchemy. Why do you think master is so powerful? Could he really be the reincarnation of an almighty? Wang Dongxue couldn't help but ask in a low voice. It's hard to say. I think it's very likely. He doesn't look very old and his cultivation is only at the unity source realm. It's impossible for such a person to be so heaven-defying. He simply knows everything. If he's not the reincarnation of an almighty, it doesn't make sense at all. Zhou also said. Alright you two guys. It's not good to talk about Master behind his back, isn't it? With Master's ability, do you think we can hide our conversation here from his ears? Feng Tianhua berated them. Yes. Let's not talk too much. Anyway, I have 100% respect for Master. Me too. Chapter 4061. These three old fellows were all arrogant elders in the Purple Pill Pavilion in the past. The alchemists of the Purple Pill Pavilion were originally very popular existences. Who would dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful? The three of them had probably never dreamt that there would be a day where they would respectfully address a martial pavilion disciple as master. In the courtyard, Xianxia and De Huang Dog looked at each other and laughed. These three old guys were really funny. The reincarnation of the Almighty? Oh, I'm dying of laughter. I'm afraid they don't know that even the Almighty in their eyes is far inferior to you in terms of cultivation. De Huang Dog laughed. The eternal world is a world of its own. Although the world is high-end, the cultivation system in the world is the same as the time we are in. It's just that the things we cultivate are different. You and I have already become Tao ancestor. All the cultivation experience can be used here. This is probably the only advantage we have in the eternal world. Xianxia said. This advantage is amazing. Just like now, the entire martial pavilion and the entire human clan in the Red East domain, who doesn't regard you as a teacher? You're going to be the teacher of the whole nation soon. De Huang Dog joked. Don't be arrogant. We still have to recognize ourselves. Now the most important thing is to work hard to improve our cultivation. Without a strong cultivation, no matter how rich our experience is, it's useless. I couldn't resist Zhao Lingxiao's attack at all. I could only use the sky-climbing ladder to avoid it. Xianxia said, moreover, this small Red East domain is just the starting point of our journey to the eternal world. We haven't found Feng yet and we don't know where the monkey is. We still have a lot of things to do, but all of them must be based on strong cultivation and strength. Now I'll start to refine the Dragon Chi pill to raise our cultivation to another level. De Huang Dog nodded and stopped talking. He let Xianxia refine the pill in peace. De Huang Dog naturally understood what Xianxia said. The eternal world was too big. They were still weak and pitiful. Cultivation experience was their only advantage. The most important thing now was to constantly improve his cultivation. Jiang Feng and Long Shisan aside, the Scarlet East region's conflict with the Harpies was something that their cultivation bases were far from being able to resolve. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could only kill the most elementary Earth Source experts. The winged race expert they were about to face next would most likely be extremely powerful. He would definitely not be as simple as the lowest earthly source stage. After the battle at Scarlet Ridge Mountain, Jiang Chen had become a thorn in the side of the Harpies. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Feather race was about to unleash their true power on Jiang Chen. In the eyes of the Harpies, Jiang Chen posed a greater threat than the entire human race. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand and all the herbs on the ground flew up. To him, refining pills was a piece of cake. No matter what kind of pill he refined, it was a piece of cake for him. All of the herbs were tossed into the sea of flames by Jiang Chen. Without even moving his hands, he could refine the pill with just his thoughts. Jiang Chen's alchemy skills had already reached the pinnacle. If he claimed to be second, who would dare to claim to be first? Putting aside everything else, just this method of refining the Dragon Chi pill was enough to cause Dan Qingzi's mouth to drop to the point of being completely dumbfounded. Half an hour later, all 5 Dragon Chi pills had been refined. A perfect 100% effectiveness pill. In just half an hour, 5 10% Dragon Chi pills. It was hard to find another person who could do this. If the 3 old men outside knew that Jiang Chen had successfully concocted the pills, they would probably kneel down on the ground and kowtow to Jiang Chen 100 times. This was a little too shocking. Since when did pill refinement become such a simple thing? It was as easy as drinking cold water. How could the other alchemists of the Purple Pill Pavilion put their faces? You're as awesome as ever. If there's a need, call those 3 guys in now. De Huang Dog said. No need. Let them guard the door first. We'll refine the dragon energy pills first. After raising our cultivation, we'll go into seclusion to stabilize our cultivation. We'll come out in 3 days. Jiang Chen said. Those 3 old fellows were currently filled with anticipation for the dragon energy pills. If he gave them the dragon energy pills now, how would they have the mood to guard the door for him? Alright, then this Lord Dog won't be polite. Big Yellow opened his mouth wide and swallowed the dragon chi pill. After that he lied down on a nearby rock and started snoring loudly. Although they had been together for so many years, every time Jiang Chen saw the Huang Dog's cultivation method, he couldn't help but sigh and even feel a little depressed. He could cultivate even while sleeping. How infuriating. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He followed Big Yellow's example and swallowed the pill. These 2 barbaric guys, no matter if it was pills or demon souls, they were still barbaric and unreasonable. They weren't afraid that their bodies would explode at the same time. If outsiders were to see this, they would definitely prostrate themselves in admiration. Dragon energy pills not only contained powerful blood chi, but also incomparably dense energy. The impact of this energy was very strong. Jiang Chen swallowed a dragon energy pill. The blood chi in his body immediately went berserk. His 8 extraordinary meridians were in a state of agitation. Not long after, Jiang Chen's cultivation broke through, reaching the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. However, the medicinal power of the dragon energy pill was still not exhausted. There was still a very strong medicinal power in his body. Jiang Chen continued to refine it and his cultivation was still constantly improving. One day later, the Huang Dog's cultivation advanced to the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, while Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. However, the 2 of them didn't come out immediately. Instead, they continued to cultivate in seclusion. During this period of time, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. The progress was a little too fast. Even with their abnormal foundation, they needed some time to recover. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen wanted to cultivate in seclusion for 3 days. The remaining 2 days were a buffer to completely stabilize his cultivation and make his foundation stronger. Fang Tianhua and the other 2 guarded outside the door. They weren't in a hurry at all. During these 3 days they couldn't relax. Many Martial Pavilion disciples had come to visit them, but they had all been sent away. The few Earth Source Realm disciples who had just been sent away couldn't help but start discussing. Did you guys hear that just now? The 3 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion said that Jiang Chen is their master. Why didn't I hear that? Moreover, their faces were full of pride. Seems that this Jiang Chen really has some heaven-defying means. I really envy them. If I had the chance to acknowledge Jiang Chen as my master, my cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 4062. Everyone in the Martial Pavilion worshipped Jiang Chen like a god. The disciples who had come because of his reputation, especially the earthly source realm geniuses, had originally only wanted to give it a try. Now that such a figure had appeared in the Martial Pavilion, they naturally had to come and pay their respects. However, because of the pride that came from the bones of the earthly source realm geniuses, they were still somewhat unconvinced of Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation was only at the Unity Origin realm. They wanted to see if Jiang Chen was as amazing as the rumors said. They wanted to see if he could really make so many people chase after him and call him teacher. The result was even more outrageous than they had imagined. Even the 3 earthly source realm elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion were here to serve as Jiang Chen's doorman. They called him teacher with great respect. They had seen it with their own eyes, which was enough to prove how powerful Jiang Chen was. This also made them even more eager to get Jiang Chen's guidance. If Jiang Chen could guide them, they believed that with their talent, they would definitely be able to make great progress very quickly. The next day Xieting came again. This time he was forced to come by his father to invite Jiang Chen to the city lord's mansion as a guest. Xieting greets the 3 elders. When Xieting saw Fang Tianhua and the other 2, he could not help but be stunned. He did not know why these 3 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion were waiting outside Jiang Chen's room. However, the elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion still needed to be respected. Xieting was a very polite child, so he immediately cupped his fists and spoke. "Oh, it's Xieting. What's the matter?" Fang Tianhua said with a smile. They knew Xieting's identity. Even though they were elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion, they did not dare to slight him. Not to mention that Xiating was also an outstanding genius. Just Xiating's father was in existence that they had to look up to and respect. There were 2 second heavenly source realm experts in the human race, and one of them was Xiating's father. I'm here on my father's orders to invite teacher to the city lord's mansion as a guest, Xiating said. Does the city lord want to invite master to be a guest? Feng Tianhua was stunned. He did not expect that even the city lord of the divine martial arts city would personally invite Jiang Chen. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen's supreme position in the human race had been completely established. Given Xie Yunping's identity and status, how could he invite a fusion origin brat? Jiang Chen was probably the only one blessed by the heavens. This was enough to prove that Xie Yunping did not treat Jiang Chen as a simple disciple of the martial pavilion at the origin realm. He truly placed Jiang Chen on the same level as himself. Master. Xiating was also stunned. That's right. The 3 of us have already acknowledged Jiang Chen as our masters on the first day he came to the martial pavilion. Feng Tianhua said. It's the kind that kowtows a real master. Wang Dongxue quickly added. Kowtowing to a disciple of the martial pavilion was something that they would never have said in public if it was before. After all, it would damage the reputation of their elders. But now, this kind of shameful thing had undoubtedly become a kind of pride. It was a capital that could be used to brag about. In fact, this was indeed the case. After Xiating learned that the 3 elders had kowtowed to acknowledge him as their master, not only did he not feel that it was the case, but his eyes were filled with envy. No one knew Jiang Chen's ability better than Xiating. Back in the Qingyuan lightning pool, Xiating and the others had a thorough understanding of Jiang Chen's ability. Given Jiang Chen's ability, he was fully qualified to be the master of Feng Tianhua and the other 2. These 3 old guys really had good taste. They had actually started to make their move long ago. Becoming a disciple of Jiang Chen was something that many people dreamed of. It was also something that Xiating had dreamed of. Although Xiating addressed Jiang Chen as his master and had received several pointers from Jiang Chen was not his master after all. This was more or less a pity. Master's attainments in alchemy are outstanding. He can casually refine pills with 100% effectiveness. Even the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion can't do that. It's only right for the 3 of us to acknowledge him as our master. Zhou said. Hearing this, Xiating could not help but smile. In alchemy he actually had such high attainments. In this world there was nothing that Jiang Chen was not proficient in. That's right. Xiating should have already thought about why Jiang Chen joined the Purple Pill Pavilion despite having such great attainments in the formation. This in itself had already explained the problem. That was, Jiang Chen's attainments in alchemy were probably even better than his attainments in formations. Now even the 3 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion had said so. This caused Xiating's respect and admiration for Jiang Chen to reach another peak. Xiating, it's not that we don't want you to go in. Master has specifically instructed us not to let anyone disturb us for 3 days. Only 1 day has passed. Why don't you come back in 2 days? Feng Tianhua said. He did not dare to refute the city lord's mansion, but Jiang Chen had specifically instructed him to wait even if the sect leader came. The status of the city lord of the divine martial city was the same as that of the pavilion master of the martial pavilion. Since Jiang Chen said that even the sect leader had to wait when he came, the city lord was naturally no exception. Moreover, it was not the city lord himself who came but the city lord's son. Of course, master is going to cultivate in seclusion, so Xiating does not dare to disturb him. I have nothing to do these 2 days anyway, so I'll just wait here, Xiating said. Xiating had already instructed Feng Tianhua and the other 2. Even if he did not instruct them, he would not dare to disturb Jiang Chen even if he knew that Jiang Chen did not care. Child, if you are willing to wait, then wait here. Feng Tianhua shook his head helplessly. In the next 2 days, Jiang Chen's place could be said to be as crowded as a marketplace. The people who came to visit came in groups. Many of them were elders of the martial pavilion and were all earthly source realm experts. Jiang Chen was now really famous. His influence in the human race had even surpassed that of Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping. There were so many people who came to visit that even Feng Tianhua and the other 2 didn't expect it. Feng Tianhua and the other 2 finally understood why Jiang Chen wanted the 3 of them to personally guard this place. If Zhang San and Li Si were to stay here, The two of them would be scared out of their wits when they encountered so many earthly source realm experts. Master is not free. No matter who came, the three of them would directly send them away with the same sentence. Fang Tianhua and the other two were simply exhilarated. No matter how powerful the people usually were, they now had to greet them with a smile and give them enough face. This was because the three of them were Jiang Chen's disciples. Just this identity alone was enough for them to be so proud that they would wake up laughing even in their dreams. In the current martial pavilion, who did not want to become Jiang Chen's disciple? Chapter 4063. 2 days passed very quickly. At this time, Jiang Chen's cultivation had completely stabilized at the peak of the 8th level of the Unity Source Realm. He was only one step away from the 9th level of the Unity Source Realm. Moreover, it was a very simple step away. With Jiang Chen's ability, he could easily find an opportunity to break through. However, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry now. If he could break through in battle, that would be the best. For him, there would be too many opportunities to fight in the future. The Huang Dog's cultivation had stabilized at the peak of the 1st level of the Earth Source Realm. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. The effect of the Dragon Chi pill was exactly as Jiang Chen had expected. For a great alchemist like Jiang Chen, he could concoct any pill he needed with just a wave of his hand. This was a unique advantage that ordinary people couldn't have. Little Chenzi, there are a lot of people gathered outside the door. Many people are probably lining up to ask for advice. De Huang Dog chuckled. The scene outside the door could not be hidden from De Huang's perception. Go and call Fang Tianhua and the other two in first. Jiang Chen said. Where are the others? De Huang asked. Let's wait first. Jiang Chen smiled. In the entire Crimson East region, Jiang Chen was the only one who dared to speak like this. Similarly, in the entire martial pavilion, Jiang Chen was probably the only one who could have a crowded residence. Furthermore, he was a disciple at the Unity Source Realm. Creak. When the door was opened, many of them immediately looked over in high spirits. They saw a dog swaggering out of the room and immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Big Yellow's deeds had already spread like wildfire, just like Jiang Chen's. No one dared to look down on this dog, especially those who had been to the remains of the Star Lord. They had witnessed the terror of Big Yellow with their own eyes. Fang Tianhua, the three of you go in first. Your master has something to tell you. De Huang Dog said to Fang Tianhua and the other two. Okay. The three of them immediately beamed with excitement. Only the three of them knew why Jiang Chen was looking for them. It must be because the Dragon Chi pill had been refined successfully. Thinking about how they were about to obtain the Dragon Chi pill, anyone would not be able to help but be excited, let alone them. As for why the three of them were allowed to go in alone, the three of them also understood. There were only so many Dragon Chi pills in total. If word got out, it would probably cause unnecessary agitation. Moreover, Jiang Chen's decision to meet the three of them alone had given the three of them a lot of face. As Jiang Chen's land from now on and even for many years to come, it would become the proudest thing for the three of them. It was enough for them to boast about it for 100 years. The rest of you, please wait for a moment. I know why you guys are here. Don't worry, Jiang Chen is contributing to the human race out of his own free will. He won't ask for anything in return. De Huang Dog said to the hundreds of people gathered outside. Everyone could not help but cheer when they heard that. From the Earth Source Elders to the Unity Source Disciples, everyone was overjoyed. They could not help but raise their thumbs at Jiang Chen. He had been waiting here for so long just for this sentence. Teacher Jiang Chen is truly a role model for the human race. Would anyone else be able to do such a selfless thing? That's true. Teacher Jiang Chen is omnipotent. Just a single pointer from him would be the finishing touch, and it would bring unimaginable benefits to our cultivation. Even if we were to go bankrupt, we would still be willing to beg for such a pointer. Now that Teacher Jiang Chen doesn't ask for anything in return, he is worthy of the word teacher. Teacher Jiang Chen has already come out of seclusion. After Fang Tianhua and the other elders come out, we can go in. However, everyone listen to me. When we go in, we will ask Teacher Jiang Chen for pointers in an orderly manner. Don't be impatient. If you make teacher unhappy, I won't forgive you. An elder at the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm said loudly. The others also nodded in agreement. They felt that this elder's words made a lot of sense, especially the phrase, first come, first served. It was even more convincing. Obviously, in front of Jiang Chen, There was no longer any difference in status when it came to asking for pointers from Zhou Xian. Those who could come here had already thrown away their dignity. Even if an Earth Source Realm expert came to ask for pointers in the eyes of others, it was normal and not shameful at all. This was just like Feng Tianhua and the other 3 Earth Source Realm alchemists of the Purple Pill Pavilion standing here to be Zhou Qian's doormen. Not only would they not be mocked by others, but they would also be envious of them. Xieting saw all of this and his eyes could not help but burn with passion. He did not know when he would be able to reach Zhou Qian's level. Of course he did not dare to hope for this. If he could reach 1/10 of Zhou Qian's level in this life, it would be a great blessing. Zhou Qian's approach also made Xieting admire him greatly. Now that the feather race was eyeing them covetously, there would be a life-and-death battle with the human race sooner or later. Zhou Qian was not stingy with his teachings, and he was improving the overall strength of the human race. Once the overall strength was improved, the human race would have an absolute advantage in the life-and-death battle with the feather race. This was just like in the ruins of the Star Lord of Crimson Ridge Mountain. After receiving guidance from Zhou Qian, the disciples of the Martial Pavilion became like wolves and tigers. They killed the feather race disciples until they were trembling with fear like stray dogs. As for inviting Zhou Qian to the City Lord's mansion as a guest, compared to Zhou Qian's guidance of the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, it was not so important. Therefore when he saw such a scene, Xieting was no longer in a hurry. After Zhou Qian was done with the matters of the Martial Pavilion, he would send him an invitation. In the courtyard, Feng Tianhua and the other 2 stood respectfully in front of Zhou Qian. The 3 of them were laughing and rubbing their hands together. They looked nervous and excited. These are 3 dragon energy pills. You guys can take them. Zhou Qian casually waved his hand, and the 3 dragon energy pills immediately flew out. The 3 of them were quick to react and grab the dragon energy pills in their hands. Then they brought the pills to their eyes to take a closer look. With one look, the expressions of the 3 of them changed. This master, this pill is too precious. We are too embarrassed to accept it. Feng Tianhua's tone was a little shaky as he spoke. He couldn't help but stutter. They were indeed eager for the dragon energy pills, but the level of the dragon energy pills in front of them was much higher than they had imagined. They were so precious that they were simply too embarrassed to accept it without doing anything. 3rd grade 10 dragon energy pills. Master, this pill is the best I have ever seen in my life. Even our pavilion master can't refine it. Chapter 4064. Feng Tianhua and the other 2 were considered to have entered the ranks of 3rd grade alchemists. Although their alchemy skills were far inferior to Zhou Qian's, they still had a certain level of insight. With their insight they could naturally see the level of Zhou Qian's dragon energy pill. It was precisely because they could see the level of the dragon energy pill that they did not dare to accept this gift. To be honest, after the 3 of them recognized Zhou Qian as their master, they had never really contributed to Zhou Qian. On the other hand, Zhou Qian had helped them several times, causing them to undergo earth-shaking changes. Now Zhou Qian had taken out the unparalleled dragon energy pill. From the bottom of their hearts, they could not accept it even though they were extremely eager for this pill. If I give it to you, just take it. If you continue to be shy, I will take it back. Zhou Qian said in annoyance. He knew what the 3 of them were thinking, but this dragon energy pill was indeed nothing to him. As long as there were enough medicinal ingredients, he could refine this kind of pill easily. Refining the dragon energy pill was as easy and casual as eating a meal. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Feng Tianhua quickly put away the pill. Wang Dongxue and Zhou Ke no longer hesitated. If they really took the pill back, the 3 old guys would probably regret it even in their dreams and cry. I don't know how to repay Master's great kindness. Zhou Ke said. Don't worry, there will be a time for you to repay me in the future. Zhou Qian said lightly. Okay, in the future, if Master has any instructions, the 3 of us will definitely not dare to be the slightest bit stubborn. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, we will not hesitate at all. Wang Dongxue patted her chest and promised. Okay, the 3 of you can leave. Let the people outside line up and come in batches. Zhou Qian waved his hand at the 3 of them, signaling them to leave. Okay. The 3 of them bowed towards Zhou Qian, then turned around and walked out. Even if Zhou Qian hadn't said anything, they would have left as soon as possible. The dragon chi pill was too attractive to them. Now that they had it in their hands, they couldn't wait to refine it. The three of them opened the door. Fang Tianhua took a step forward and said loudly to the crowd outside the door, "Master has said to line up and enter in batches. 10 people will enter at a time. From today onwards, anyone in the martial pavilion who wants Master's guidance can come." Fang Tianhua held his head high, like an imperial envoy issuing an imperial edict. His face was full of arrogance. Voila! As soon as Fang Tianhua finished speaking, the entire crowd began to become restless. It was a frenzied restlessness. It could be seen that everyone had become extremely excited. Under the leadership of the elder, the crowd had already lined up, waiting for Zhou Xian to speak. The martial pavilion had strict discipline. Now that Zhou Xian's words were like an imperial edict, they naturally had to obey. The first batch to enter consisted of 3 elders and disciples of the martial pavilion. Li Long was among them. This guy hadn't received any guidance from Zhou Xian in the ruins of the Star Lord of Scarlet Mountain. He had always felt extremely regretful. Now that he had returned to the martial pavilion, how could Li Long miss such a great opportunity? The 10 people entered the courtyard. After about a quarter of an hour, the door was opened again, and the 10 people walked out in an orderly manner. Wow, amazing, amazing. Teacher Zhou Xian is really amazing. This predicament that has affected me for 10 years was actually eliminated in an instant under Teacher Zhou Xian's guidance. The hidden danger buried in my body for more than a decade has also been eliminated by Teacher Zhou Xian. In less than a month, my cultivation will be able to advance to the 5th level of the Earth Source realm. The reincarnation of an Almighty. It's definitely the reincarnation of an Almighty. Only the reincarnation of a true Almighty would have such ability. In front of Teacher Zhou Xian, we should all be his disciples. The moment the people who came out walked out of the courtyard, they all jumped up and down in excitement as if they had gone mad. Even the Earth Source elders were no exception. Their usual dignified demeanor had completely vanished, and they did not pay any attention to their own appearances. Holy shit, is it really that amazing? Quick, quick, the second batch, hurry in. It's too amazing. I must receive Teacher Zhou Xian's guidance. The reincarnation of an Almighty descending upon our martial pavilion is our martial pavilion's fortune. The overall strength of the martial pavilion will greatly increase, and with this increase, it's only a matter of time before we surpass the feather race. The people who were still waiting outside became even more excited. Everyone could not wait any longer. The second batch of 10 people all took a deep breath and adjusted their state of mind, before walking towards the courtyard. Some of them were thinking about how they should greet Teacher Zhou Xian humbly when they saw him later. Another 15 minutes later, the second batch of people walked out in high spirits. Every single one of them cheered loudly as if they had gone mad. There was no reason for them not to be excited. All the problems that they had been suppressing in their hearts had been resolved by Zhou Xian, so there was no way they could not be excited. Amazing, just too amazing. I need to go back and tell my brother to come as well. That's right. Although your brother is already a genius at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he's nothing compared to Teacher Zhou Xian. If your brother can receive Teacher Zhou Xian's guidance, reaching the 4th heavenly layer in a month won't be a problem at all. Being able to receive Teacher Zhou Xian's guidance is the fortune of my life. From today onwards, Teacher Zhou Xian will be my idol for life. The people who left were all incomparably satisfied. It was easy to imagine that there would be more and more disciples coming in addition to these people. The path of cultivation had always been like rowing a boat against the current. No matter how talented one was, they would still encounter all sorts of problems. If someone could help them solve their problems, no one would reject it. Very soon, the news that Zhou Xian was going to open up the martial pavilion to the public spread. In a short period of time, the entire martial pavilion was in an uproar. Those who had not received Teacher Zhou Xian's guidance began to rush towards the Purple Pill Pavilion in a hurry. Even the lofty earthly source genius disciples and countless earthly source elders, including those at the 8th or 9th heavenly layer, had come without any regard for their pride. In a short period of time, Zhou Xian had become the teacher of the entire nation, causing the entire martial pavilion to boil with excitement. Chapter 4065. As such, Zhou Xian was not stingy with his teachings. It was not a loss to him at all, and he had also obtained the benefits he wanted from the martial pavilion. Ever since he had stepped into the martial pavilion, Zhou Xian had made use of its resources. There was no need to mention the Purple Pill Pavilion. The Beast Battle Arena was also a stepping stone for his growth. In the next 2 days, the entire martial pavilion was in an uproar. In the end, even the elders and disciples of the Purple Pill Pavilion and Everlasting Pavilion came over. In a short period of time, Jiang Chen's status as a teacher of the nation was confirmed. His status in the martial pavilion had already surpassed Wu Changtian and the 2 pavilion masters. What was truly terrifying was that every single person that had received guidance from Jiang Chen would come out and say that Jiang Chen was amazing. He was so amazing that he could perfectly answer all the various questions that so many people had. This was just too terrifying. If it was just 1 or 2 people, it would still make sense, but it was a little too much for everyone to be able to answer. This matter had already alarmed the upper echelons of the martial pavilion. In the end, even the Heavenly Source elders could no longer hold themselves back. At the top of a pill tower in the Purple Pill Pavilion, over 20 Heavenly Source experts were gathered together. Their gazes were fixed on the place where Jiang Chen lived. It had been 2 days and the place was as crowded as a marketplace. Sect Master, isn't this Jiang Chen a little too terrifying? Can he really solve everyone's problems? Just how much experience does he have in cultivation? Dan Qingzi could not help but say. Yeah, we can understand if he can solve 1 or 2 problems, but if he can solve everyone's problems, that's amazing. Could he really be the reincarnation of a supreme expert? Xinyan could not help but sigh. He did not dare to believe such a scene. It doesn't matter if Jiang Chen is the reincarnation of a supreme expert or not. This is a great fortune for our martial pavilion. Moreover, everything he does is definitely for the sake of our human race. The martial pavilion must protect such a person. Wu Changtian said solemnly. The sect leader is right. This Jiang Chen is too scary. The feather race will only be satisfied if they plan to get rid of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has become a great threat to the feather race. That's normal. It's fortunate that such a nature-defying existence is from our martial pavilion. If the feather clan had such an existence, we old fellows wouldn't be able to sleep well. However, it won't be easy for the feather clan to kill Jiang Chen. I'm sure you haven't forgotten how Jiang Chen easily dodged Zhao Lingxiao's full-powered attack. He can even dodge the attack of a Heavenly Source expert. How can someone like that be killed so easily? The Heavenly Source experts were all stunned. Jiang Chen had left an unimaginable impression in their hearts. The humans of the Crimson East region were rather united, so no one was jealous of Jiang Chen. Everyone believed that Jiang Chen's existence was a great thing for the martial pavilion. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen was willing to stay here to help the martial pavilion. It was because of the unity of the human race. If the humans here were the same as the ones he had met in the past, full of deceit and intrigue with factions and factions fighting against each other, Jiang Chen would have left long ago. He wouldn't have the mood to stay here and guide them. Let alone the disciples and elders, even I want to find Jiang Chen for guidance. A first heavenly layer Heavenly Source elder had said. The other Heavenly Source elders could not help but look at each other, seeing the desire in each other's eyes. It seemed that there was more than one Heavenly Source expert who wanted Jiang Chen's guidance. But wouldn't it be a little too embarrassing for us old fellows to find a Unity Origin disciple to guide us? Someone asked. If you're afraid of losing face, you don't have to go. I've decided to go anyway, but I'll only go after everyone has left, someone said. There's nothing embarrassing about it. There's nothing shameful about it. If Jiang Chen can really help us break through, then the overall strength of our martial pavilion will rise to a whole new level, especially for us Heavenly Source experts. If our cultivation base can advance to another level, we can definitely fight against the Yu clan. At that time we'll definitely have an overwhelming advantage. Wu Changtian said. Zhen Yang and Dan Qingzi looked at each other, seeing the burning desire in each other's eyes. This was a matter that concerned the future of the human race, as well as the increase of their own cultivation. What was face worth at a time like this? What's more, Jiang Chen was just too amazing. Aside from his cultivation, he surpassed them in every other aspect. He was a classic example of a reincarnated powerhouse. Even if they sought guidance from Jiang Chen, it would not be embarrassing at all. Jiang Chen's status in the hearts of the people of the martial pavilion had already been established. He was an existence that stood at the apex of the pyramid. Everyone believed that Jiang Chen was a reincarnated powerhouse. How could it be embarrassing for a Heavenly Source expert to seek guidance from a reincarnated powerhouse? It was a very normal matter. Then should we go find Jiang Qin after he's done with his matters? Dan Qingzi suggested. We've already been busy for a few days. In my opinion, there's no need to rush. Let's let Jiang Qin rest for a few days. After all, the problem we've encountered is probably much more difficult to solve than the problems of others. Wu Changtian said. What sect leader said makes sense. Our problem is definitely harder to solve than the others. Let's just let Jiang Qin rest for a while. After teaching so many people continuously, just the energy consumption alone is not something an ordinary person can bear. Jin Yang nodded. In reality, they had no idea that they were overthinking things. In Jiang Chen's eyes, there was no difference between guiding heavenly source experts and unity origin experts. The problems that they had encountered were not even worth mentioning in Jiang Chen's eyes. Another 2 days passed. A large number of people from the martial pavilion had been guided by Jiang Chen. At this time, Xia Ting, who had been waiting bitterly for several days, finally walked into Jiang Chen's courtyard. In the courtyard, Jiang Chen was sitting on a stone bench, drinking tea in a leisurely manner. Xia Ting could not help but be taken aback. He had originally thought that Jiang Chen would be exhausted after continuously guiding so many people, but who would have thought that Jiang Chen would still be as energetic as before? Xia Ting couldn't help but admire his energy. He admired him so much that he wanted to prostrate himself before him. Xia Ting, what's the matter? Chapter 4066. Teacher, I've come on my father's behalf to invite you to the city lord's estate as a guest. Xia Ting didn't mince his words and stated his intentions. Is the city lord's invitation? Jiang Qin nodded. His face was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Even if a great figure like the city lord had taken the initiative to invite him, he still felt that it was a matter of course. My father greatly admires teacher's talent, so he wishes to be the host of the divine martial city. I hope that teacher will do me the honor. Xia Ting clasped his fists. Ever since the Qingyuan lightning pool, his attitude towards Jiang Qin had been as respectful as ever. I naturally cannot refuse the city lord's invitation. Xia Ting, lead the way. Jiang Qin said and stood up. Ah, not bad, not bad. We can go to the city lord's estate to eat and drink to our heart's content. Big Yellow was laughing out excitedly, and his saliva was dripping down from his mouth. He was such a good-for-nothing, and Jiang Qin couldn't help but want to kick Big Yellow's fat butt. The city lord's estate was the most eye-catching place in the divine martial city apart from the martial pavilion. Everyone knew that there were 3 colossal entities in the divine martial city of the Crimson East region. The martial pavilion went without saying, but the other 2 were the city lord's estate and the Yun clan. The patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Xinan, was below Xie Yunping in terms of cultivation. One was at the first heavenly layer while the other was at the second heavenly layer. As a result, the Yun clan's status in the city was slightly lower than the city lord's estate. If these 3 colossal entities had to be ranked in order, they would naturally be the martial pavilion, the city lord's estate and the Yun clan. The entire city lord's estate was in an uproar when they heard that Jiang Qin was going to the city lord's estate as a guest. The gates of the estate were decorated with lanterns and streamers, and there was a long queue to welcome him. News of what had happened on Chiliang Mountain had long since spread throughout the mission area. The city lord's estate, which was relatively close to the martial pavilion, knew everything that had happened in the past few days. Jiang Qin had already become the most famous teacher in the martial pavilion. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the teacher of the entire nation. With Xie Yunping's remarkable abilities, nothing that happened in the martial pavilion could be hidden from him. Currently, apart from the group of heavenly source experts, almost everyone else in the martial pavilion had been taught by Jiang Qin. Even the elders at the peak of Earth Source Realm took the initiative to seek guidance from Jiang Qin, and received unexpected results. Xie Yunping couldn't help but be shocked, even more so than when he met Jiang Qin on Mount Qiling. Giving pointers to 1 or 2 people might be a coincidence, but to be able to solve the cultivation problems of tens of thousands of people, that was not something that could be explained by luck and coincidence. By now, Xie Yunping had almost the same thought as everyone else. Jiang Qin must be the reincarnation of some great expert. If he really was the reincarnation of a great expert, even the city lord's estate would have to respect him. He would not dare to put on any airs in front of Jiang Qin. Xie Yunping even wanted to learn from Jiang Qin. He had been cultivating for so many years and had worked so hard to get to where he was today. However, it was extremely difficult for him to advance further in his cultivation. The higher the level of an expert, the more problems they would encounter in their cultivation, and the more difficult it would be to solve them. Moreover, they had already stood at the top of the pyramid in the Qidong region. Apart from themselves, no one could give them guidance. Now that a great expert like Zhou Xian had appeared, he saw a glimmer of hope. At this moment, in another colossal entity in Divine Martial City, the Yun clan. The upper echelons of the Yun clan had gathered in the meeting hall of the Yun clan. Patriarch Yun Xian was pacing back and forth. "Father, don't walk around. You're making your head dizzy." An incomparably beautiful girl could not help but say. If Zhou Xian saw this girl, he would be very familiar with her. She was Qin Yiren, who had a conflict with him before. "Yiren, the city lord's mansion is bustling with activity. They have already invited Zhou Xian as a guest. How can I not be anxious?" "Who's Zhou Xian?" "He is now a teacher of the whole nation. Since Xie Yunping has invited him, we should also invite him." Yun Xian said. "Patriarch, it's not difficult. When Zhou Xian comes out of the city lord's mansion, we can invite him." One of the elders said. "It's easy for you to say. The reincarnation of a great expert like Zhou Xian is not easy to invite. You haven't seen that Zhou Xian can easily dodge Xiaoling Xiao's attack. Such a person's arrogance is not something we can imagine. Xie Yunpeng was able to invite him because his precious son has a good relationship with Zhou Xian. Our Yun clan has never had any interaction with Zhou Xian. If we take the liberty to invite him and he refuses, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing?" Yun Xian sighed. If Zhou Xian refused the Yun clan's invitation, he would have no place to hide his old face. "I really didn't expect this guy to be so powerful," Qin Yiren muttered. "Yiren, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Xian is now a hero of the human clan, and you too. You didn't choose to go into seclusion earlier or later, but chose to go into seclusion during the Qiliang Mountain incident. If you had followed him into the Qiliang Mountain, you might have already established a relationship with Zhou Xian." Yun Xian couldn't help but complain. Although he was complaining, it was clear that he loved this adopted daughter very much. "I didn't know that there would be a Star Lord's relic in the Qiliang Mountain, but I do have some relationship with Zhou Xian," Qin Yiren said. "Yiren, you know Zhou Xian?" Yun Xian's face immediately lit up. If Qin Yiren and Zhou Xian were friends, it would be great. "Yes, I knew him when he first came to the Martial Pavilion's assessment in the Divine Martial City." Qin Yiren nodded. "Ah, that's great. You two must have a good relationship." Yun Xian laughed happily. "It's nothing. I taught his dog a lesson, but I was defeated by Zhou Xian." Qin Yiren said embarrassedly. "What? Taught his dog a lesson? That dog? The De Huang dog that had displayed its invincible might on the Qiliang Mountain?" The smile on Yun Xian's face instantly froze. It turned out that this was how Qin Yiren and Zhou Xian met. They had started fighting the first time they met. It would be better if they didn't know each other at all. "Father, I'm not such a petty person and won't get angry over such a small matter. However, I can't guarantee that Zhou Xian won't be angry with your two precious daughters." Qin Yiren shrugged her shoulders. "Those two little girls, what did they do?" Yun Xian suddenly recalled his two precious daughters who claimed to be the Yun family's twin prides. They were sent to the Martial Pavilion to cultivate together with Qin Yiren. These two lawless girls were fearless, and if they offended Zhou Xian, it would be disastrous. Qin Yiren recounted how the Yun residence's prides had caused trouble for Zhou Xian in the Genesis Qi Tower, and how they had been taught a lesson by Zhou Xian. Chapter 4067. Those two scoundrels. I shouldn't have sent them to the Martial Pavilion. Yun Xian was heartbroken. It was conceivable that if those two ignorant girls were standing in front of Yun Xian at this moment, Yun Xian would probably give them a slap and send them flying. "Don't worry, Patriarch. If Zhou Xian really is the reincarnation of a great expert, with his breadth of mind, I don't think he will be bothered by such a small matter. After all, Yuning and Yunzhi are still young." An elder said. "It seems that we have to invite Zhou Xian to the Yun residence as a guest. As the clan leader of the Yun residence, I would like to express my apologies." Yun Xian sighed. This time he was going to invite Zhou Xian personally. "Clan leader, are you going to come personally?" An elder asked. "That's right. I'll go personally," Yun Xian said. "Clan leader, in my opinion, why don't we let Yiren do it?" The elder said. "It's more important if I invite him personally." Yun Sinan waved his hand. He had thought that the Yun residence had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. He didn't expect that something unpleasant had happened. Only if he, the clan leader, personally came to show his sincerity. Clan leader, I think it's better if Iren comes. Look at our Iren. She's slim and graceful. I think Jiang Chen is also young. Maybe he's still single. The elder said with a smile. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. That's right. Yun Sinan slapped his forehead. If Chen Iren could have that kind of relationship with Jiang Chen, then Jiang Chen would be the son-in-law of the Yun residence. Where else could he find such a good thing? In the entire Shenwu city, there were only a few people who were better than Chen Iren in terms of appearance and talent. Godfather, what are you talking about? Chen Iren's face was flushed. She covered her face and ran out. A burst of laughter came from behind. Outside the gates of the City Lord Manor, there was a long line of welcoming guests. The entire street outside the City Lord Manor was filled with people. When they heard that the City Lord Manor was going to invite all the teachers in the country, everyone wanted to come over and take a look. They wanted to see what the legendary Jiang Chen looked like. Xie Yunpeng was dressed very grandly. He wore a bright red robe and stood outside the gate to welcome them. Beside him stood an incomparably enchanting woman. She had a graceful figure and a pair of seductive eyes that not many men could resist. Brother Peng, is there a need for you to personally welcome a mere martial pavilion disciple in the Unity Origin realm? The girl pulled Xie Yunpeng's arm and said coquettishly. Little Ling, you can't speak carelessly. This Jiang Chen might very well be the reincarnation of an almighty being. It's my honor to have him come to our city lord's mansion. When you see Jiang Chen later, you must be polite. Xie Yunpeng instructed. Got it. Bai Shaoling agreed, but a trace of disgust and worry flashed in the depth of her eyes. Soon Jiang Chen and a Huang dog arrived at the City Lord Manor under Xie Ting's lead. The grand scene really shocked Jiang Chen. This is a bit too much. Jiang Chen coughed lightly. I didn't expect my father to be so grand. But it's only right. With teacher's current prestige, my father will naturally come out to welcome you personally. As for the people of the divine martial city, they all want to see teacher's glory. Xie Ting smiled. In fact, even he didn't expect such a sensational scene. But this was also good. It would show that they valued Jiang Chen and the City Lord Manor's sincerity. Not bad, not bad. The people of the divine martial city are very friendly. They all came to admire Lord Dog's glory. The Huang dog laughed loudly and his narcissism instantly soared. Where does your confidence come from? Jiang Chen said impatiently. Are you saying that Lord Dog is not majestic enough? Or that Lord Dog has embarrassed you? The Huang dog was instantly annoyed and bared his teeth at Jiang Chen. No. Lord Dog is very majestic. Jiang Chen quickly admitted defeat. He didn't want to fight with the Huang dog in public. If this dog bit his butt, then his beautiful image would be instantly destroyed. Look, he's here. Is that white-clothed young man Jiang Chen? Has to be him. He has a dog by his side and young Master Xie Ting is so respectful towards him. Who else could it be other than Jiang Chen? He's so young. I can't believe that he has such abilities at the Unity Origin realm. That's too powerful. Everyone says that he's the reincarnation of a great expert. This time he single-handedly helped the geniuses of the human race and killed all the genius disciples of the feather race. None of the feather race's geniuses walked out alive. He's really powerful. He's a hero of the human race. It would be great if I could build a relationship with him. What are you thinking about? Why are you daydreaming in broad daylight? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You still want to build a relationship with Jiang Chen. The people of the divine martial city became restless. Countless pairs of fiery eyes fell on Jiang Chen. This teacher of the people was too attractive. Brother Jiang Chen. Xie Yunpeng saw Jiang Chen and strode over. He cupped his fists at Jiang Chen from afar. With his status in the city lord's mansion, there were no more than 10 people in the entire Crimson East region who could make him call his brother. Even the martial pavilion's sect leader Wu Chongtian did not have such a grand welcome. The city lord is so polite. Jiang Chen is flattered. Jiang Chen cupped his fists and smiled. He had always been a person who would return the favor tenfold. As the city lord of the divine martial city, Xie Yunpeng was so polite to him, so Jiang Chen naturally couldn't put on airs. Your servant Bai Shaoling greets brother Jiang Chen. Bai Shaoling walked forward and bowed slightly to Jiang Qin. Aunt Ling rarely shows herself. My father must have arranged for her to come out and welcome me this time, Xie Ting said in a low voice. But judging from his attitude towards this woman, he was obviously not very friendly. Brother Jiang Qin, let me introduce you. This is my wife Bai Shaoling, my wife. Xie Yunping introduced. The city lord is really something, hiding a mistress. Xie Ting, why isn't your mother by your father's side? De Huang Dog didn't hold back when he spoke. I won't hide it from teacher De Huang. My mother passed away early, Xie Ting said. Obviously he didn't want to talk about his mother. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's eyes fell on Bai Shaoling at the same time. Both of their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Bai Shaoling had a smile on her face, but her eyes were avoiding them. She didn't dare to look at them. Good girl. She hides it well. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin. She's a vixen. Her body is filled with the scent of a human. If it wasn't you and I, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell. I see that Xie Yunpeng looks tough on the surface, but he's actually weak internally. His qi and blood are in a deficit. It seems to be related to this vixen. Chapter 4068. What should we do? Should we get rid of her? The Xie father and son are definitely in the dark. This vixen has some methods to conceal her demonic qi. She looks like a human no matter how you look at her, but she can't escape our eyes. De Huang Dog said. Just act according to the circumstances. Don't be reckless. Jiang Qin stopped De Huang Dog. It was best not to act rashly without knowing the truth. He needed to continue observing. Bai Shaoling raised her head and glanced at Jiang Qin, then immediately shifted her gaze away. Unknowingly, her back was already drenched in sweat. Under Jiang Qin's gaze, she had a feeling that she had nowhere to hide. This was also the reason why Bai Shaoling was unwilling to come out to greet them. She was already afraid when she heard that Jiang Qin might be the reincarnation of a powerful expert. She was afraid of being exposed. However, in front of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, this little trick was nothing. Their eyes were comparable to Long Shisan's fiery eyes of gold. Under their gaze, no demon or monster could hide. Brother Jiang Qin, please come in. Xie Yunpeng made a gesture of invitation to Jiang Qin with a heroic spirit. City Lord, please. Jiang Qin politely said, then walked into the City Lord's mansion side by side with Xie Yunpeng. In the hall of the City Lord's mansion, Xie Yunpeng and his son held a banquet. 3 Earth Source Realm experts of the City Lord's mansion also greeted Jiang Qin. They did not dare to slight Jiang Qin in the slightest. Even the City Lord was so polite to Jiang Qin, let alone them. Moreover, they already knew about Jiang Qin's deeds. Even the peak Earth Source Realm experts and elders of the Martial Pavilion had sought guidance from Jiang Qin. How could they be disrespectful to Jiang Qin? They had the same thoughts this time. How could they miss such a great opportunity? The banquet began. Bai Shaoling found an excuse to leave, leaving the group of men behind. After 3 rounds of wine, one of the Earth Source Realm experts spoke first. Brother Jiang Qin, I've also encountered some problems with my cultivation recently. I wonder if Brother Jiang Qin can help me? The one who spoke was Zhou Xian, the head butler of the City Lord's mansion. He had followed Xie Yunpeng for many years and had contributed greatly to the City Lord's mansion. His hands were stained with the blood of the winged race. He had killed at least 1,000 winged race people. Your Tanzhong acupoint is suppressed by fire poison. It hurts once a day. If you don't treat it soon, you'll die from the fire poison in 3 years. Jiang Qin looked at Zhou Xian and said. Hearing this, Zhou Xian suddenly stood up from his seat, and the wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. The problem with his Tanzhong acupoint was a secret that even Xie Yunping didn't know about. Zhou Xian shot up from his seat, the wine cup in his hand falling to the ground with a clatter. The problem with his Tanzhong acupoint was his secret. Even Xie Yunping did not know about it. But today Jiang Qin had accurately described his symptoms with just a glance. How could Zhou Xian not be shocked? Zhou Xian was beyond excited. The last shred of doubt he'd had towards Jiang Qin in the depths of his heart instantly vanished without a trace. Zhou Xian was overwhelmed with emotion. The last shred of doubt he had for Jiang Qin in the depths of his heart instantly disappeared. He was not the only one who was shocked. Apart from Xie Ting, everyone else stared at Jiang Qin in shock. Xie Yunpeng was no exception. Teacher, save me. Zhou Xian took a step back and was about to kneel on the ground. but Jiang Chen reacted quickly and grabbed him. Zhang Xian could not help but feel emotional. This was a matter of life and death. Moreover, he was certain that Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of a powerful expert. It did not seem shameful for him to kneel to the reincarnation of a powerful expert. Moreover, the only one who could save his life now was Jiang Chen. Well said. Steward Zhang has made great contributions to the human race. How can I, Jiang Chen, not save you? As Jiang Chen said this, he suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed at Zhang Shen's Tanzhong acupoint. Zhang Shen did not dodge or evade. He had absolute trust in Jiang Chen. A stream of raging fire entered Zhang Shen's body through Jiang Chen's finger, rushing into his Tanzhong acupoint. The flames transformed into a fire dragon, opening its mouth wide and devouring all of the fire poison that had accumulated in Zhang Shen's acupoint. In the next moment, the flame rushed out of Zhang Shen's body and returned to Jiang Chen's hand. Zhang Shen cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique, but how could the flames on his body compare to Jiang Chen's? Mere fire poison was instantly subdued by Jiang Chen's flames. Feel it again. Jiang Chen smiled. Zhang Shen had yet to recover from his earlier shock, but Jiang Chen's treatment had already ended. Wasn't this a little too fast? Zhang Shen did not dare to believe it. He hurriedly checked his body and discovered that the fire poison that had accumulated in his Tanzhong acupoint for many years had disappeared. That dull pain in his body had also completely disappeared. His body suddenly felt refreshed like never before. Alright, haha, the fire poison is gone. This is too miraculous. Zhang Shen has no way to repay teacher's life-saving grace. Please accept my bow. Zhang Shen's agitation was indescribable. He hurriedly bowed deeply to Jiang Chen to express his gratitude. Xie Yunping and the rest were shocked to the extreme. They did not even see how Jiang Chen did it, but he had so easily resolved Zhang Shen's chronic illness. Such a miraculous mystic art, if they did not see it with their own eyes, how could they believe it? Teacher is truly a godly person. Indeed, knowing someone by reputation is not as good as meeting them in person. My horizons have truly been broadened. The other two ninth-layer Earth Source experts also expressed their admiration. The way they addressed Jiang Chen also changed from Brother Jiang Chen to teacher. Housekeeper Zhang, your cultivation technique has caused you to go against the flow. You can improve it in the future. Now that the fire poison has been resolved, if you practice your cultivation technique properly, you should be able to reach the heavenly source realm in half a year. Jiang Chen said to Zhang Shen. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Zhang Shen was overwhelmed with emotions. He had never been so excited in his entire life. Breaking through to the heavenly source realm had been his lifelong dream, and he had thought that it would be impossible for him to achieve it. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would give him hope, endless hope? Reaching the heavenly source realm in half a year was like a dream to Zhang Shen. Even now he still felt that it was a dream. Did not feel realistic at all. Teacher, we also have questions. Please guide us. Yes, teacher. The other two ninth-layer Earth Source experts could no longer sit still. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, wouldn't they be struck by lightning? They still had a sliver of doubt towards Jiang Chen before, but now that they had personally witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities, they did not dare to doubt him at all. The two of them fought to be the first to voice their questions, looking at Jiang Chen with pleading gazes. If Jiang Chen could help them, it would be a wonderful thing. Chapter 4069. After 3 rounds of wine, the 3 ninth heavenly layer Earth Source experts of the City Lord's estate were already filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. They were truly grateful to him. Zhang Shen and the others all patted their chests and promised that if Jiang Chen needed any help in the future, they would not even bat an eyelid at all. Even if they had to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of flames, they would do it without hesitation. This was especially true for Zhang Shen. Jiang Chen had helped him clear the fire poison in his body. This was the same as saving Zhang Shen's life. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, if the fire poison in Zhang Shen's body wasn't cleared as soon as possible, he would only have 3 more years to live. There's no need to be so polite. Jiang Chen only lifted a finger to help. Said Jiang Chen. He had a very good impression of the people of the City Lord's estate. In reality, the humans of the Crimson East region gave Jiang Chen a very good impression. It was because the overall environment was good. He had experienced many things, but this was the first time he had seen such a united place. There were basically no conflicts between humans, only fights with the winged race. Teacher, Why don't you take a look at my father and see if he has any problems that he needs to solve? Xia Ting took the initiative to ask. He had already seen Xie Yunping hesitate 3 times. He understood his father far too well. Xie Yunping had personally seen Jiang Qin guide his 3 subordinates, so it would be impossible for him not to be tempted. However, he was a heavenly source expert after all and the city lord, so he was a little embarrassed to ask for help. Problems? There's a big problem. Your father's about to be squeezed dry by the vixen. De Huang Dog had long since been unable to hold it in any longer. When he heard Xia Ting's question, his straightforward nature immediately blurted out. Squeezed dry by the vixen? To the city lord of the city lord's estate, this was undoubtedly extremely rude. However, De Huang Dog did not care about this. This dog did not seem to have any manners. Teacher De Huang, what do you mean by that? Xia Ting's expression changed as he looked at De Huang. Xie Yunping's expression also darkened instantly. It was obvious that he was very unhappy with De Huang Dog's words. If it wasn't for the sake of Jiang Qin, Xie Yunping would have flown into a rage on the spot. Lord City Master, there is no need to be angry. What this brother of mine said is the truth. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Since De Huang Dog had spoken, then this layer of window paper had been pierced through. Regarding Bai Xiaoling's matter, it was time to get to the bottom of it. Brother Jiang Qin, what do you mean by that? Xie Yunping frowned. City Lord, your vitality is almost depleted. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. If your cultivation base doesn't improve, it will deteriorate completely. Once your vitality is depleted, it will be your doomsday. Jiang Qin said that he was not exaggerating at all. Father, is what teacher said true? Xia Ting looked at Xie Yunping anxiously. At this moment, Xie Yunping was like a deflated balloon. His previously high-spirited aura had withered. Brother Jiang Qin is right. Recently, I have indeed felt that my vitality is insufficient. When I cultivate, I will feel dizzy from time to time. Not only did my cultivation base not improve, but it also felt like I was floating. To be honest, when I fought with Zhao Lingxiao on Mount Chiling, I felt that my strength was not weak. I tried to take some elixirs to strengthen my vitality, but it didn't work at all. Xie Yunping said. Teacher, please help my father. Xia Ting suddenly stood up from his seat and bowed deeply to Jiang Qin. Ever since he entered the martial pavilion, he had less contact with Xie Yunping and did not care enough about his father. Moreover, with Bai Xiaoling by his father's side, Xia Ting originally had a slight dislike for Bai Xiaoling. Hence he rarely had the chance to meet Xie Yunping. Of course I will help, but I hope City Lord can answer my next question sincerely. Jiang Qin looked at Xie Yunping. Brother Jiang Qin, please ask. How can I not be honest? Xie Yunping said. He had now realized the seriousness of his problem. In fact, even if Jiang Qin did not say anything today, he had been looking for a way to at least find out the reason for this situation. It should be known that the cultivation method and battle skill that he cultivated were all existences of extreme yang. Vigorous qi and blood had always been his most important characteristic. Xie Yunping was completely bewildered by this sudden situation of having his qi and blood depletion. He could not find the slightest reason for this at all. I want to know Bai Xiaoling's true identity. Jiang Qin went straight to the point. Xiaoling. Antling Xie Yunping and his father's expressions froze. Obviously, they did not expect that this matter would involve a woman. Bai Xiaoling is a girl that I saved when I was traveling a year ago. In order to repay me for saving her life, she is willing to follow me. Xie Yunping said. Little Chinzi, it seems that this vixen has a premeditated plan. De Huang Dog laughed. This matter was very obvious. Bai Xiaoling was a demon fox, but she had never told Xie Yunping about it. If she really wanted to repay Xie Yunping for saving her life, there was no need to hide it. Moreover, Xie Yunping's deficiency of vitality was obviously related to Bai Xiaoling. What vixen? Xie Yunping frowned. It seems that City Lord still does not know that your wife, Bai Xiaoling, is a demon fox. Although she used a secret technique to conceal her demonic aura, she can't hide it from my eyes. If my guess is right, Bai Xiaoling should have let you save her on purpose a year ago. This itself is a conspiracy. Bai Xiaoling approached you in order to destroy you. Therefore she sucked your vitality dry. City Lord, you are the pillar of the human race. Once you fall, there will naturally be someone who will feel proud. Jiang Qin said. What? Xie Yunping abruptly stood up from his seat. His entire face began to distort. He couldn't believe this matter at all. If these words didn't come from Jiangchen's mouth, he would have already made his move. Brother Jiangchen, don't speak nonsense. I don't believe that Xiaoling would harm me. For the past year, she has been obedient to me and managed the affairs of the city lord residence. Even if she didn't make any contributions, she still put in a lot of effort. How could she be a demon fox? Xie Yunpeng was completely unwilling to believe this fact. From the depths of his heart he was unwilling to accept it. Because for the past year he had poured too much effort into Bai Xiaoling. He trusted Bai Xiaoling too much. If Bai Xiaoling was really as Jiangchen said, a demon fox that came to harm him, Xie Yunpeng's heart would probably be hurt to death. Why? City Lord, are you doubting me? Chapter 40-70. Seeing that Jiangchen was angry, Xia Ting and the 3 experts of the 9th layer of the Earth Source realm all stood up. Master, please calm down. My father didn't do it on purpose. Xia Ting said. I say, big brother, Bai Xiaoling is so charming. He might really be a fox demon. It might really be a trap for her to get close to you. Zhang Shun pulled Xie Yunpeng's arm. This matter is simple. Just let the madam come and ask her. Another person said. Ting, go get Bai Xiaoling. Xie Yunpeng said to Xia Ting, then sat down on a chair. He was like a frosted eggplant. He was unwilling to accept this cruel reality, but he already had an answer in his heart. He chose to believe in Jiangchen. He believed in Jiangchen's ability. If it was someone else he would definitely not believe it, but Jiangchen was different. He was the reincarnation of a powerful expert. He had many methods and abilities and could be said to be an extraordinary person. Such a person would definitely not speak without thinking. Moreover, his blood qi was in deficit. Calculating the time, this situation only happened after Bai Xiaoling came. Before Bai Xiaoling came to the city lord's manor, Xie Yunpeng had always been a hot-blooded man. If this was the case, everything would make sense. Otherwise, there would be no reason for his blood and qi to suddenly have a problem. All right. Xia Ting left, and not long after he returned with Bai Xiaoling. Bai Xiaoling had a graceful figure, and when she walked she was filled with charm from head to toe. Such a peerless beauty, it was believed that no man in this world would be able to resist her. Husband. Bai Xiaoling saluted Xie Yunpeng, looking very dignified. A lady like her couldn't be associated with a demon fox no matter how one looked at it. Even Zhang Shun and the other 2 felt that Jiangchen was mistaken. Xiaoling, brother Jiangchen said that you're a fox demon. In the past year you've been sucking my blood and qi, causing my blood and qi to be in deficit. I want to know if this is true. Xie Yunpeng was also a straightforward person. He did not beat around the bush at all. He looked at Bai Xiaoling with a burning gaze, hoping to get a negative answer from Bai Xiaoling because he really could not accept this fact. Husband, why do you say that? Bai Xiaoling opened her mouth wide, pretending to be shocked. She then looked at Jiangchen and said, Teacher Jiangchen, everyone respects you and calls you teacher of the nation. I don't know why you would slander a little girl like me for no reason at all. Seeing this, Jiangchen laughed out loud. This little fox still dared to play dumb in front of him. This was her last struggle. Unfortunately, this kind of struggle was meaningless in front of Jiangchen. Damn it, this little fox is quite stubborn. De Huang dog chuckled. Bai Xiaoling, you don't have to pretend in front of me. Your little tricks are just child's play in front of me. Even demons have emotions. I've always believed that in this world, demons are the same as humans. The city lord saved your life, yet you repay his kindness with enmity. In the past year, how has the city lord treated you? Don't you feel guilty? Jiangchen looked at Bai Xiaoling. I don't know what you're talking about. My husband saved my life, so I'm naturally grateful. I'll follow my husband wholeheartedly. If teacher Jiangchen slander this servant again, don't blame this servant for being impolite. Bai Xiaoling was angry. A wave of qi was released from her body. A cultivation of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm was quite powerful, but it was a pity that this cultivation was too weak in this place. A little fox dares to act rashly in front of me. Sovereign Buddha Light, reveal yourself. Jiangchen coldly snorted. He suddenly waved his hand, and an enormous golden Buddhist hand suddenly appeared above Bai Xiaoling's head. In an instant, boundless Buddha light began to ripple, filling the entire sky above the city lord's mansion. The supreme Buddha light shone on everything. Under this supreme Buddha light, all the demons and ghosts in the world had nowhere to hide. Ah! Bai Xiaoling, who was originally charging forward, suddenly let out a shrill cry under the illumination of the boundless Buddhist light. Within the envelopment of the Buddhist light, a white fox with a sharp mouth and 9 tails suddenly appeared behind him. Nine-tailed fox. Zhou Xian roared. At this moment Xie Yunpeng was completely paralyzed on his seat. He couldn't have the slightest doubt in the face of the truth. Bastard, it's really a fox demon. A powerful aura began to envelop Bai Shaoling. Why? Xie Yunpeng yelled. This moment was cruel to Xie Yunpeng, but the truth would always be the truth. If the truth was not revealed, Xie Yunpeng would forever be kept in the dark. Jiangchen, you've ruined my plans. I'll kill you. Bai Shaoling's body shook, turning into a soaring fox demon. Her 9 tails were like 9 silk ribbons sweeping towards Jiangchen. Fox demon, don't be arrogant. Zhang Shun leapt up and grabbed Bai Shaoling's tail with his bare hands. With a forceful pull, Bai Shaoling was thrown to the ground. Bai Shaoling instantly lost the ability to fight. Bai Shaoling's cultivation was only at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Compared to Zhang Shun, the difference was too great. They weren't even on the same level. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream for Bai Shaoling to launch a sneak attack on Jiangchen in front of so many experts. Moreover, even without so many experts present, Bai Shaoling might not even be able to defeat Jiangchen with her strength. Jiangchen was currently at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer. With his battle prowess, he could even fight 3rd heavenly layers of the Earth Source realm if he used his draconic transformation. Bai Shaoling was restrained by Zhang Shun, lying on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her tails swayed back and forth on the ground. A year ago you purposely made me save you from the winged people, right? Xie Yunpeng couldn't help but ask as he looked at Bai Shaoling. That's right. Although I'm a fox demon, I've already submitted to the winged people. Zhao Lingxiao is my foster father and he was the one who arranged for me to be by your side. What a pity, what a pity. That damned Jiangchen messed things up. Otherwise you would have been crippled in another half a year. Once Xie Yunpeng is crippled, the peak battle prowess of the human race will be reduced by half, and will be even further away from extinction, Bai Shaoling said coldly. Bai Shaoling said in an incomparably cold tone. Since the matter had already been exposed, there was no point in hiding anymore. Once this matter was exposed, it would only result in death. Bai Shaoling was very clear about this point, so he didn't even beg for mercy. Crack crack. Xie Yunpeng clenched his fist so hard that it cracked. His other hand held onto the armrest of the chair. The armrest had already begun to deform in his hand. Anger, despair, heartbreak, these endless negative emotions appeared in Xie Yunpeng's body at this moment, almost causing his body to explode. Chapter 4071. Damned fox demon, how dare you sneak into my residence? You're courting death. Xie Ting was burning with rage. A sword appeared in his hand and without any explanation he chopped off Bai Shaoling's head with one slash. Blood flowed on the ground. Bai Shaoling was dead, killed by Xie Ting himself. Xie Yunpeng did not have the slightest bit of reaction. The scene became strangely quiet, only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone knew that Xie Yunpeng must be feeling terrible in his heart. Looks like I shouldn't have come today. I've broken the peace of the city lord's residence. Jiangchen said indifferently. What are you saying, teacher? If you hadn't come, I'm afraid that no one would have seen through Bai Shaoling's scheme. My father and I were both kept in the dark. A spy from the feather race had sneaked into the huge city lord's residence. If this matter were to spread, the city lord's residence would lose face. Xie Ting hurriedly said. Xie Yunpeng took a deep breath, calming himself down from his anger. He was a heavenly source expert after all, so his mind was not as weak as ordinary people. Although he wasn't willing to accept that such a thing had happened to him, if he knew the truth he would personally end Bai Shaoling's life. Zhao Lingxiao's adopted daughter has accompanied me for a year. How ironic, how ironic. I, Xie Yunpeng, have almost become the laughingstock of the entire human race. Xie Yunpeng looked up to the sky and sighed. This matter would nail him, Xie Yunpeng, to the pillar of shame. Afterwards, Xie Yunpeng stood up and bowed deeply to Jiangchen. Brother Jiangchen, I can't repay you for saving my life. I'm ashamed. Xie Yunpeng had no reason not to be grateful to Jiangchen. Just as Bai Shaoling had said, if Jiangchen had not come today he would have become a cripple in another half a year. At that time the harpies would invade and he, Xie Yunpeng, would not be able to do anything to help. The city lord, who was supposed to be omnipotent in the eyes of others, would become a useless cripple. That kind of scene was unimaginable. Teacher's kindness to the city lord mansion is simply too great. Zhou Xian sighed. The benefits that Zhang Chen brought to the city lord's mansion today were too great. Not only did he help the three old fellows solve their fundamental problem, but he also got rid of the traitor in the city lord's mansion. Zhao Lingxiao actually dared to set his sights on me. I'll definitely settle this debt with him. Zhang Shun, find someone to arrange for Bai Xiaoling's corpse to be thrown out of the rising sky feather mountain. I'll let him know that this is the consequence of trying to set his sights on me. Xie Yunpeng was furious. All right, I'll arrange it later. Zhang Shun nodded, then he looked at Jiang Qin and asked, Teacher, do you have any methods to help my big brother recover his lost blood and qi? Zhang Shun's words were also what the others wanted to say. Everyone, including Xia Ting and Xie Yunpeng, looked at Jiang Qin, their eyes filled with endless desire and expectation. That's right, although Bai Xiaoling had been eliminated, Xie Yunpeng's fundamental problem had not been solved. His nearly empty vitality was not so easy to replenish. According to Jiang Qin, the current Xie Yunpeng had already injured his foundation, so it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. It's simple. Jiang Qin uttered two words indifferently. And it was these two words that made the people in the city lord's mansion excited, especially Xia Ting, who almost cheered. Words like simple were not something that just anyone could say. If these words were said by an outsider, they would definitely scoff at it and think that it was bragging. But when these words came from Jiang Qin, it became a matter of course. Since Jiang Qin said it was simple, then there was definitely no problem. Until now, there was nothing that Jiang Qin could not do. In the hearts of the people, there was already a fixed understanding that Jiang Qin was omnipotent. Thank you, teacher. Xia Ting hurriedly cupped his fists to express his gratitude. This kindness was too great. Brother Jiang Qin, Xia, thank you very much. Xie Yunpeng was extremely sincere. This was his sincerest gratitude. There was no way he could not thank Jiang Qin. Just like Zhang Shun, Jiang Qin had given him a new lease of life. Because of Jiang Qin, Xie Yunpeng did not let the city lord of the divine martial city sink into despair. If his vitality could not be replenished, Xie Yunpeng's future cultivation base would no longer be able to advance, and might even decline instead. As a representative of the human race, this was something that Xie Yunpeng absolutely could not tolerate. Xia Ting, go and prepare a set of ingredients for refining the dragon qi pill. Jiang Qin said. After that, he found a brush and ink, wrote down the pill formula for the dragon qi pill, and handed it to Xia Ting. Xie Yunpeng's problem was very serious, but it was nothing to Jiang Qin. A dragon qi pill, in addition to Jiang Qin's myriad source qi, would allow Xie Yunpeng to recover completely. There might even be other unexpected benefits. Dragon qi pill. I've heard of this pill before. It's incomparably complicated to concoct and it's incomparably precious. Can be said to be priceless. Zhang Shun sighed. Yeah, I didn't expect teacher to be such an amazing alchemist. What a godly person. Another person said. At this moment they no longer had any doubts. They firmly believed that Jiang Qin was the reincarnation of a supreme being. So amazing, other than the reincarnation of a supreme being, what else could he be? Xia Ting did not dare to be negligent. He took the pill formula and went to look for the ingredients. The city lord's mansion was very powerful. Apart from the martial pavilion, no one could compare to it. Moreover, the city lord's mansion itself had its own pill shop, which had accumulated a lot of ingredients. They even had a stock of the rare dragon sungrass. Xia Ting left very quickly and returned very quickly as well. Not long after, he returned with a batch of pills. Teacher, the ingredients for refining the dragon qi pill are all here. Take a look and see if it's enough. Xia Ting placed the ingredients on the ground. Jiang Qin took a look. Good heavens, with so many ingredients he could at least refine 3 or 4 dragon qi pills. Ah Ting, you're looking down on my alchemy skills. Jiang Qin chuckled. Xia Ting's motive for gathering so many ingredients was very obvious. He was definitely afraid that Jiang Qin would make a mistake. If the alchemy failed, there were still spare ingredients that could be used. This matter concerned his father's life, so Xia Ting naturally took it to heart. After being seen through by Jiang Qin, Xia Ting's face turned red. I, Xia Ting, have great respect for teacher. I'll gift these extra ingredients to teacher. Since you're so careful, It would be impolite of me to refuse. Xianxia chuckled. You would never reject benefits. Many of these ingredients were genuine. They might be useful in the future. Thank you, Brother Xianxia. I'm really ashamed. Chapter 4072. Xianxia did not boast. With a wave of his hand he picked up the ingredients on the ground. They were ingredients for the Dragon Chi pill. Powerful spirit force rippled out. With his current spirit force he could refine a peak grade 3 pill. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Chi pill refined by Xianxia was fatally attractive even to a heavenly source expert like Xie Yunpeng. Xianxia's spirit was just too powerful. Although his personal strength was still weak, his spirit force had already reached the 6th or even the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. All the ingredients were tossed into the sea of flames by Xianxia. This unique method stunned Xie Yunpeng, Zhou Xian and the others. Although they were not alchemists, they had some understanding of alchemy. The city lord's estate had its own pill store and powerful alchemists, so they had seen quite a few alchemists refine pills. However, this was the first time they had seen Xianxia refine 81 ingredients at the same time. Won't he fail? Someone exclaimed. Teacher Xianxia is too amazing. I'm afraid the word failure doesn't exist in his hands. Don't forget, Teacher Xianxia is an almighty being. Even in alchemy, I'm afraid he's a unique master. Zhou Xian sighed. Although he'd never seen such a unique method of refining pills, with his understanding of Xianxia, even if it was only a short time, he still believed that Xianxia would never fail. 3 minutes later, a crisp sound could be heard coming from the sea of fire. Following that, a blood-red light shot out, and a pill that contained a powerful qi and blood began to float in the hall. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with the fragrance of medicine. City Lord, please accept it. Xianxia withdrew his flames and spirit force, and the Dragon Chi pill automatically flew over to Xie Yunpeng. Xie Yunpeng was still immersed in the shock of Xianxia's pill refinement. Only when the pill floated in front of him did he return to his senses. Xie Yunpeng held the pill in his hand. When he saw the quality of the pill, he could not help but tremble. His eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. This is a peak grade 3 Dragon Chi pill, 100% effectiveness pill. Xie Yunpeng's voice was almost hoarse when he called it a 100% effectiveness pill. Shocking. This was just too shocking. There were very few things in the Crimson East region that could shock a city lord like him. However, the pill before him had truly stunned Xie Yunpeng, allowing a heavenly source expert like him to gain more knowledge than he had in his entire life. 100% effectiveness pill, a peak grade 3 pill. This was the first time such a pill had appeared in the entire Crimson East region. Even the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion, Dan Qingzi, who was a grade 4 alchemist, could not refine a Dragon Chi pill of such a grade. More importantly, Xianxia had only used 3 minutes to refine the pill. To ordinary alchemists, 3 minutes was not even enough time to prepare. It had simply happened in the blink of an eye. Miraculous. There was actually such a miraculous person in this world. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Even when Xie Yunpeng held the pill in his hand, he still felt like he was in a dream. It was unreal, too unreal. How could there be such a powerful method in this world? Zhang Shun, Xie Ting and the others were so shocked that they could not speak. They looked at each other wanting to say something, but they found that they could not find any words to express their current feelings. Xie Ting in particular had seen too many methods of Xianxia. He had guided tens of thousands of people and was the founder of Cultivation. He had seen Xianxia break the 8 gates maze formation alone, and he had seen Xianxia in the Qingyuan lightning pool like a spring breeze, but he had never seen Xianxia refine pills. He knew that Xianxia was an alchemist, or he would not have joined the Purple Pill Pavilion. However, he didn't expect Xianxia's alchemy skills to be at such a level. It was almost miraculous. As a high-ranking figure in the Divine Martial City, they had seen too many people and things. Xianxia had suddenly refreshed their knowledge and made them realize that alchemy could be so easy and casual. If the alchemists of the City Lord's mansion were to see this, they would most likely start to doubt their lives and doubt whether they were suitable for alchemy. You bastard, you're showing off again. De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. Now Xianxia had shown off the entire human clan in the Red East region. The Martial Pavilion and the City Lord's mansion had been completely conquered by him. Now only the Yun mansion was left. Brother Xianxia is really a godly person. I Xiating have seen it. Xie Yunpeng was astounded. Calling Jiangchen brother felt somewhat awkward. He really wanted to call Jiangchen teacher like the others because in his point of view he wasn't qualified to call Jiangchen brother. Although his current cultivation base was far beyond Jiangchen's, it was only a matter of time before Jiangchen surpassed him, and it wouldn't take too long for Jiangchen to surpass him. Although his cultivation base was far beyond Jiangchen's, it was only a matter of time before Jiangchen surpassed him. City Lord, I will now help you refine the dragon energy pill and help you recover. As a top representative of the human clan, Jiangchen naturally has to help you. From a selfless point of view, the battle with the Yu clan in the future can't be without you, City Lord. Jiangchen said. For him this was a simple matter. Saving Xie Yunpeng's life was good for himself and the human clan. Now that he was in the Red East region, it was necessary for him to befriend a big shot like Xie Yunpeng. All right. Xie Yunpeng nodded, then turned to Xie Ting and said, Ting, remove the things here and make some space. Yes, father. Xie Ting nodded. Several people quickly tidied up the hall. Xie Yunpeng sat cross-legged in the center of the hall according to Jiangchen's instructions. City Lord, swallow the dragon energy pill. Jiangchen said. Xie Yunpeng did not dare to be negligent. Following Jiangchen's instructions, he swallowed the dragon energy pill in one gulp. The dragon energy pill was extremely vigorous, containing unparalleled energy and medicinal power. However, Xie Yunpeng was a heavenly source expert after all, so he could completely resist the impact of the powerful medicinal power. He did not have to worry about his body exploding. Jiangchen placed one hand on the top of Xie Yunpeng's head. The myriad qi and wood qi flowed into Xie Yunpeng's body like a spirit spring. The myriad qi was helping Xie Yunpeng recover his lost origin energy. Once his origin energy was restored, he would be fine. The powerful blood and qi contained in the dragon energy pill was enough to make up for Xie Yunpeng's lost qi and blood. Chapter 4073. 2 hours later, Jiangchen withdrew his palm. Xie Yunpeng's face was flushed. He did not wake up immediately. His entire body seemed to have entered a certain state of cultivation. Although Xie Yunpeng had not woken up, Zhou Xian and the others had very good eyesight. With their eyesight, they could see that Xie Yunpeng's qi and blood were extremely vigorous at this moment. His entire aura was different. This made them breathe a big sigh of relief. Teacher, how is my father? Xie Ting asked with great anticipation. Don't worry. The damage to his origin has been healed. He is now digesting what he has gained this time. He will probably be in seclusion for half a month. Let the city lord continue his seclusion here. Don't disturb him, Jiangchen said. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Within half a month, seal this place. No one from the city lord's mansion is allowed to enter, Xie Ting said. Xie Ting said. This matter was related to his father's cultivation, so how could he be negligent? Well, now that the matter of the city lord's mansion has been resolved, I'll leave now. Jiangchen said and strode out of the main hall. I'll also go do what I need to do. I'll send the demon fox's corpse to the Sky Feather Mountain. This time it's all thanks to teacher Jiangchen. Without Jiangchen, my elder brother and the entire city lord's mansion would have been kept in the dark. If this demon fox had been given another half a year, his plot would have completely succeeded. We must settle this score with Zhao Lingxiao. We'll send the demon fox's corpse to show off first. Zhang Shun's aura shook and his eyes fell on the demon fox's corpse. His eyes were full of coldness. The city lord's mansion will never forget teacher Jiangchen's great kindness to the city lord's mansion. If teacher needs any help from the city lord's mansion in the future, the city lord's mansion will definitely not decline. Another expert at the 9th heaven of the earth source realm said righteously. Well said. Jiangchen nodded and strode out of the city lord's mansion. Xie Ting and the others sent him off. Soon they arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. At that moment 3 figures rushed in a panic. It was Fang Tianhua and the other 2. Behind them were 2 other people. They were Yun Xinan and Chen Yiren. Jiangchen could not help but be a little surprised when he saw Fang Tianhua and the other 2. These 3 old fellows should be refining the dragon energy pill at this time. With their abilities, it was impossible for them to refine a peak 3rd grade 100% dragon energy pill in such a short time. Why would they come here? Moreover, looking at their anxious expressions, it seemed that something was going to happen. Master, something bad has happened. Fang Tianhua quickly said when he saw Jiang Chen. Why are you panicking? Is the sky falling down? Jiang Chen frowned. This old fellow had lived for so long, but his temperament was actually so bad. The Harpies have issued a declaration of war. Fang Tianhua said. What challenge? Jiang Chen asked. The fifth young master of the Harpies has issued a declaration of war to you. He wants you to fight him to the death on Chilling Mountain in 3 days, Fang Tianhua said. Then he handed over a piece of paper and handed it to Jiang Chen. Absolutely not. Yun Xinan, who had just walked over from behind, said loudly. He then walked over to Jiang Chen in a few steps. Yun Xinan had brought Qin Yiren to invite Jiang Chen to the Yun residence as a guest. Logically speaking, it was a little inappropriate for them to directly come to the city lord's mansion to invite him. After all, Jiang Chen was a distinguished guest of the city lord's mansion. However, Yun Xinan did not care about this, especially when he knew that his 2 precious daughters had once offended Jiang Chen. He could not wait to invite him. If he waited until Jiang Chen returned to the martial pavilion before inviting Jiang Chen, it would be very troublesome for Jiang Chen. Uncle Yun, why are you here? Xie Ting was a little surprised to see Yun Xinan. I originally came to invite brother Jiang Chen to the Yun residence as a guest, but I did not expect to encounter a declaration of war from the Harpies, Yun Xinan said. He directly stated his purpose of coming. He was a frank person. At the very least, he did not play any tricks in front of Jiang Chen. Why did clan leader Yun say that we absolutely cannot do this? Jiang Chen looked at Yun Xinan. He had met Yun Xinan once before on Chilling Mountain, so he still had some impression of him. As for Yun Xinan's invitation to be a guest, Jiang Chen could understand it. The purpose of this declaration was the same as Xie Yunping's. Definitely not. The Harpies are now scheming to get rid of you. Even Zhao Lingxiao personally attacked you. Now you are the biggest threat to the Harpies. The Harpies want to get rid of you quickly. In my opinion, the decisive battle on Chilling Mountain must be another conspiracy. Zhao Lingxiao is a cunning guy, so he must have some tricks up his sleeves. Have you forgotten about the Star Lord's relics? Yun Xinan said. Hearing this, although Jiang Chen did not take it seriously, he still looked at Yun Xinan with gratitude. At least Yun Xinan was really thinking about his safety. Moreover, as far as I know, the 5th young master of the Harpies, Zhao Ganqing, has already reached the 3rd heaven of the Earth Source Realm. He is very difficult to deal with. The 3rd heaven of the Earth Source Realm? That's interesting. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. If the 5th young master was not powerful, he would not be interested. If Zhao Ganqing was an expert of the 3rd heaven of the Earth Source Realm, Jiang Chen would feel a little pressure. His current cultivation was infinitely close to the 9th heaven of the Unity Source Realm. All he needed was an opportunity, and the battle with Zhao Ganqing was an opportunity. Jiang Chen was almost certain that he could reach the 9th heaven of the Unity Source Realm during the battle with the 5th young master. If he reached the 9th heaven of the Unity Source Realm, coupled with the merging dragon transformation, the 5th young master would be. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore, brother Jiang Chen, you cannot accept this battle. Yun Xinan said. Jiang Chen did not answer. Instead, he opened the letter of challenge, which read, Jiang Chen, I, Zhao Ganqing, will avenge my 3 younger brothers and the 2,000 geniuses of the Harpies. They are buried in the Chilling Mountain, so I will kill you there. The battle will take place in 3 days. I will announce this letter to the world tomorrow. I will wait for you at the Chilling Mountain in 3 days. After reading the contents of the letter of challenge, Jiang Chen could not help but laugh. It seems that I have no choice but to accept the challenge. Brother Jiang Chen, don't be reckless. Yun Xinan frowned. Patriarch Yun, why don't you take a look at the contents of the letter of challenge? Jiang Chen handed the letter of challenge to Yun Xinan. Yun Xinan opened the letter of challenge. After reading the contents, his face could not help but be filled with endless anger. Treacherous guy. Yun Xinan threw the letter of challenge to the ground. What's wrong? Chapter 4074. That's right. This is a ruthless move. Master has no choice but to accept the challenge. If he doesn't accept the challenge, he will admit defeat. Once he does, not only will the morale of the human clan be affected, but it will also increase the morale of the Feather Clan. In the Star Lord's ruins, the Feather Clan lost not only their talented disciples, but also their morale. Zhao Qianqing wants to take advantage of this opportunity to restore the morale of the Feather Clan. Xie Ting said. That's why I have to participate in this battle. Jiang Chen smiled. In fact, even if the fifth young master did not use this kind of provocation, he would still accept the challenge. Regardless of other factors or the morale of the human clan, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He had no reason to be afraid of the fifth young master. In fact, Jiang Chen had no reason to be afraid of the Feather Clan. From the beginning to the end, the Feather Clan of the Crimson East region. Jiang Chen had never taken them seriously. If you want to go, we can all go with you. If the Feather Clan has any tricks up their sleeves, we can help them. Yun Xinan said. That's good. Jiang Chen said. He did not refuse Yun Xinan's kindness. The fifth young master would definitely announce the battle in 3 days. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Feather Clan might be there. If the human clan did not go, they would definitely suffer. More importantly, once the battle was publicized, it would cause a commotion in the entire Crimson East region. At that time there would be a sea of people on Mount Chiling. In that case, I won't invite Brother Jiang Chen to my residence of Yun as a guest. Go back and prepare for the battle. When you kill the fifth young master, I will hold a celebration banquet for you. Yun Xinan said in a heroic manner. You're too polite, Patriarch Yun. Jiang Chen smiled. Yun Xinan intended to make friends with him, so Jiang Chen had to give him face. By the way, Brother Jiang Chen, I have to apologize to you for something. Yun Xinan suddenly said. What do you mean, Patriarch? Jiang Chen was puzzled. I've heard from Iran that my two good-for-nothing daughters had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai in the martial pavilion and offended you. I hope that Brother Jiang Chen will be magnanimous enough to forgive the wrongs of lowly people and not stoop to their level. Yun Xinan cupped his fists to Jiang Chen and said sincerely. Jiang Chen was stunned. He immediately thought of the two barbaric little girls, the so-called Yun Manor's proud pair Yunzhe and Yuning. Patriarch must be joking. I have long forgotten about this matter. Besides, the children don't know any better. I've already taught them a lesson. There's no need to bring up the past anymore. Jiang Chen smiled. If Yun Xinan didn't mention it, he would have forgotten about it. He didn't care about those two little girls at all. You're right. You're right. It's a good lesson. Those two little girls are too lawless. I'm afraid that Brother Jiang Chen will need to discipline them in the future. Yun Xinan quickly said. It seemed that he wanted to take the opportunity to build a relationship with his two women. If the two little girls could receive guidance from Jiang Chen in the future, their future would be boundless. By the way, Iran, you offended Brother Jiang Chen in the martial pavilion. Apologize to Brother Jiang Chen. He is the teacher of the nation. Yun Xinan looked at Qin Yiren and deliberately raised his voice. Qin Yiren rolled her eyes. It was too obvious that her adoptive father was fawning on Jiang Chen. Xia Ting, Zhang Shan and the others also wanted to laugh, but they understood that Yun Xinan wanted to fawn on Jiang Chen. Even if they were in his shoes, they would also fawn on a person like Jiang Chen. Moreover, wasn't the city lord's mansion trying to fawn on him? Teacher, please don't blame me. That day, Yiren failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Qin Yiren took 2 steps forward and clasped her fists at Jiang Chen. She was very shocked by Jiang Chen's fame. Because she had gone into closed-door cultivation, she had not been able to participate in the Scarlet Ridge Mountain Star Lord's ruins, which was a pity for her. However, she admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of her heart. She could not help but admire him. During this period of time, Jiang Chen's name was what she had heard the most. She could not neglect the reincarnation of a great expert. Little girl, you were quite powerful in the past, De Huang Dog could not help but say. Big Yellow couldn't help but ask. He didn't forget that he didn't gain any advantage from Qin Yiren. It's a pity that my current strength is far too inferior to yours. Qin Yiren shook her head helplessly. After such a long period of hard work, her cultivation had reached the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Source realm. Her progress was already very fast, but compared to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, it was still incomparable. Brother Jiang Chen, I don't think there's a rush to return to the martial pavilion. Let's see if you can give Yiren some pointers. Yun Xinan said embarrassedly. If I'm not wrong, Miss Yiren should be cultivating the unfettered movement technique. I've seen your movement technique before. It's unique and you use softness to overcome hardness. It's a pity that your movement technique lacks the true unfettered movement technique. Although it's fast, it's extremely difficult to improve further. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Yiren and said. He had fought with Qin Yiren before and he had also seen De Huang Dog and Qin Yiren fight. Therefore he had some understanding of Qin Yiren's techniques. Please give me some pointers, teacher. Qin Yiren's expression changed slightly. As the saying went, hearing about someone was not as good as seeing them in person. Her fear of Jiang Chen had always stemmed from rumors, but Jiang Chen's words had clearly explained her situation. How could Qin Yiren not be shocked? There's no limit to heaven and earth. There's yin and yang and the four divisions. As the saying goes, using softness to overcome hardness, using 4 ounces to overcome 1,000 caddies. Jiang Chen's words about Qin Yiren's situation stunned Qin Yiren. Her expression changed a few times and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep shock. Jiang Chen's words had enlightened her too much, allowing her to break through the shackles and bottlenecks that had existed for a long time. Once one broke through the shackles of cultivation, one's progress would be immeasurable. Just like Qin Yiren right now, after receiving Jiang Chen's pointers, and just like Xia Ting before, her future progress would definitely be rapid. Thank you for your pointers, teacher. Qin Yiren cupped her fists at Jiang Chen. This time she was sincerely convinced. Go back and cultivate well. Your talent is no less than Xia Ting's. Jiang Chen smiled at Qin Yiren, then looked at Yun Xinan. Clan leader Yun, I'll take my leave now. I'm afraid that there will be some unrest in the Crimson East region in the next few days. The Yun clan is the backbone of the human clan, so clan leader Yun will have to worry about it. Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry. The Yun clan will not shirk its duty for the human clan. As long as we fight against the Feather clan, Yun Xinan will definitely be the first to stand up. Yun Xinan patted his chest. Brother Jiang Chen, go back and rest well. Prepare for the battle with Zhao Ganqing in 3 days. This 5th young master is not easy to deal with. Chapter 4075. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog returned to the martial pavilion and chose to go into seclusion. They did not step out of the door at all, which was a rare moment of leisure. Looks like the Feather race is doing everything they can to get rid of you. I feel that there must be a conspiracy in the battle in 3 days. De Huang Dog said. Their conspiracy is non-existent in my eyes. Why would I be afraid of them? Jiang Chen chuckled. That's true. How can their tricks escape our eyes? In my opinion, the Feather race only has 2 methods. If the 5th young master can kill you with his own strength, that would be the best. But if he can't, he will definitely have a backup plan. De Huang Dog said. It's only interesting that way. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very boring? Jiang Chen shrugged. If the Feather race did not make a move, Jiang Chen would take the initiative to attack. His body would rust sooner or later if he stayed in the martial pavilion. At this moment, in the central hall of the Feather race, a group of heavenly source experts gathered together. There was also a burly young man who looked to be in his late 20s. He had an imposing appearance and thought highly of himself. He was the only earthly source expert in the hall. Needless to say, he was the 5th young master of the Feather race, Zhao Ganqing. Is the altar ready? Zhao Lingxiao asked. Rest assured, Patriarch. The Netherworld platform is already hidden under the river. There's no sign of it at all. It's absolutely flawless. When the time comes, we'll directly send Jiang Chen to the land of exile. No matter how powerful he is, he'll definitely die. A heavenly source expert said with a sinister smile. The Netherworld platform can break through the spatial barrier of the land of exile. As long as he enters the land of exile, even if he's the reincarnation of a powerful expert, he'll still die there. The land of exile is a unique place in the Crimson Afterglow star boundary. There are all kinds of people there, including demons, ghosts, and bloodthirsty maniacs. Not to mention a Unity Origin realm like Jiang Chen, even a peak Earth Source realm cultivator wouldn't be able to walk out alive. There are a total of 3 places of exile in the Crimson Afterglow astral plane. Unfortunately, the level of our Netherworld platform is limited, so we can only exile Jiang Chen to the most basic place of exile. If we can exile him to the deeper place of exile, I'm afraid he will die. As far as I know, there are even heinous astral lords in the deeper place of exile. That's fine. You should know that it's easy to enter the land of exiles, but it's hard to get out. Even the lowest level of the land of exiles has peak Earth Source experts. They're more than enough to take Jiang Chen's life. The higher-ups of the Feather race spoke with reverence for the land of exile. Just as Yun Xinan had said, Zhao Lingxiao was sinister and cunning. The battle at Crimson Ridge Mountain must have been another big plot. Last time in the Astral Lord's ruins, the Feather Race had devised a shocking plot to deal with the geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. This time it was another big plot to deal with Xianxia. When the time comes, the fifth young master and Xianxia will fight on the river. As long as the Netherworld platform opens, Xianxia will be immediately exiled. Even if Wu Changtian and Xie Yunpeng are there, they won't be able to help in time. Xianxia is too terrifying. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Someone said. We have to kill this man. He ruined our plan and killed so many of our geniuses. Even the 3 sons of the patriarch were killed by him. We can only repay this deep hatred with Xianxia's life. That's right. An elder gnashed his teeth. Let alone him, the entire Feather Race hated Xianxia to the core. They wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Moreover, Xianxia was too great of a threat. If they did not get rid of him once Xianxia grew up, it would be a disaster for the Feather Race. Even if Xianxia did not grow up, the overall strength of the human race would continue to grow with him, the teacher of the entire nation. This is unnecessary, Zhao Gan said angrily. He threw the cup on the table to the ground and glared at the higher-ups of the Feather Race with bloodshot eyes. A young earthly source disciple dared to be so rude in front of so many heavenly source experts. Only he, the fifth young master, would dare to do such a thing. If it had been an ordinary disciple of the Feather Race, he would have been slapped across the face. Don't be rude. Zhao Lingxiao scolded. Father, it's just a mere Xianxia. I can definitely kill him myself. Why are you still doing this? You don't trust me, Zhao Gan said angrily. Young geniuses like him were extremely prideful. It was already extremely embarrassing for him to fight a Unity Origin human youth with his cultivation at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Yet the Feather Race still wanted to plot such a huge scheme behind the scenes. They clearly didn't trust Zhao Gan. How could Zhao Gan not feel depressed? Fifth young master, it's not that we don't trust you, but that Xianxia is not as easy to deal with as he seems. Don't be fooled by his weak cultivation, he has many tricks up his sleeves. I believe you've heard that he managed to dodge the Patriarch's attack. That's right. Xianxia is far too great of a threat to our Feather Race. We must eliminate him at all costs. Of course, it would be best if fifth young master could kill him in a direct confrontation. We wouldn't have to waste the Netherworld platform then. The 2 heavenly source elders spoke. They could understand Zhao Qianqing's current emotions, but they still had to do what they had to do. Compared to getting rid of Xianxia, Zhao Qianqing's personal dignity was nothing. This concerns the survival of the Feather Race. I have no choice but to do this. You must understand. Zhao Lingxiao said, patting Zhao Gan's shoulder. I have a condition. Zhao Gan said. What condition? Zhao Lingxiao frowned. In the Feather Race, the only ones who dared to negotiate with him were probably his sons. You can continue with your schemes. I will have a direct confrontation with Xianxia. I believe that with my abilities, I will definitely be able to kill him and avenge my brother. Before I kill him, you are not allowed to activate the Netherworld platform. I want to kill Xianxia head-on fair and square. Zhao Gan said, his tone filled with confidence. Of course, Zhao Gan had his reasons for being confident, and he also had the strength to do so. He had reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage at such a young age. Such a genius naturally had his own pride. He firmly believed that with his abilities he would definitely be able to kill Xianxia head-on. In Zhao Gan's heart, the Feather Race's grand scheme for the Netherworld platform was completely unnecessary. It was a waste of energy and time. He alone was enough. Alright, I promise you. I'll give you the chance to kill Xianxia head-on. Chapter 4076. After obtaining Zhao Lingxiao's permission, Zhao Ganqing coldly swung his arm and left the conference hall. The next day, the news of the 5th young master challenging Xianxia began to spread like wildfire throughout the Crimson East region. The news spread like wildfire, and in just half a day, it had reached the ears of everyone in the Crimson East region. The Feather Race can't hold on any longer. A peerless genius has appeared in the human race, and the Feather Race feels greatly threatened. It's mainly because Xianxia is too terrifying. Xianxia single-handedly reversed the situation in the Star-Lord's ruins, causing the Feather Race to suffer heavy losses. 3 of their young masters have died, and I've heard that the 9th young master has already died at Xianxia's hands. With such a deep hatred, the Feather Race will naturally not let it go. How is it? Has Jiang Chen accepted the challenge of the fifth young master? Of course he has. Jiang Chen is now the representative of our human race. If he doesn't accept, wouldn't it seem like we're afraid of him? We can't afford to lose face like this. If Jiang Chen really doesn't accept the challenge, the morale of the human race will suffer an incomparably heavy blow. It'll be a huge blow. On the side of the human race there were discussions everywhere. Some people had already begun to hurry towards the Crimson Ridge Mountain, preparing to watch the representative battle between the human race and the feather race. I've heard that the fifth young master has already reached the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, while Jiang Chen is only at the Unity Origin realm. He hasn't reached the Earth Source realm yet. With such a huge gap, can he win? There will definitely be pressure, but since Jiang Chen dared to accept, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. I'm afraid you guys still don't know how powerful Jiang Chen is. He has been doing well in the Martial Pavilion for a long time. I have a good relationship with some people in the Martial Pavilion. In the Martial Pavilion, Jiang Chen once easily killed a three-eyed divine leopard, who was 3 levels above him. Moreover, Jiang Chen has a pair of wings on his back and his speed is unparalleled. That's right. It's said that this Jiang Chen is the reincarnation of an almighty being, and he already has the title of Teacher of the Nation. There are many people in the Martial Pavilion who have received guidance from Jiang Chen, and those who have received guidance from Jiang Chen have all improved by leaps and bounds. The reincarnation of a mighty figure. I'm so envious. If Jiang Chen could give me some pointers, that would be such a blissful thing. Jiang Chen had long been famous in the Crimson East domain. He had a great reputation among the human race. Now that Jiang Chen and the fifth young master of the Feather Clan had arranged a battle, it directly affected the hearts of all the human race. In an instant, a large number of people began to head in the direction of the Crimson Ridge Mountain. No one was willing to miss out on this battle. The Martial Pavilion had also become restless. Wu Changtian had gathered all the upper echelons of the Heavenly Source stage and held an emergency meeting. The Feather Clan must still be plotting something. Dan Qingzi said. It doesn't matter if they're plotting something or not. Jiang Chen has already accepted the battle. We have to go together. I want to see what kind of tricks Zhao Lingxiao has up his sleeves. Wu Changtian's aura fluctuated. Let's not talk about schemes. Just this fifth young master doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. His cultivation has already reached the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage, and Jiang Chen's cultivation is a little lacking. Jin Yang frowned. I'm not worried about that. Since Jiang Chen dared to accept the battle, he naturally has his own abilities. Don't forget that Jiang Chen has always killed enemies above his cultivation level, Wu Changtian said. Wu Changtian said. He was very confident in Jiang Chen's abilities. In my opinion, when the time comes, we just need to keep a close eye on him and not let Zhao Lingxiao and the other experts have the chance to make a move against Jiang Chen. We just need to ensure that this battle is fair and just. That's right. With us old guys here, it won't be easy for the Feather Clan to play tricks in front of us. This battle will definitely attract a lot of attention. If Jiang Chen wins, the morale of the human race will greatly increase. Coupled with the fact that Jiang Chen has been guiding most of the people of the Martial Pavilion, it won't be long before the overall strength of the Martial Pavilion rises to a new level. In my opinion, in 1 or 2 years at most, we will be able to fight to the death with the Feather Clan. The upper echelons of the Martial Pavilion were all filled with fighting spirit. Ever since the battle on Mount Chiling, the morale of the human race had soared. Now the people of the Martial Pavilion, from the elders to the ordinary disciples, were all improving. At this rate of improvement, the gap between the human race and the Feather Clan had already widened, and the time for the death battle with the Feather Clan would not be long. However, everyone was clear that Jiang Chen's current status and weight in the human race was supreme and unique. He was the spiritual pillar of the human race, and as long as Jiang Chen was there, the spirit of the human race would not collapse. Therefore, the group of Heavenly Source experts had one thing to do, and that was to protect Jiang Chen's safety at all costs. As long as Jiang Chen was there, the human race was destined to prosper. 2 days passed very quickly. When Jiang Chen pushed open the door, he saw Wu Changtian, Jin Yang, Dan Qingzi and the others waiting outside. Greetings, Sect Master, Pavilion Master. Jiang Chen clasped his fists. Since they were waiting here again, Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. If they did not appear here, Jiang Chen would be truly surprised. Jiang Chen, what's your current cultivation? Wu Changtian asked. Even he felt his face turning red when he asked this question. After all, with his cultivation he was actually unable to see through the cultivation of a disciple of the martial pavilion. This was somewhat embarrassing. However, this was the reality. Wu Changtian could not see through Jiang Qin at all. With Jiang Qin standing there, unless he released his own aura, he would not be able to see through his true cultivation. Zhen Yang, Dan Qingzi and the others did not have any intention of mocking Wu Changtian because they were the same. They could not see through Jiang Qin at all. They were very clear that this did not mean that they were incapable, but that Jiang Qin was too powerful. Peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Only when Jiang Qin released his aura did everyone see Jiang Qin's true strength. Jiang Qin's rapid progress shocked Wu Changtian and the others. When they had returned from the Scarlet Mountain, Jiang Qin's cultivation had only been at the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Realm. In such a short time he had advanced a level and reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. They believed that none of them could make such progress. Although they were shocked, Jiang Qin's cultivation still made them worry. Don't worry, Sect Master. Zhao Ganqing has challenged me, so he will definitely die. Jiang Qin said nonchalantly. The confidence that came from his bones made it impossible for anyone to doubt him at all. Hearing Jiang Qin's words, Wu Changtian and the others calmed down. They believed that Jiang Qin's words were not baseless. They were even filled with anticipation. They wanted to see just what made Jiang Qin so confident that he could kill Zhao Ganqing with his cultivation of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Realm. Chapter 4077. The day of the battle had arrived. Without wasting any time, Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog followed Wu Changtian and the others. They rose into the air and flew towards the Chilling Mountain. Although the Chilling Mountain was quite far from the martial pavilion, it was a piece of cake for them to go anywhere in the Crimson East region with their speed. At this moment, the Chilling Mountain, which had been quiet for a short while, was bustling with activity once again. The valley at the heart of the mountain was filled with people. Many people had rushed here immediately after hearing the news of the battle, afraid that they would miss it. Many disciples of the martial pavilion had come as well. They were all admirers of Jiang Qin and wanted to witness Jiang Qin's abilities with their own eyes. Especially those who had not participated in the Star Lord's ruins and had not witnessed Jiang Qin's terrifying battle strength, they were even more excited about this battle. The Feather Race had already sent someone over. Zhao Ganqing, who was dressed in a golden battle robe, stood above the river with his eyes closed, waiting for his opponent to appear. Behind him, the higher-ups of the Feather Race, including Zhao Lingxiao and the others, watched quietly. Their gazes would fall on the river from time to time. The seemingly calm surface of the river hid a great conspiracy of the Feather Race. The Feather Race had already set up 2 conspiracies here. The first time was against the genius disciples of the entire human race, and this time it was against Jiang Qin. That damn Jiang Qin. He has made our Feather Race suffer heavy losses. This time the 5th young master will definitely tear him to pieces. That's right. The 5th young master's strength has already reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. How can a Unity Origin realm be compared to him? However, I also want to see what this Jiang Qin looks like to make us suffer such heavy losses. I also want to see if this person really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Out of the 9 young masters of the Feather Race, 4 have died. 3 of them were killed by him and the other 1 died because of him. The 5th young master is not only fighting to regain the popularity of the Feather Race, but also to avenge the death of his younger brother. Many young disciples of the Feather Race also ran over. They were very confident in the 5th young master. After all, the 5th young master's strength was clear for all to see. They didn't believe that the 5th young master couldn't defeat a Unity Origin realm expert. Xia Ting, Qin Yiren, Feng Wei, and Zhang Qing had also arrived ahead of time. They had chosen a spot in the valley to watch the battle. More than a dozen powerful auras appeared in the distance, approaching from afar. Soon they appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Look, Jiang Qin is here. He's so handsome. This is the first time I've seen this national teacher. I didn't expect him to be so young. Look at that pair of beautiful wings on his back. How domineering. The winged race's advantage in speed is probably non-existent against Jiang Qin. As soon as Jiang Qin appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. Whether it was the human clan or the feather clan, almost everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin's reputation in the Red East territory was too great. It's quite lively here. Da Huang Dog shook his head. He was a restless person who loved crowds the most. The livelier it was, the more excited he was. Whoosh. As soon as Zhang Qian appeared, he felt an incomparably sharp gaze directed at him. Zhang Qian followed the gaze and saw that the owner of that cold gaze was the fifth young master, Zhao Ganqing. "You're Zhang Qian?" Zhao Ganqing said, not concealing his murderous intent. Zhang Qian's lips curled into a smile. With a flap of his dragon wings, he appeared on the river and stood opposite Zhao Ganqing. "That's right. I killed your brothers. So many talented disciples of the feather race died because of me. If you want revenge, you should look for me," Zhang Qian said with an indifferent tone. He did not put Zhao Gan in his eyes at all. Boom! As soon as Zhang Qian said this, endless anger was unleashed from Zhao Ganqing's body. His eyes were burning with anger. If looks could kill, Zhang Qian would have died a horrible death by now. "Get ready," Zhao Lingxiao said softly from afar. "Don't worry. The Netherworld platform has already been set up. As long as the fifth young master doesn't kill Zhang Qian, the Netherworld platform will immediately activate. We won't give Zhang Qian any chance to escape." A heavenly origin expert of the feather race, Lung Lung, said. He was already fully prepared. He would not let Zhang Qian live today. Even if the fifth young master couldn't kill Zhang Qian, the Netherworld platform would send Zhang Qian to the land of exile. "Zhang Qian, you're only at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. What makes you think you can fight me?" Zhao Ganqing snorted disdainfully after seeing Zhang Qian's strength. He had no idea what made Zhang Qian so powerful. He could not believe that the person who destroyed the Feather Race's grand plan was a Unity Origin realm disciple of the Martial Pavilion. "You'll know why in a moment. If you want to avenge your brother, I'll be a good person and send you down there to reunite with your brothers. That way the relationship between you two brothers won't be in vain," Zhang Qian said in an indifferent tone. "Shameless boasting. Since you've come to die today, I'll fulfill your wish. Blue Sky Palm." Zhao Ganqing could not be bothered to talk with Zhang Qian anymore. He had to kill Zhang Qian with his own hands. He could not let Zhang Qian be sent to the land of exile by the Netherworld platform. If that happened, he would seem too useless. Boom! A powerful airwave swept across the area. The falling blue palm struck out, unleashing thousands of silky threads. A powerful palm print blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth as it struck down towards Zhang Qian's head. This attack was extremely powerful and lethal. Zhang Qian did not dare to be careless. There was still a gap between his strength and Zhao Ganqing's, so he immediately used his draconic transformation. Zhao Ganqing was no ordinary third heavenly layer of the Earth Origin realm. His true battle prowess was enough to kill ordinary fourth heavenly layer Earth Origin experts. Even if Zhang Qian used his draconic transformation, he would still not be his opponent. He needed to reach the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm before he could fight Zhao Ganqing to the death. Of course, this was also the reason why Zhang Qian had agreed to fight Zhao Ganqing. Advancing through battle had always been Zhang Qian's forte and what he looked forward to the most. Zhao Ganqing was powerful, so he was a good candidate for Zhang Qian's advancement. Boom! A dreadful desolation force rippled out from Zhang Qian's body. Under the effect of the dragon transformation, Zhang Qian's appearance became somewhat ferocious. Zhang Qian's reaction was extremely fast. In an instant, the powerful True Dragon Palm was launched towards Zhao Ganqing's Blue Sky Palm. Boom! The air was violent. The entire sky above the river was filled with a violent aura. Waves of air surged and colorful energy surged. Chapter 4078. Zhang Qian, who was knocked back by a single move, had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhao Ganqing, who had an unparalleled aura. This Zhao Ganqing was indeed powerful, far more powerful than ordinary cultivators. However, Zhang Qian did not show any fear in his eyes after being defeated in a single move. Instead, he became even more excited and bloodthirsty. "Very good. You did not disappoint me." A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Qian's mouth. The stronger this fifth young master was, the more excited Zhang Qian was. If his opponent was a weakling, this battle would be meaningless, let alone challenging. Look, Zhang Qian is injured. He is not the fifth young master's opponent at all. Sigh. It's already amazing that he could survive the fifth young master's Blue Sky Palm with his cultivation at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. What a pity. The difference in cultivation cannot be made up for. The difference is just too great. He was defeated in a single move. How is he going to fight this battle? I wonder how Jiangchen will deal with the next battle. This Xiao Ganqing has probably not used his trump card yet. On the side of the human race, many people's facial expression turned ugly. As a matter of fact, such an outcome was within their expectations. From the moment they saw the huge gap between Jiangchen and Zhao Qianqing's cultivation base, the result seemed to have been determined. However, what they did not understand was why Jiangchen agreed to fight Zhao Ganqing to the death when there was such a huge difference in cultivation. Was it for the sake of his dignity? However, it was somewhat unwise to use his own life to show off. Teacher has already transformed, but he is still not Zhao Ganqing's opponent. It seems that the outcome of this battle will not be optimistic, Feng Wei said with a frown. His tone was filled with worry. Feng Wei, why are you saying such words to diminish teacher's prestige? Others might not know, but you should be clear about teacher's ability. In the martial pavilion, how many times have I been counterattacked by teacher? Xie Ting glared at Feng Wei and said snappily. He had 100% confidence in Jiang Chen, and this confidence came from Jiang Chen's domineering aura that could do anything. That's right. Don't forget how the twin hell pangolin and three-eyed panther died. Do you think that master will fight a battle that he has no confidence in winning? Look, Xiao Ganqing still has a long way to go before he can kill master. Zhang Qing also said. Feng Wei stopped talking, but his eyes were filled with passion. He naturally hoped that Jiang Chen would win. The reason why he said those discouraging words was actually because he cared about Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. Look, even though teacher was defeated in a single move, the injuries he suffered from the blue sky palm seemed to have completely recovered in an instant. His aura hasn't weakened at all. This means that Zhao Ganqing's move didn't hurt teacher at all. Qin Yiren said. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. She was not the only one. Everyone was filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. This admiration had reached an extreme. As geniuses of the younger generation, they had never admired someone so much before. Who was Xiao Ganqing? He was a peerless genius of the Feather Clan. There was no need to mention how strong he was. The blue sky palm was his unique skill. Even with his cultivation of the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he was unable to cause any fatal injuries to Jiang Chen. This in itself was shocking. In other words, even though Zhao Ganqing was powerful, if he was unable to harm Jiang Chen, this battle would really be interesting. Zhao Ganqing's proud gaze landed on Jiang Chen, but he could not help but frown. Even though he had gained the upper hand in a single move, the outcome was completely different from what he had imagined. The difference was just too great. Zhao Gan couldn't believe it. With such a huge gap between their cultivation bases, his falling blue palm only pushed Jiang Chen back, not to mention taking his life. The injuries he received did not affect Jiang Chen's aura at all. Just what kind of monstrous existence is this guy? Zhao Gan was speechless. One had to know that with his strength he could even kill a cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm with a single palm strike, let alone a Unity Origin realm cultivator. However, Jiang Chen had blocked his powerful attack with a cultivation of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. This kind of cross-cultivation challenge had exceeded his imagination and understanding. Prekret. Zhao Lingxiao, who was watching the battle from afar, clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He looked at Jiang Chen with undisguised killing intent. This person must be killed. Otherwise, the feather race will be destroyed by his hands sooner or later. Zhao Lingxiao's voice was low. The other experts of the feather race could also see how terrifying Jiang Chen was. They had never seen or heard of such a monstrous genius. Even in the entire Crimson Cloud Star boundary or even the entire Heavenly Awakening star field, there was probably no other person like Jiang Chen, let alone in the small Crimson East region. Jiang Chen, you are indeed powerful. You can be proud to be able to survive my blue sky palm. However, you are not my opponent at all. Today I must kill you to avenge my brothers, Zhao Ganqing said loudly. Zhao Ganqing said loudly. His tone was filled with respect towards Jiang Chen. He no longer looked down on Jiang Chen. He, Zhao Ganqing, had no right to look down on someone with such monstrous talent. Revenge with your mouth? Let's see if you're injured. Divine Qilin arm, Jiang Chen shouted. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to attack. The Qilin divine arm was transformed into a giant Qilin. A lifelike Qilin was punched towards Zhao Gan fiercely. What a powerful combat skill. If I were to learn this combat skill, my combat strength would at least double. Zhao Ganqing's eyes shone with greed. However, he also knew that his main task today was to kill Jiang Chen, so he naturally could not be distracted. Up to the blue sky, down to the yellow springs, dream of the yellow springs. Zhao Ganqing attacked once again. His entire body was ferocious to the extreme. He had unleashed the falling blue palm to the maximum, which was why he didn't cause any real damage to Jiang Chen. This time Zhao Ganqing didn't hold back. Dream of the Yellow Springs was the most powerful killing move of the Blue Sky Palm. Zhao Ganqing had once used this move to defeat a fourth heavenly layer Earth Source Realm Elder of the Feather Race, making him famous throughout the entire Feather Race. Just in time. Jiang Chen felt an unparalleled pressure. His entire body seemed to be pressed down by a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. Chapter 4079. Crack. Cracking sounds could be heard from Jiang Chen's body. Under the absolute pressure, his powerful true dragon physique started to retaliate. It was the resistance of his origin. Under this resistance, his origin potential was stimulated once again. The ninth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm was just a step away from him. Rumble. The terrifying falling blue palm pressed down once again, bringing with it the smell of the yellow springs. The Qilin conjured by the Qilin arm became an existence that couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was completely destroyed in an instant. Rumble. Without any surprise, Jiang Chen was once again sent flying away. This time it was much more miserable than the last time. Jiang Chen's body fell down from the sky and heavily smashed onto the surrounding stone walls of the valley, creating a huge hole in the wall. Smoke filled the air. Jiang Chen couldn't be seen in the wall at all. Only a series of violent coughs could be heard. Too powerful. In the eyes of the spectators, Jiang Chen couldn't even withstand a single blow. The fight between Jiang Chen and Zhao Gan didn't seem to be on the same level at all. Genius of the human race. Nothing more than that. You can't even withstand a single blow from my falling blue palm. Zhao Gan's aura was unparalleled. He wore an evil smile as he looked at the huge hole in the mountain with black smoke rising from it. The fifth young master is mighty. The geniuses of the younger generation of the Feather Race started to become restless. They all cheered loudly and their morale was high. This move was really satisfying. The geniuses of the human race can't take it anymore. Even the teachers of the nation are only SOs. That's right. He was beaten up like a dead dog. He couldn't even fight back. It's all because of the human race. Thought he was powerful. He's probably dead now. Even if he's not dead, he won't be able to fight anymore. Kill him and take revenge for our dead brothers and sisters. The geniuses of the Feather Race became restless and cheered loudly. The strength of the fifth young master had made them extremely excited. On the other hand, the morale of the human race was completely low. Many people came here to see Jiang Chen's heroic and domineering appearance. They didn't expect that he would be beaten like a dead dog. It was too disappointing. When he saw the harpies howling in anger, he felt like he shouldn't have come in the first place. This Zhao Ganqing is indeed powerful. It seems that Jiang Chen is no match for him at all. Wu Changtian sighed. He was already starting to regret not stopping Jiang Chen from accepting the challenge. If something had happened to Jiang Chen, the human race would have suffered a huge loss. Don't jump to conclusions yet. I don't think Brother Jiang Chen is that weak. Let's continue watching. I can already sense a powerful ripple overflowing from the mountain. Yun Sinan stared unblinkingly at the mountain below. He had been paying attention to Jiang Chen. He had seen Jiang Chen's ability to guide Chen Yiren. Such a person was born with the aura of a king. He was the reincarnation of an unparalleled mighty figure. How could he be defeated so easily? High up in the sky, the high-spirited Zhao Ganqing suddenly felt a powerful ripple coming from the mountain. His expression instantly changed. He's not dead yet. Zhao Ganqing suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. Light flashed in his hand and suddenly, an extremely sharp spear appeared. The spear emitted a seven-colored radiance. In Zhao Ganqing's hand, it looked like a poisonous dragon. Jiang Chen, go to hell. Zhao Ganqing held the spear in his hand and stabbed at the big hole in the mountain below with lightning speed. He wanted to stab Jiang Chen directly into the stone wall and not give him any chance to escape. Whoosh. However, when Zhao Ganqing's spear had just reached the big hole, A sword light shot out from the cave like a ray of light from the 9 heavens. The sword light was like a dragon, emitting a series of whistling sounds. Zhao Ganqing's spear pierced the sword light precisely. Something terrible happened. The power of the sword light was simply unfathomable. Although Zhao Ganqing had pierced through the sword light, he had also suffered a strong recoil. His body shook violently, and the arm that held the spear could not help but feel numb. Rumble. The next moment the mountain collapsed and countless stones flew wildly in the sky. A domineering figure jumped out of the rubble. With a deafening dragon roar, Jiang Chen's body was covered with infinite golden light. He held the true dragon sword in his hand and stood proudly in the void. Zhao Ganqing, if you want to kill me, go back and cultivate for another 100 years. Jiang Chen's voice rumbled. He was like a god of war that had descended. His dragon eyes looked down on the world. Jiang Chen's cultivation had already reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was not someone who had just reached the 9th heavenly layer, but someone who had already stabilized his cultivation. Whoosh! Many people were dumbfounded by this scene. The excited members of the feather race did not even have time to smile before their expressions turned to shock. This is impossible. Zhao Ganqing's emotions were in a mess. He couldn't believe that this was real. His dream of the netherworld was his ultimate attack. In his mind it was already a miracle that Jiang Chen could survive this attack. Zhao Ganqing was shocked. But now not only did Jiang Chen survive, but he had also advanced in the battle. This was just too absurd. He could not imagine how Jiang Chen had done it. Look, Jiang Chen isn't dead. My God, he's still alive even with those injuries. That's just too powerful. Not only is he not dead, his cultivation seems to have increased. It's a miracle that he can still advance in such a battle. Now that Jiang Chen has reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, his life force is just too tenacious. That's amazing. Zhao Ganqing is probably in a daze right now. He couldn't even kill Jiang Chen when he was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Now that Jiang Chen has reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, Zhao Ganqing has even less of a chance. Do you guys think it's possible for Jiang Chen to counterattack and kill Zhao Ganqing? It's really hard to say. As expected of the nation's teacher, the reincarnation of a great expert. I'm starting to look forward to this battle. The humans who had already lost their morale suddenly cheered. If Jiang Chen at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm could not bring them hope, then the current Jiang Chen was completely different. Did you see that? I knew it would end like this. I only admire teacher for advancing in the battle. Xie Ting smiled proudly. His face was filled with pride, as if the person who had achieved such a heaven-defying feat was not Jiang Chen, but him. Do you still remember the three-eyed leopard? Remember it and wait for teacher to counterattack. Chapter 4080. The situation had changed and the entire battle seemed to be about to be reversed. Everyone was very clear that regardless of whether Jiang Chen had the strength to defeat the 5th young master, there was one thing that was certain. That was, the 5th young master couldn't kill Jiang Chen when he was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Now that Jiang Chen had advanced to the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, it was even more impossible for the 5th young master to kill Jiang Chen. Everyone pay attention to the movements of Zhao Lingxiao and the others at all times. We can't give them a chance to secretly attack Jiang Chen. Wu Changtian reminded everyone. Okay. Yun Xinan responded. They naturally understood what Wu Changtian meant. Zhao Ganqing had no chance to kill Jiang Chen now. With Jiang Chen's ability, it was not a problem for him to protect himself. Therefore they didn't need to worry about Jiang Chen's safety anymore. What they needed to do now was to pay close attention to the movements of Zhao Lingxiao and the others. They couldn't let Zhao Lingxiao have a chance to attack Jiang Chen like last time. Although Jiang Chen was able to avoid Zhao Lingxiao's attack last time, Jiang Chen's strength was too weak compared to Zhao Lingxiao's. Who knew if it was an accident last time? If he couldn't avoid it this time, wouldn't it be a great loss? On the other side, the faces of Zhao Lingxiao and the others were extremely ugly. Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded all of their expectations. He was simply a variable, a huge variable. In such an overwhelming battle, he actually had a chance to turn the tables. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it at all. It seems that the Patriarch has foresight. The preparation of the Netherworld platform is too good. The 5th young master no longer has the strength to kill Jiang Chen. He can only exile Zhang Qian to the land of exile and let him fend for himself. A heavenly source expert of the Feather Clan said. That's impossible. How did you do it? Zhao Gan glanced at Zhang Qian. His mind was in a mess. Although he was still powerful, his state of mind had begun to change. Zhang Qian's godly behavior had completely shocked him. Just as the others had said, Zhao Ganqing no longer had the strength to kill Zhang Qian. Zhao Ganqing himself had lost all confidence. However, Zhao Qianqing refused to accept it. Even if Zhang Qian had advanced to the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, he still refused to accept it. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. He didn't even dream that he would have a life-or-death battle with a Unity Origin Realm expert because it was a humiliation to him. There are still many things I can do. For example, I'm going to take your life. Zhang Qian said casually. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand constantly roared and was filled with battle intent. It seemed like it wanted to jump out of Zhang Qian's hand and fight alone. Zhang Qian, I admit that you're very outstanding and powerful. But don't you think it's a little childish for you to take my life? Zhao Gan chuckled as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Although he didn't have the confidence to kill Zhang Qian, saying that he would die in the hands of a 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm was looking down on him too much. Then you can try. Sword 22. Zhang Qian didn't want to waste time with Zhao Gan. The heavenly dragon sword rippled and he immediately used Sword 22. This unrivaled sword art could be called the ancestor of the sword art. With a single strike, the wind and clouds changed color. It was invincible. What a powerful sword art. Zhao Gan's expression changed slightly. This sword art of Zhang Qian displayed the demeanor of a master. Perhaps only a true master of the sword could display it. Roaring flame spear. Zhao Gan didn't dare to be careless. The spear in his hand was covered with flames. Gorgeous wings bloomed on his back. It turned out that he was a 6-winged man. This bloodline was considered noble in the Feather Clan. For a time, the sky was filled with sword shadows and spear shadows, intertwining and entangling. Sword 23. Zhang Qian casted out the 23 swords and fought with Zhao Ganqing relentlessly. One had to admit that Zhao Ganqing wasn't an easy opponent. He was able to fight on par with Zhang Qian, who was in his dragon form and using the limitless sword. Sword 24. Zhang Qian's swordsmanship was swift and fierce. When he displayed the 24 moves of sword, Zhao Ganqing had gradually fallen into a disadvantageous position. He was being suppressed by Zhang Qian and his every move seemed to be inferior to Zhang Qian. What a powerful sword art. Wu Changtian's eyes were shining. Zhang Qian's sword art even shocked him, the head of the sect. This sword art is so profound. Every move carries supreme meaning. Any one of them is enough for me to study for a lifetime. No wonder he is the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Yun Xinan said in shock. He also practiced swordsmanship and was even a sword fanatic, so he was particularly sensitive to swordsmanship. At this moment, when he saw Zhang Qian's sword art, he felt that a new world had been opened to him. This sword art was so attractive. If it were not for the situation, Yun Xinan would have rushed out to worship Zhang Qian as his master. Sword 25. Zhang Qian's sword art was endless, like waves, one higher than the other. His sword art could always shock people's minds. Take Yun Xinan for example. Every time he thought that this was the best sword art of Zhang Qian, but the next moment, Zhang Qian was able to display a profound sword art that made his eyes light up again. One move after another, constantly refreshing Yun Xinan's senses. The endless meaning of the sword made Yun Xinan really fascinated. With Sword 25, the 5th young master was no match for Zhang Qian at all. In addition, his mind was in a mess, so his fighting spirit was not as strong as at the beginning. When he fought against Zhang Qian, he was always on the losing end. He could only defend passively and didn't even have the chance to take the initiative to attack. Under the 25th sword, Zhao Gan was forced to retreat step by step. His body was already covered with wounds. Sword 26, Dragon Incarnation, Dragon and Sword Unite. Sword 26 came out. This was the first time that Zhang Qian had used Sword 26 since he came to the Eternal World. Could be seen that Zhao Gan was quite a good opponent. At least he had forced Zhang Qian to use all his strength. At this moment, Zhang Qian had completely turned into a green dragon. He was no longer half human and half dragon. He had turned into a giant war dragon like the ancestor of the dragon, shocking the world and proud of the heavens and earth. The next moment the real dragon and the sword were completely integrated. The sword was surrounded by camps, and the real dragon was completely integrated into the body of the sword. It was the real dragon and sword unite. This was a fatal move. It was incomparable, and it was a kind of sword art, which had surpassed the Great Way. Everyone was shocked. Yun Xinan opened his mouth in horror and could not believe his eyes. Even Zhao Lingxiao and the others were attracted by Jiang Chen's sword 26. At this moment Zhao Gan was seriously injured. In the face of Jiang Chen's fatal attack he quickly used his wings and wanted to escape. Chapter 4081. Die for me. Jiang Chen shouted loudly. His voice was like the voice of an emperor that came from the 9 heavens, shaking everyone's soul. The domineering aura that came from above the heavens and earth made everyone want to submit and worship him. Father, save me! Zhao Qianqing cried for help. He was currently enveloped by Jiang Chen's aura and sword qi, and there was no way for him to escape. Moreover, there was a certain gap between his speed and Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen's shout and Zhao Qianqing's cry for help woke Zhao Lingxiao and the others from their shock. Seeing that his son was about to die under Jiang Chen's sword, Zhao Lingxiao's expression instantly changed. Brat, don't you dare hurt my son. Zhao Lingxiao's aura fluctuated and he was about to rush out, but he was instantly enveloped by another aura. Zhao Lingxiao, this is a fair battle. If you dare to attack, I will not stand by and watch. The one who spoke was naturally Wu Changtian. All his attention was on Zhao Lingxiao. If Zhao Lingxiao dared to act rashly, Wu Changtian would immediately attack, not giving Wu Changtian any chance to hurt Jiang Chen. Open the Netherworld platform. Zhao Lingxiao clenched his fists. If the Netherworld platform did not open, Zhao Qianqing would die at the hands of Jiang Chen. With Wu Changtian present, Zhao Lingxiao knew that he had no way of interfering with the battle between Jiang Chen and Zhao Qianqing. Wu Changtian and the others would definitely not sit by and watch. The great elder of the feather race did not dare to be careless. He had never imagined that Jiang Chen would be so powerful. In their expectations, even if Zhao Qianqing could not kill Jiang Chen, at least Zhao Qianqing would not be defeated, and his life would not be in danger. The great elder of the feather race finally saw the true strength of Jiang Chen. Reality proved that they had all underestimated Jiang Chen, and from this they could see how terrifying and threatening Jiang Chen was. They were even more grateful that the Netherworld platform was prepared well. A black talisman suddenly appeared in the hands of the head elder of the feather race. The talisman was instantly crushed. For a moment the river in the valley began to rage. A black pillar of light shot out from the river. It was extremely fast and instantly enveloped Jiang Chen. An unparalleled spatial pulling force like a huge black hole was about to suck Jiang Chen in. The power of spatial teleportation, good, this Yu clan is indeed scheming. Unfortunately, I have the sky ascending stairway in my hands, trying to use this against me is too stupid. I'll kill this 5th young master first. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. There was not the slightest trace of panic on his face. Sword 26 launched a terrifying attack, and his speed increased by more than 3 times. At the moment when he was about to be pulled into the black light column, the battle sword pierced through Zhao Ganqing's head. A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the sky. Under countless shocked gazes, the arrogant 5th young master of the Feather Clan died under Jiang Chen's sword. No! Zhao Lingxiao roared. He could only watch his son being killed. That kind of feeling made him feel like his eyes were about to pop out. This was the 5th son that had died in Jiang Chen's hands. Although the 6th young master Zhao Qingquan wasn't killed by Jiang Chen, Zhao Qingquan wouldn't have died in the remains of the Star Lord without Jiang Chen's help. Zhao Lingxiao's heart was filled with grief and hatred towards Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen wasn't controlled by the Netherworld platform and couldn't escape, he would have already attacked Jiang Chen. Seeing that the 5th young master was killed, the human clan began to cheer. However, as soon as the cheering began, everyone realized that something was wrong. Because the appearance of the black light column was too strange. Jiang Chen was trapped in the black light column and no matter how hard he struggled he could not get out. Jiang Chen, who was in the black light column, felt the power of another space. That space was full of violent aura, killing intent and evil. Such an aura made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. Jiang Chen moved his mind and the sky-climbing ladder immediately moved. In other words, if Jiang Chen wanted to, he could use the sky-climbing ladder to get rid of the control of the black light column at any time. This made Jiang Chen feel a lot more at ease. The sky-climbing ladder was indeed extraordinary, and its level was probably much more terrifying than Jiang Chen had expected. According to Jiang Chen's fear, the sky-climbing ladder in his hand could help him return to the Qidong territory no matter where he was. Of course, the space he was in must have a certain connection with the Qidong territory. Based on Jiang Chen's understanding of space management, the place that the black light column was trying to draw him to was connected to the Qidong territory by a spatial barrier. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not worried at all. He did not use the sky-climbing ladder. He wanted to go take a look at that evil space. In any case, he had the sky-climbing ladder with him. If he wanted to leave, he could come back at any time. Jiang Chen needed to continuously increase his cultivation. Now that he had killed the fifth prince, the relationship between the human race and the feather race had worsened. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, besides becoming a thorn in the feather race's side, he would not be able to increase his strength if he continued to stay in the Qidong territory. Jiang Chen was a restless person. His restless heart would not allow him to stay calm. The feather race's plot was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. It was a good place to train. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen would do as Zhao Lingxiao wished and go take a look. Otherwise, if he killed Zhao Gongqing today, Zhao Lingxiao would be enraged and start a war with the human race. Swish. The black light beam disappeared at an extremely fast speed. The surface of the river returned to its original calmness, as if nothing had happened. The only thing missing was Jiang Chen. That's right, Jiang Chen had disappeared. Not a single trace of his qi was left behind. What's going on? Dan Qingzi's aura fluctuated as he circled around the river twice. He immediately sensed the aura of the Netherworld platform and his expression fell. Before the Netherworld platform had opened, it had been hidden too well and not a single trace of its aura had leaked out. Therefore no one had sensed it at all. Now that the Netherworld platform had opened with Dan Qingzi's soul energy, he was naturally the first to sense it. Zhao Lingxiao was the first to act. He grabbed out with his hand, pulling Jiang Chen's massive Netherworld platform out of the river and putting it away with a wave of his sleeve. What's that? Xin Yang frowned. Wu Chang'en, you probably never would have thought that the Netherworld platform could connect to the land of exiles. Zhao Lingxiao loudly laughed. Zhao Lingxiao laughed heartily. However, because of his son's death, his smile, which should have been one of complacency, was replaced by one of gnashing his teeth. What?